Well, a very good morning to you all from a warm and muggy and absolutely electric Charlotte Motor Speedway in Concord, North Carolina. This is the World Racing League on DriversEye Live. It's been 2 months since we've been back with you here with the WRL paddock. Unfortunately, lost a date up at Daytona due to the backstretch repave, but we've swapped one Roval out for another and one enduro, single-day enduro out for another. 12 hours of motor racing from the Charlotte Motor Speedway for the first time with the World Racing League. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined this morning by Scott Michaels. Good morning, Scott.
Morning.
By JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
Those two will join remotely. Jordan Worth is our producer and will probably be along on a microphone at some point today. I'm told he is a CEO, a Chief Executive Officer of the Bottom Split organization. Happy to have Jordan along for the ride as well. Mostly for the vibes, but also for the production. It is a fine field this morning. Not quite what we had up at Road America back at the end of April. A very, very tricky Sunday. Kind of finished things out for our last race weekend in the WRL. There was much rain. There was some incident. There was overall chaos, but generally a fine race. And it's been a bit weird, I think, guys, being away from the WRL paddock from this long. 2 months without a race is as long as I think we've just about ever gone.
Yeah, to my knowledge.
The GTO and GTU fields make their way onto the banking. Well, I got to orient myself here. It'll be the south banking for the first time over at Oval turns 1 and 2. This is where you see the cars heading up from what will be turn 8 for our layout here. It's a 2023 NASCAR course layout. Had a question this morning from Riley Henderson. Are they using the chicanes like NASCAR does on the restarts or for the initial start? I am told for the initial start, there was some discussion yesterday. It'll be through the front straightaway, so not using the chicane on the initial start 2x2. And then subsequent restarts, I expect we will be going through the front stretch chicane. Otherwise, the layout is exactly what you saw the NASCAR Roval race run in 2023. Our grid this morning, gentlemen: Stratus 58, 59, and 60 with Dawn Motorsports rounding out the GTU field. Should be a number 100 in there somewhere as well, but that car was torn apart to some degree yesterday afternoon. And JT and Scott, I know you guys are obviously remote this weekend. Fairly clean day yesterday, but we did see the number 65 open throttle GP3 entry whack the wall fairly hard at the bus stop there on the back straight. I'm told that the replacement car will be the GP1 V8 powered BMW M3, which I'm very excited about.
Okay. I do have a question. I believe we are missing one of our GTO cars.
And which car is that, JD?
Is that Kingpin?
Oh, that would be the number 11. And if I think back to yesterday, that car did come to a halt on the exit of turn 4, infield turn 4 yesterday. So I don't have the answers, all the answers for you there. But I do know that car was in some trouble yesterday.
Yeah, I was looking at the qualifying results, and our front row should have been NFC and Kingpin. Kingpin is not there, as we see the Low Country Motorsports Camaro leading the field around. And NFC Motorsports is at the back of the GTO grid. Coming through shot here.
Yeah, lots of questions there. There were many, many laps deleted for track limits yesterday. The rule was, if you were caught with track limits violation during the qualifying session, one violation would cost you your fastest lap. And it wasn't just matching the lap for itself. Like, you didn't have that lap deleted. So the idea was to be a little more draconian than normal to prevent that sort of issue. We'll turn to Scott Michaels here briefly. This is the Charlotte Roval. Scott, you've got plenty of laps as our professional sim racing expert around a place like this. Just talk it through us briefly on our last half pace lap here or so.
Yeah, very busy track. However, I see our field is somewhere near around half of what we usually get. So I guess in terms of sort of cars per kilometer, it's not going to be as busy as it could have been, but from a driving standpoint, it's one of the tracks where corners just keep coming at you, especially with the addition of the second chicane on the back straight. That's quite rare for, not the back straight, you know, on the oval section. That sort of thing is quite rare for a Roval. So yeah, you don't even get that really long break that you would get somewhere like Daytona, where you're flat out and just sort of getting a chance to relax. Not that you need it at Daytona; the corners are much more spread out. But yeah, that's going to be the main feature, I think, is just really, really regular corners at this place. It's quite tight; it's got a street circuit kind of feel to it, despite the fact that there is a bit of wide open area, but it's not in the it's not in the places where you can really take advantage of it. If you make a big mistake, you're probably going to hit a wall quite quickly. And then some good camber corners as well, which is always fun. Makes things interesting through the infield, particularly the first right-hander. I haven't got a track map up, so I think that would be turn 3 and 4.
Yep.
And then the two corners going on to the oval as well.
That'll be down at 7 and 8. We'll talk more about that. The GTU Field 4-strong leads the race to the green flag. 12 hours of racing from Charlotte Motor Speedway is underway. 2x2 at the front. The GTO cars take their start a bit further back. The 843 Low Country Motorsports Chevrolet-powered stock car falls back a little bit and leads. I'm sorry. The GTO field is now led by the 89X Aston Martin, who gets away and sets after that 4-strong GTU field of Sempico NP01s. GTR 99 will slot into second, and then that 843 into third. That is the car that will feature Ron Hornaday Jr. at various stages today. Remember that name? Remember that guy? Very excited to have him along. And GTO is going to be an awesome race today, I think, as well. But most importantly, the general production cars take their start and head down into turn number 1 for the first time. Very, very excited for the GP1 race today, guys. Harrison Motorsports is going to lead around the outside of Screaming Goat Racing, who find themselves back in GP1 for the first time in a little while with the LS-powered BMW M3. More to come on that front. Clean starts for all 3 race groups. Headed down into turn number 5. This is the very, very brief back straightaway that leads into this double right-hander. Up over the curb on the right-hand side, climb the hill, headed into turn number 6. Again, blind corners around the middle portion of the lap here. You'll crest the hill, settle into this nice camber here at the left-handed turn number 7. But as I was telling the guys earlier on, having done part of a lap anyway yesterday, you are pointed over a blind crest at a concrete wall headed out of turn 7 there. Really, really special stuff around this part of the circuit. That is a slow...
It's an MX-5.
It sure is. One of the NA or NB cars?
Yeah, that's an NB. That should be Rocksteady Racing, I believe, in GP3.
Yeah, already started shotgun on the field there. 32nd on the grid. Is not going to make it through the first half of the lap. Certainly not up onto the oval. And one of the really unfortunate features here, well, fortunate or unfortunate, there's not too many places to recover a car that aren't going to require some significant intervention. The good news is that we've got Code 35 this weekend.
Yay!
I knew you were going to like that, Scott. I knew it.
I was waiting for an opportunity to ask the question. I wasn't expecting Code 35. I was going to ask about hot pools and FCYs and safety cars. But so is it? I presumably not. What is it? A blanket? Everything is going to be Code 35, or do we have the opportunity for safety cars as well?
Not sure. I believe, much like Barber and VIR, it's going to be a blanket Code 35 unless we have an operational red flag for some reason.
Wow.
We can cross that bridge when we get there. There was a battle on for the GP1 lead here just a moment ago. Harrison Motorsports and Screaming Goat Racing side by side. That is the 392 and the number 29 headed up now onto the oval for the second time. Screaming Goat showed the nose up at 3 and 4, did not work. And now we've got 4 cars in a breakaway, something of a breakaway anyway, at the front of GP1, a new build. I'm told it's a new build anyway, for the number 44 of PC Racing. That is not the tired M3 we've seen over the last couple of race weekends.
As we go full course yellow here, I was gonna ask this white and lightly blue M3 here. That is PC Racing, correct?
It sure is.
All right, I like it. And then Choice Racing directly behind, by the looks of it. 522.
That is correct. Yep, the now mostly black BMW M3. A little bit of blue trim on that car, which looks very, very nice. And for the first time, we go code 35, just under 6 minutes in. Oh, yeah, that's a Stratus NP01 who is parked
The
right up.
58.
It is, and that was your second-place car in GTU.
I think that one might have been in the lead because I see the yellow one's now in the lead, which it definitely wasn't off the start.
A cross-start-finish 59 led at the end of the second lap, which is the most recent timing information we have.
Yeah, it took the lead. It looks like it took the lead on the first lap, actually. Yeah, it was. It was a overtake on the back straight going into the chicane on lap 1.
We have a couple of onboards we're going to get squared away here in a moment. I wonder if now is the opportunity to do that while racing action is temporarily slowed. Oh, here, working on it from the professor.
We had the entire GTO field.
Oh, the 58 is it moving? Oh, it's just being blocked by the flatbed from where I stand here. Yeah, okay. Yep.
Wow, that's a place to stop.
Yeah, my guess is that car. Well, I don't know. I mean, you'd think you can maybe pull to the left there to get onto the apron, but I assume being the second place car overall, there was a whole field of GTO cars coming behind it, and it needed to get vaguely out of the way.
So there's a black tire mark that goes right to its right front wheel, which makes me. I don't know.
Oh, I wonder if he's whacked the wall there coming out of 7.
That's what. That you end up in a place like that if you hit the wall and the steering's gone and you just have to stop. We're also down. Stratus gave us all 3 onboards and we've lost 2 of them already. For what it's worth, since we were talking about onboards. That car, if that is a whacking the wall on lap 2 of a 12-hour race, that is a really unfortunate mistake.
Yeah. So when I did my sort of half lap or most of the lap yesterday, setting up cameras once the course went cold, that was the thing that struck me the most. When you stand at the exit of turn 6 and look up towards turn 7, like I said, you come to that compression at the bottom of 7, and you've got to commit to coming back in the throttle, but you're pointed uphill over a blind crest at the side of a concrete wall. And I think it's very easy there. I don't expect tires to be that cold, but I wonder if just in the early stages here, lacking a little bit of grip and confidence, that car tracked out a little bit further, or maybe stepped out on him or her coming out of 7 there and just scraped the right-hand side. I don't see any obvious damage to the right side of that car from where I stand here up at start finish, but like you said, Scott, a dark tire mark that leads up to where that car came to a halt is suggestive of
that is
something being awry at front end.
From my very much not professional sim racing experience, that is probably the hardest well, not probably, that is definitely the hardest corner on the track. It's a weird one. You wouldn't expect it to be, but that wall is awkwardly placed.
Yeah.
So yeah, you do quite often come over off the banking and over the crest there and just end up in the wall. It's just there.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not super surprising. Oh god, we're 12 seconds into this 12-hour race. We've just got cars being towed all over the place.
I think this is going to be a tricky one today. It's really hot. We're headed for 90. The sun is expected to drop behind some clouds a little bit later on this afternoon, which will help things a little bit. But man, is it humid. Daytona type humid, honestly, but without the breeze to help. So I think we're in it today. We're starting later than we normally do as well. 10 o'clock a.m. start.
I've realized that I'm, other than Brendan, geographically the closest person to this track right now. And yes, I can attest to the fact that the weather has been horrific recently.
Yeah.
With heat and humidity. I'd like to just call someone out. Whoever mounted the Screaming Goat onboard camera. Bravo, you mounted it upside down.
If only there's a way we could fix that.
I can't locally, but I don't think you can do that on YouTube, right?
No, Jordan could be very clever though, and invert it. But I think if there's any graphics to go with it, it's going to be.
Oh, is it?
Oh, back to normal. We're hearing now.
on YouTube, it's given. No, I think it has given up actually. It's doing that thing where it says it's live. Yeah, it's frozen on YouTube. So
let's just take a quick moment here to reset the field while we have it. After the initial start, Stratus 59 now leads Dawn Motorsports in the number 5 in GTU. The Stratus number 60 sits in third, 8.5 seconds off the race lead. That'll come down once we get back to racing pace, down to probably 3 or 4 seconds. Having lost the Stratus number 58 now, that reduces the GTU field at the front to 3 cars. Your GTO leader, as we said off the start, was the 89 X Motorsports number 89 Aston Martin, which now leads the 843 from Low Country Motorsports. If you remember, dear viewer, back to the Circuit of the Americas National Championship last year, we had a couple of sort of stock car entries from Austin Dillon Motorsports that featured, among others, Austin Dillon, Kyle Busch, Will Brown was here in one of those entries as well. Essentially a host of Richard Childress racing drivers and RCR adjacent drivers. That is not the same team, but it is the same type of car. And as we mentioned, features Ron Hornaday Jr. this weekend. NFC Motorsports now finds itself in third ahead of GTR 99, who slipped to fourth. No worries for that car. Always something of not a slow starter, but let's call it a consistent starter with that Toyota Supra, ahead of the 92 of FPRS Motorsports. More on that car a little bit later. All-Star Racing, the number 5, sits 9th overall, 6th in GTO. And JT will recall, everybody will recall, but especially JT, being the sort of production expert amongst us, that car was historically a GP1 car, JT, was it not?
I think JT's taking a break.
Aha, yes. That makes sense. That number 5 is entered in GTO this weekend. There are a couple of reasons for that. Number one, that car was rebuilt after a pretty heavy shunt back at VIR last year. It is ready to go back into GP1, but they had some extra tires laying around. And with the production field being now a spec tire formula, GP1, 2, and 3 being on Continental tires all the way around, they had some extra tires laying around and decided, hey, you know what, let's just go for it. And we'll kind of uncork this thing and see what we can get out of it. It's a lighter GTO field than we would normally get. I spoke with Johan Schwarz, who will be driving that car this weekend, along with Steve Park. And I believe Alex Helmonte will be on board that car as well. And they decided to give GTO a crack with that new build, or new rebuild, I guess. So keep an eye out for that car. Number 5 of All-Star Racing. 333 of Bruce Innovations as well is there, rounding out the top 10. That's the BMW M4 GT4 championship winning car, having been in the hands previously of JTR Motorsports Engineering. So that's your top 10 overall. GP1 led by Harrison Motorsports from Screaming Goat Racing and PC Racing. That's the GP1 battle we saw right off the bat this morning. GP2 being led by the 66 of Open Throttle, with a couple of cars between itself and the second place car from Chattanooga Tourenwagen Meisterschaft. And then the GP3 leader, 3 fast guys, and Denny. Denny Stripping should have been with us at the June sprints last weekend with the SCCA, rounding out the Hoosier Super Tour here on DriversEye Live. Opted not to go run that race along with all the other Spec Racer Ford heavy hitters, but did decide to come out to Charlotte Motor Speedway this weekend. So very happy to have them back with us in the World Racing League. As Jordan mentions, on board that car, one thing worth noting in the supplemental regulations, and was discussed yesterday to some degree, there was a concern about cars running around the apron under code 35 to prevent oil starvation and all kinds of sensor problems that we've seen back at Daytona in various cars over the years. They've allowed the cars to straddle the blue line between the racetrack and the apron. So you can shorten the distance under 35. It helps ease the banking situation a little bit without fully altering the circuit layout under code 35. So that was sort of the compromise there. I think it's a fair one, and hopefully should keep these cars a little bit more reliable when we do have to neutralize the field for code 35.
So what is there something more specific than straddle? Is it like right wheels on the blue or something?
I believe it's got to be 2 wheels on the right side of the blue line.
Okay, I can actually see the white MPO one doing it right now.
Yes.
So yep, that's helping me out a lot. These cars choosing not to do it.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because you would think, never mind the sensor issues and oil starvation and all of that, that you would want to just shorten the distance as much
why
as
not?
possible. Yeah. And it's really not as sharp a transition as you would think from the 24-degree banking down onto the apron. There is sort of an intermediate banking there of maybe 12 or 15 degrees. So it really shouldn't trouble the cars too much.
No, I mean, we could see, actually saw the guy in the black BMW there is obviously listening to us, because as soon as I mentioned it, he dropped down.
Yeah.
And you could see the car transitioning very smoothly.
I may have missed it, but did we note the 85 had come to a stop?
We did not.
Turn 9, we just saw it come through the camera. It's pulled off on the apron. That is a black MX-5. And it's already being assisted by
Where is that car? At turn 9, you say?
Turn 9. So as we get back onto the banking.
There it is. Yep. Middle of oval 1 and 2. It's hidden behind, it's now under flat no, it's hidden behind the excavator that's building out the new NASCAR layout. And now it moves forward.
The new NASCAR layout, you say?
I do say.
Yep.
So basically, the base layer is already there, but what the idea is, instead of turning right into turn 6, so they're going to make this first right-hander, and then as you come up to the next camera, instead of making this right-hander in front of us, they're just going to continue straight up over the hill and join the hairpin autocross type layout with a long sweeping right-hander, and then this corner is just going to be a hairpin where all those water or sand barrels are.
So the
180-degree hair.
So it's essentially the same layout, but they've pinched it and stretched it.
They've stretched out the run from 5 to 6 and then turned the 7 and 8 complex. Instead of being a sweeping double left, it's now just a straight up hairpin.
So it's exactly the same as, you know, on iRacing, all those like Atlanta Motor Speedway,
Yep.
and Texas and Las
Yup.
Vegas, they all have road courses. They're all that exact layout.
Yep, where it's a 90-degree corner off the banking and then a hairpin back onto it.
Yeah.
Identical, yep.
Not a fan.
I'm not either, but only because I think turn 7 is the best corner on the track.
Yeah, I actually quite like this track. The way it is. I don't think you can do much. And beyond like being actually interesting and building a tunnel or something, or doing something New Hampshire style. I think they've done about as well as you can do. So yeah, that's disappointing. I'm not sure, and also like just spending money. This layout's fine. Anyway, but yeah, that'll be interesting to see. Is that's coming online for 25 presumably, or is that for this year? Jordan says that's for this year. Cool. Oh wow, yeah, that's even less inspiring than I was expecting. Not a whole lot of runoff at that turn 8, which is probably going to be quite fast. Or 7, for that matter. Anyway.
I'm wondering what their inspiration was to change that.
Yeah,
Like
that's when I say sort of like just spending money, I'm like, well, present to me why that's better.
Were drivers just hating turn 6? Was there too many incidents there, or what?
I think turn 6 is really cool.
I love it.
Yeah, 6 and 7 is actually a really good combo. Yeah. Like, I was just reminding myself that Jordan isn't on the broadcast. I shouldn't be directly responding. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll reserve judgment. Have we ever talked about the Screaming Goat Racing logo?
I'm not sure.
It's on their YouTube channel. It's almost enough to make up for their upside down camera, but it's hang on, they've got a second stream up now, and it's the right way around. They fixed it. Their logo is just the Ferrari logo, except they've replaced a prancing horse with a prancing goat, which
Fantastic.
is extremely basic, but I'm very entertained by it.
Man, I'm really liking this new livery on the PC Racing. like a Laguna Seca blue for the bottom part. Maybe Alpine white hood. And then, I don't know, maybe Dakar yellow mirrors.
Making progress.
Now, I expect we'll see Stratus Racing get that car repaired and back out today. After all, we do have a long race.
Yeah, it doesn't look that badly damaged. If it is indeed damaged
I got
from the wall.
toe link and a little bit of suspension. I'm, operating 3 cars. I'm sure they have the correct parts needed for repairs.
Yeah, and these MPO ones aren't known for lasting 12 hours. So it's not over as far as gaining a few positions back. We also don't do that many laps under code 35, so they haven't lost that much yet. Obviously, as soon as the car gets cleared off the track, we'll get back up to racing speed and they'll start quickly losing laps. But yeah, it's definitely worth getting that car back out there.
Yeah, and I'd point out we have seen NP01s in endurance racing, particularly the Thunderhill 25 hours. So they are capable, but this is definitely going to be a pretty abusive track. With rather black and white track limits, very little runoff in a few areas.
Well, do you think it's going to be that difficult on cars? There aren't a huge number of curbs you can use, particularly as I've noticed they have none. I don't know about none, but they have reduced curbs at the back straight chicane versus what NASCAR and certainly what the iRacing version got. Okay, yeah, they got none, essentially nothing. So they just got rid of it.
To be clear, the track surface is not what's going to be hurting these cars. It's the concrete walls.
Well, that's what I mean. Is concrete walls are something unlike a track like Road America, where the curbs are pretty abusive, but you kind of have to use them. Unless you're an MPO1, I've heard they completely avoid them. Here, there's nothing that you wouldn't like. There's no advantage to hitting a wall, so they're going to. Well, yeah, Ross staying inside, but they're going to be avoiding them anyway. So if you hit a wall anywhere, it's going to be bad.
It's going to be a mistake, and it's going to hurt.
So, assuming sort of like you manage to do that and avoid the walls. I don't think the track itself is going to be that, other than just the frequency of corners. I don't think the banking, I don't think you're ever up to enough speed that we get sort of weird additional stresses due to banking around here. It's not like Daytona in that way. I guess the curbing here is something you would use and is quite serrated. I don't know if it's enough to upset these cars, but I feel like as we go back green, yeah, that was different reaction times. I actually noticed that when we were slowing down to code 35 from one of the onboards. I think it was the Chattanooga Thurenwagen car. They reacted a bit slowly and ended up having to go off the track on the inside of the backstretch chicane to avoid a group of cars who slowed down a bit more promptly for the code 35. So that's something to keep an eye on. We certainly have that problem with slow zones at like Le Mans and whatnot. But as we go back to green, that was... I'm trying to work out which car that was. It was losing positions there.
That was our local 3 Motorsports Camaro getting passed by NFC Motorsports. The second the green flag came back out, it also looks like in GP1 and the PC Racing getting around Screaming Goat for second. Here comes the Stratus on Don Motorsports for second.
Sorry, I'm trying to orient myself with the delays on... Oh, they've removed the curbs from the final chicane as well, by the looks of things. from what I'd expect. Yeah, that's it. So yeah, sorry, I'm trying to orient myself with the various delays I've got with my onboards. Dawn Motorsport car got held up through the final chicane by a back marker, and that was what gave Stratus the run there.
Yep, that's the number 60 and P01 from Stratus Racing. That's going to be the one with the green accents.
Oh, this is an onboard I don't have working. This will be the green one. The Dawn Motorsport car, actually, they have a really cool angle for their onboard. You can really see the driver working from right behind his shoulder. Got a good run coming across the start-finish, or towards the final chicane. I guess they'll be right behind this car.
This is the Ford Performance Racing School Mustang. Oh, no, that's the Liberty Autosport Ford Mustang and GP2, the red and white livery. It's a good sounding car. I've always loved this part about Charlotte, is completely crossing the white and blue line on this little back straight here, coming out of turn 4. Just going as far out as possible.
It's grass sometimes. Who designed that? What's the point? Just put the white line of grass. It's the one. That's what they're going to use.
Coming onto the back straight here, leading the cars is the 99.
Did we mention that the 443 has been in the pits for a while? I think they came in under 35.
I don't think we have. Yeah, slow.
443 is Rockwell Autosport Development, one of our GTO cars. And then yes, a slow Porsche.
Is that the round 3 racing? Or sorry, yeah, I think that might be them.
I think Dawn has retaken the lead. I can't see the Stratus 59 from their onboard anymore. There's potentially another lead change. So they should be working their way through the infield.
They are fighting for second in GTU, so the 59 is 5.5 seconds clear of these cars.
Oh, sorry about that. Yep, you're right. They've got ahead, but yeah, it is for second. We're seeing that on camera now, on the off-board cameras now. They've got a nice big lead on that Stratus number 60 car as well.
Ooh, we got NFC hounding 89X for the lead in GTO. That Mercedes making its charge from starting at the back of the GTO field. Oh, major lockup under braking by the 444 Bruce Innovations BMW. That was big.
Yeah, cut straight through the chicane. I don't know if we have a rule there. I think WRL in the past the Daytona bus stop has required you to stop. Am I remembering that correctly? I might not be. It's definitely a
yeah,
it's definitely a Rolex 24 rule. What's that, sorry?
When you come to the exit, after taking the shortcut, I believe you'd have to come to a stop and then get going again.
Yeah, interestingly, that car didn't. I mean, they very clearly didn't gain any time, but I don't know if there's an equivalent rule at Charlotte. Fastest lap of the race actually by Dawn Motorsport. So you say that Stratus got out to a 5 or 6 second lead. That's already down to 4.1 after Dawn has managed to get themselves clear of Stratus and set at 1:26.9, so 1.3 seconds quicker than Stratus on that lap. The Dawn driver is definitely hustling this car. It's looks like a very manual experience, and yeah, plenty of corrections through some of the difficult transitions, particularly the one onto the back straight.
It's interesting that the Ford Performance Mustang did get by the 99 GTR. Pulled out a almost 2-second gap now, and the Super is now under threat from the 333 Bruce Innovations M4. Coming on to approaching our chicane, they are side by side, but not enough, so GTR maintains that position. Trailing just a little bit behind the All-Star Racing E46 M3, also in GTO. We see one of the open throttle BMWs come down pit road. You can already see quite a bit of traffic management playing a role so far in the early stages of this race.
Yeah, definitely. Door Motorsport another half a second quicker, so that gap's coming down quickly.
All-Star Racing making quite a bit of a gain here on the Bruce Innovations M4 once getting through traffic. So coming through the shot, 5th, 6th, and 7th in GTO. Okay, interesting. I'm wondering if the open throttle BMW that came on pit road here was the 66. That had been leading GP2. That has promoted the Chattanooga BMW to the lead in GP2, followed by that red and white Mustang coming through the chicane here from Liberty Autosports. And the 2MX5 from Rapscallion Motorsports, 3rd and 4th in GP2. It's good to see them making their return to the WRL this weekend.
Yeah, that big screen looks a little bit temperamental at the moment, but yeah, it's
Getting it sorted.
I don't know what the delay's like. It looks significant. Yeah, cool to see DriversEye live up on the gigantic screen, and we got ourselves within. Jordan can check his work. At least from that camera. Good to see we're saving some FPS. We've got crowds turned off.
So 14 laps in, 59 Stratus still leads over Dom Motorsports. That gap has continued to shrink a bit, down to 3.5 seconds.
It actually hasn't. On that last lap, Stratus 59 just set the fastest lap of the race.
Did respawn.
Yeah, so it's back out. I say back out. It's back out to 3.5. So Dawn managed to take some time out of the previous lap. But yeah, on that lap, able to set a new fastest lap for the Stratus 59 car.
Yep. And the Aston Martin of 89X Motorsports is still managing to hold off Mercedes from NFC Motorsports for the lead in GTO. So we see a little bit of traffic coming through the chicane here. Looks like the Porsche came in from round 3 racing, has made it back out, as has the Zipa Racing BMW M3. GTO leaders pass our GP1 leader, Harrison. Oh, I'm sorry, that's incorrect. Screaming Goat is leading GP1. Harrison is running second in their relatively new BMW M3.
Something else that's interesting is the Stratus 60 car has been caught and passed by a couple of the GTO cars now. So that car isn't quite up to the pace of the other two remaining Stratus cars. Yeah, we've got it here. I think it's up behind the NFC Mercedes right now. One of the problems, obviously, we always have this. One of the problems with the... Oh, that's a nice track map, by the way. That's... I'm glad they got the Legends Oval in there, but they didn't get the road course. One of the problems the MPO ones always have, of course, is that their speed comes from the corners and very much not from the straights. So even if this car manages to sort of the driver manages to start finding his feet and picking up the pace a little bit, it's going to be hard for them to get back past these GTOs, just as we can see right now. The GTO is going to pull 4 or 5 car lengths every straight. Getting that back and then also finding a way around in the combinations of corners is going to be challenging, particularly when you've got a track like this where any small error you'll end up with a mouthful of concrete wall that you definitely want to avoid in a 12-hour race. So yeah, it's a little bit of a difficult position for that green Stratus car to be in right now. You can see how much of that time they came back just in that one long sweeping corner, but then obviously we'll get onto this straight and there's no way of making a pass.
Gentlemen, I have great news.
Oh?
We're up on the Tron.
Yeah, we saw.
Yeah, we did it. Jordan, you made the big time. The biggest time. Well, second biggest time. I guess Big Hoss is the biggest time. From Jordan's left monitor to the Charlotte Motor Speedway Jumbotron and your living room. Thanks for your patience, everybody. So I heard you discussing, I assume we're talking about a GTO-GTU battle. Is that right?
That was the latest topic of conversation, yeah?
Yeah, so I wanted to kind of get in on that, because I had this thought a little bit earlier. We think back to Daytona, right, as being our standard Roval option here in the World Racing League. Never been to Charlotte before. This is not the oval that's up in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, but obviously the NASCAR layout. For being a Roval, which you do normally think of as being wide open, fast, big straight line speed, it actually races much more as like a high downforce sort of street circuit, as Scott mentioned a little bit earlier. Certainly when you run it in the simulator, high downforce is the way to go here, is it not?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. As I said, yeah, it's got real street circuit feel to it, which is odd because the surface is very good and the corners are sweeping rather than disjointed and sort of 90 degrees as you get in a lot of road courses. But yeah, it really does. It's much tighter than the vast majority of road courses. Obvious difference. You're inside a 1.5 mile oval instead of a 2.5 mile oval.
But even a place like Homestead, which is inside a 1.5 mile oval, you do have longer straights and tighter braking zones, meaning you're not running really any medium to high speed corners. Whereas here, everything is basically a third gear corner.
Yeah, they've tried to use the space as much as possible, and they're going to use it even more with the new layout. Whereas Homestead is happy to just cut through the middle and give you some straights that way, rather than just packing in as many corners as you can fit, as many long corners as you can fit as well. So yeah, that's I guess where that feel comes from here. You end up with a longer lap time at this track. There's also, again, I was going to say there are 2 chicanes on the oval section at Charlotte. Homestead has a second complex you can add, and even when you do that, it still doesn't have that street circuit feel. So it's interesting. The psychological trick, I guess. How much you can make a track like this feel like a street circuit. Must just be the proximity of the walls as much as anything. as we've got the NFC Mercedes all over the back of that 89X Aston Martin. I'm still getting used to that because in my head that team's a Camaro team.
Yeah.
But at least it's black, and also their onboard's given up already, which is irritating. They're not alone though. I'm actually down to 2 onboards.
Traffic splitting the cars in between turns 7 and 8 here. That was the 443 of Rockwell Autosports Development, running a Cayman and GTO this weekend. So a little bit of breathing room for the Aston Martin.
Gentlemen, again, I'm delighted to say we have a guest. There were some concerns as to how we were going to work the logistics of all this, being up on the opposite side of start-finish from the paddock, but we've successfully worked this all out, and I'm happy to say that we're joined by Mark Young, driver of the number 96 Liberty Autosports. It's a Mazda MX-5, is it not?
It is a Mustang.
It's a Mustang. Oh, no. Well, wrong
So-
right off. Oh, my word.
That's,
Wrong right off
There
the
are
bat.
rolls right there, the white and red one.
easy
that-
mistake to make.
Currently manned by Brandon Wilson at the moment.
Oh, it's the Screaming Goat Crossway.
It is. It's the Mustang version of Screaming Goat. Still a V8. V8?
It is. We call it the Chev Stang.
Okay.
So it has an LS motor with a
Of
Cadillac
course.
transmission and a Mustang.
Oh, I love that. That is Frankenstein automobiles.
It
I
is.
love it. I love it. So, Mark, first off, thanks for coming up. This is the first time we've had the opportunity to talk to you here on DriversEye Live. Haven't really crossed paths before, although we've seen the number 96 plenty over the last couple of years. You yourself, we'll start there. Interesting character. I'm told you're a Guinness World Record holder.
I am. I hold the Guinness World Record as the oldest professional rookie driver in history, and I took that from Paul Newman.
Oh. So you're better than Paul Newman, is what you're telling me.
No, I wouldn't bet on that. Paul was a great driver.
So what was the beginning of your career like? What led into that particular experience?
So about 8 years ago, I've always had a lot of exotic cars.
Okay.
And about 8 years ago, my wife bought me a track day.
Oh, yeah.
And I took one of my Audi R8s out there, and it was like, hey, this was kind of fun.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to do another one next year. And then I realized, well, I really suck at this. I don't know how to drive. And Jay Leno has a great joke, which is the 2 things that men grossly overrate their ability on is driving race cars and having sex.
Sure.
So I realized I needed to get some training, so I joined NASA Great Lakes, which has a great training program. And I started doing the training, so that started about 5 years ago. And there was 2 other guys there. Now, all of us have doctor in front of our name.
Uh-huh.
And the 3 of us are the oldest team, probably the oldest team on this track. So we are 56, 60, and 67
Keeping up the average. I
Yes.
like it. Yeah.
on our team. And then we lined up with 2 young guys. And Brandon Wilson and Tyler Chantrace from NASA.
Okay.
And they've got a company called Full Potential where they teach drivers how to drive. So we kind of joined forces, and we moved to USTCC, and then we jumped into the World Racing League. And here we are. So 5 years later, so last year when I did my first pro race, I got the Guinness World Record for being the oldest driver to ever run a first-time pro race.
Where was it and what pro race was it?
It was a pit race,
Okay.
and it was United States Tour Car Championship.
Sure. Yeah. UST. It was sort of NASA
USTCC.
adjacent there for a while. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. So NASA Great Lakes 3 was pit race your home circuit?
Our home track for pit race is Mid-Ohio.
Okay. I got you. Yeah, we were just there about 2.5 months ago.
I was there.
Yeah.
We were there.
I
and
physically was not. I was elsewhere, but
well, we were
for
on tour
WRL.
at that race, and actually all of us are NASA and MSA instructors too.
Okay. Oh, awesome. So you've kind of progressed yourself up very nicely from being oldest rookie to now full-fledged driving instructor.
To instructor, and all of us are, and all of us basically started 5 years ago. And our big motivation, what our motivation is, I do a lot of things in the world of longevity.
Okay.
And our motivation is to show people that, no, you don't have to say, I wish I had taken up racing, but I'm too old.
Sure.
I wish I had done this, but I'm too old now. If you take care of yourself and you do the things that you need to do to be healthy, you can do anything at almost any age if you want to.
Including driving a race car in 90-degree heat and high levels of humidity.
It is 147 degrees in our car.
I believe that. That's a huge number. And I think we're all kind of in for something of a shock come about 3 or 4 this afternoon. Not you, of course. You're obviously well prepared for this.
Oh, no, it'll kill me, too.
Okay. Well, better to go this way than doing just about anything else.
Oh, no, it's going to kick my butt. There's no question about it.
Yeah, so you guys are in for the full WRL calendar, or are you sort of picking and choosing?
We're trying to do the whole calendar. Okay. That's the goal, is to do the rest of the season.
Okay, awesome. Let's talk about the Mustang for a minute, right? It's a GP2 Ford Mustang, correct?
Yes, it's the Chevstang.
The Chevstang, right. I think it's listed as a Ford Mustang on the entry list, which we sort of have to go by until we talk to somebody who tells us, yeah, it's nothing like. And in fairness, a lot of those production cars are. We had you up behind the Screaming Goat car earlier, very similar. Mm-hmm. It's a BMW M3 with an LS in the front of it.
That's literally in screen in our car right there.
Perfect. Thanks for the onboard camera. Appreciate the heck out of that. And you said it's Brandon on board at the moment?
That's Brandon Wilson driving right now.
So what is the process of coming to a new track like this for the first time like? Obviously, you're Great Lakes based. Can't imagine you've run many, if any, races on the Charlotte Roval. But yourself being an instructor with a modern amount of car racing experience, you guys show up to a track we've never been to in the WRL before.
And none of us have ever been on this track.
So there you go. What has that process been like over the course of this weekend?
So we all spent the past month driving this track on simulator. Mm-hmm. And
in what, out of curiosity?
In iRacing.
What car do you use to prepare yourself?
It's a Mustang.
The FR500?
The 500.
Okay, sure.
So it's a little more horsepower than us. Okay. We're only running about 240 horsepower. So it's a little more horsepower. And the driving characteristics aren't the same. You don't really feel there's a lot of elevation changes here that you don't get in iRacing. But the iRacing allowed us to memorize the track. And that's kind of the big thing, is we all came here knowing where the turns are. Mm-hmm. So we could all look at a track map and we can say, okay, here, we understand it. And now Brandon and Tyler, they go out on track and they come back and they say, okay, here's how to fine tune this track. Here's what, accelerate over here, brake at the 400 mark when you're coming into the chicane. They're able to coach the rest of us, us older guys.
Sure.
The young guys have more track experience than us.
Yeah. John Unanks in the chat asked, how old is he? I normally never ask the age of a guest, but you seem to take a lot of pride in this. You told me off air, but you are?
I am 67.
67, right, racing out in the heat in a Ford
Mustang. I may
Mustang.
be the oldest driver here today.
I don't know about that. We may have to be close. A little bit deeper there. I think you are close, and almost certainly have the highest average age per team.
I would bet that we do have the average team can beat.
So one of the things I've always kind of felt about, I'm not a racer myself, but I am we do a fair amount of sim racing. If you show up to a new facility, as long as you know your car fairly intimately well, you can be successful, right? You piece the track together, but you know exactly what the car is capable of at any given position.
Well, we have to add to that because we just finished building the car.
So that's where I was going to go next but if you don't have intimate knowledge of exactly how the car handles, and you're learning a new track at the same time, that's recipe for maybe not chaos, but for a longer day than you would otherwise have trying to stitch everything together.
We spent yesterday adjusting springs and getting and loosening the front end up and dialing the car in yesterday. That's because none of us had driven this car until here.
Okay.
We literally just rolled this out of the garage with the new engine and trans built in it.
How do we feel about reliability?
I think the car's very reliable. The car's holding up very well. We're not overheating. And the beauty of it is we've got this car detuned so much that we're not putting strain on this motor. This motor is not having to work that hard to run this car because the motor's capable of 450 horse and we're running it at like 240 right now.
Just had the PC Racing BMW there skip the last apex of the front stretch chicane. I'm going to let you enjoy the air conditioning here for a little bit longer. We've talked about your racing experience and a little bit of your professional background, but I'm told that this is mostly just a hobby for you. Your real experience is A, with the title of doctor in front of your name, and B, you are also fairly experienced as a host of podcasts.
I do. I actually host a few, but the big podcast I host is a podcast called Blunt Force Truth, and I co-host it with Chuck Woolery, who was the host of Wheel of Fortune and Love Connection and Dating Game and Greed and all those big game shows. And we interview some of the biggest names in politics is what we do.
Okay.
So we've had President Trump, we've had Newt Gingrich, we've had, different movie stars that have been on the show. And we talk about current events, and we also talk about health and anti-aging sometimes.
Interesting. Okay. Very, very good. Your numbers are well into the 100,000 this week.
We have about 600,000 listeners per month, which makes us one of the bigger podcasts in the country.
Sure. Well, we like to think of what we do here at DriversEye Live as being essentially long-form podcasting, but our numbers are nowhere near 600,000. So we also interview only moderate politicians, such as Vice President of the World Racing League, RJ Till, who sits over our shoulder at the moment, who doesn't have the same cachet as some of your guests, but anyway, we love having him on. And we've loved having you on, Dr. Mark Young.
That's been great. Thank you.
Thank you for coming up. Good luck to you guys this weekend. Good luck to the team, obviously, with the very new car. Obviously, we hope it stays reliable. And check in with us from time to time on the YouTube chat. Let us know how your day's going, for sure.
We will.
Mark Young, thank you for coming up.
Thank you.
Best of luck. And the Liberty Autosports Chev Stang. Looking forward to see how that number 96 progresses through the course of the day.
Quick update in GTO. NFC Motorsports Mercedes has taken the lead away from 89X Motorsports 3 laps ago, I believe. Already starting to pull a nice safety gap of 3 seconds.
Yeah, and those two cars have stretched away from the rest of GTO. They've got the 60 Stratus car, which has found a nice little pocket for itself to run in. That car is 5th overall behind the 2 GTO leaders, and then they're 5.5 seconds behind those GTO leaders, and then another 4.9 behind Stratus is the rest of the GTO class. Oh wow, it really isn't actually. It's just a low country car, and then a huge gap of 30 odd seconds back to the kind of remaining 3 GTO cars. One of them is GTR 99. Typically, I think we mentioned this already. Typically, a relatively slow starting team that comes towards the front towards the end of races, but to have already lost a minute and a half or so, I think, to the GTO leaders is there's quite a lot to lose in the first 25 laps or so. Wow, you're already 25 laps in.
Yeah, so we're almost an hour gone, but
almost the end of the first hour. Yeah.
Yeah, they're 49 seconds behind the lead in GTO.
So I think to some degree we need to recalibrate here, because that's almost a lap. But this is such a tight and quick-paced circuit that, compared to a Road America or a Daytona, that minute 25, minute 30 is going to put you within serious danger of losing that lap.
It is, but if we're only doing code 35, then that
true.
Doesn't actually matter all that much.
It's a very good point, Scott. That's why we love code 35.
It is. It's one of the multiple reasons.
It's time for a Jason Marks hero stint here, I think. The old Trustwell hero stint. We need to note the at least temporary demise of the 701 from round 3 racing.
Yeah, JT spotted that one going. Was it slowly under, even more slowly under code 35, or was it right after the code 35?
It was, we were green flag. The car was unfortunately slow on the back straight. It's come onto pit road a couple times. It's there again right now.
It's worse than that, JT. It's actually gone to the paddock.
Okay, yeah, it was hard to tell from the front straight camera, but it looked like they had that the rear bonnet up, and
They
looking quite a bit back there.
Yeah, so one of the things I think we've all kind of noticed about that car is it really doesn't appear to love the heat. It's been more reliable, and it's finished a lot of races under fairly moderate conditions. But at Daytona, the summer races we've had at VIR, and now here today, it seems like when we start pushing up into the 80s and maybe low 90s, that car struggles a bit with reliability. And I don't know if it's related to the packaging around the back end of that Porsche Cayman or exactly what, but definitely not a happy car in these sorts of conditions, and indeed finds itself back in the shade underneath the NASCAR garages here.
Ooh. Coming out of the chicane here was the 58 from Stratus.
Already? Wow, that's a quick fix.
Slightly unnoticed by us. It's already done 15 laps, so it's been out for a bit after its quick repair, and it's looks like it's lapping solidly behind the 59 out on track right now.
Making a hero stint. Nice recovery drive on the cards there, although I think being 14 laps down is probably a bit of a challenge.
With 11 hours remaining, I'm going to say it's something that can be overcome.
Oh,
I think
that
so.
car can absolutely win that class. I would give it
Top 10 overall for the 58, calling it now.
Overall's a bit different, but I think it's got exactly as much chance of winning GTU as any of the other GTU cars.
Just very briefly here, as we approach the end of the first hour, I've got to say hello to my family at home. My wife Layla has tuned in this morning while enjoying the air conditioning. To watch a bit of action here from. I keep wanting to call it Lowe's Motor Speedway just for the
Really?
bit. Yeah, for the bit.
Oh, okay.
But I've caught myself. I think I'd say no free advertising, but I've spent a lot of money at Lowe's over the last couple of years. So,
well, we'll just spend half the time calling it that and half the time calling it Home Depot Speedway, and we'll be all right.
No, we can't do that. No free advertising there.
It's Hardware Motorsports Park.
Do love an Ace Hardware. True value, I'd say. No, but hello to Layla at home. Thank you for tuning in here. Appreciating the comments along the side. JT, my actual favorite redhead, also says hello. We're bringing this back.
I did want to mention that another car that's got back out is a 443 Rockwell Autosports Development, but I was too late. You guys were talking over me too much, and they've come back in the pits.
That car is gorgeous.
Yeah, red and black.
No, it's orange and blue.
What?
With white and light blue trim. It is gorgeous. It's across from me here, the number 443. It's a Porsche Cayman. It's got Bridgestone logos on it. The front half is Endurance Radio orange, and the back has got sort of a white and light blue trim.
Radio orange.
That's what we call it.
That's an official
Heck
color.
Yeah. Real ones know.
All right, that's
it's a gorgeous car, but unfortunately, it is at a halt in the pit lane at the moment, in pit stall number 20.
Yeah, so that's one of the cars that's already struggled a bit today, alongside the Round 3 Racing Cayman.
Yeah.
Zebra Racing originally had a rough start after the opening lap. I think they had an issue of some sort. They're back out. They're playing catch up. The 66 open throttle BMW and GP2, that was our initial leader. They had a problem, came down pit road. They're back out. They just set their fastest lap. Not only of that car, but also in the GP2 class, I believe. Yes. Yeah, we haven't seen the 40 from Rocksteady come back out yet. We haven't seen Kingpin Racing come out at all today. Not sure if they're going to. But that's just some of the early cars running into trouble for us, in addition to this 58 coming through the shot here.
Impressed with the run from the Motorsports here in the number 95 in this early stage.
I was until their camera gave out.
Scott's like, all right, that's going to cost you.
Yeah. Speaking of cameras, the Screaming Goat one is back up and running again. It's really, really good quality, and I'm really enjoying the fact that it's pointing backwards on a GP1 car. Because when the faster cars come through, it's kind of... I'm not used to seeing WRL from kind of this vantage point. You get to see the fronts of cars a lot. Yeah, the tram map's not the most.
And which car is this? This is
Screaming Goat.
Okay. I'm a
leader.
I was gonna say I'd love to see a rear-facing camera from a GP2 or GP3 car, but that is a production car this weekend. So
yeah, we get to see the GTO and the GTU cars from the front, and because the quality's so high, it's just a really interesting car. Unfortunately, I've picked the exact moment that they're completely on their own on the racetrack. A few minutes ago, I was watching all of the GTU cars came through, and it was really cool seeing those MPO1s from like following this car around, dealing with the banking, all the transitions and the curbs.
Let's talk about that Screaming Goat car very briefly here. Ran into Cade McKee yesterday, one of the drivers on board that car, and over on the Bank of America crossover bridge going into turn number 3 while I was setting up some camera mounts. Cade, we've crossed paths more recently than WRL racing because he was actually in our split at the iRacing Majors 24, which I confirmed was him. But I did want to find out what exactly was going on with the plan to run GP1 this weekend, because I thought it an odd thing for an LS-swapped M3 to drop down a class. And what I was told is that what they're actually concerned about is not engine reliability or power, it's wheel bearings. They were concerned that running at GTO pace was tearing apart the wheel bearings on that car and just causing failure after failure. And the thought was that if they could run at a higher power to weight number, detune the engine, it makes the engine a little bit more reliable because, as Mark Young just told us about the Chev Stang, you're stressing the components a lot less relative to their design limits. And in particular, you're going to run a little bit slower through the corners because the car is running at a slightly higher weight.
There's a slow car on the apron, by the way. NASCAR 1 and 2.
Okay, come to that in a moment. It's now stopped. I think that's a Rapscallion 469.
Is it red?
It's the green one.
So that should be the 135.
I've been doing this for months. It's moving again, I'm happy to say. Anyway, so they've done some other things to the car. They actually said they've basically gone and started repacking the wheel bearings on their own as soon as they get them delivered. So the hope is that by doing asking a little bit less out of the car, they can make it more reliable and get that car to the end of one of these long races. Interesting to see how that pans out with 24-degree banking and fairly tight oval corners here as well.
Well, while you were away, JD and I were sort of debating whether this would be a particularly hard track on cars. The sort of camber in the corners and stuff, I'm not convinced. Certainly the curbing as well, I think, is relatively kind here. But the frequency of corners. Yeah. If we're talking about wheel bearings, I would have thought curbing is the worst thing for it, rather than just cornering load.
Yeah. So the curbs here. You've got the exit curb at 4 is one you have to run over to open up the radius of the corner.
You run straight over, like you're on it for less than.
And
you're
that's,
on it for
you
a
can see it off the
microsecond.
distance there. The curb is along the blue line, but the racing line is behind the blue line. Track limits are not enforced there at turns 4 and 5. So
yeah, you are loaded up when you hit it. But you're on it for such a short period of time. It's almost more of a bump than a curb.
Agreed. You don't really use the curbs at 3 or 5 because of the turtles, the sleeping policemen that sit behind it. So you're not really sending a shock through any of the components of the car. And then at the chicanes, where you would absolutely clobber the curbs for lap time, because it's the Roval, they are not running. They don't have the curbs installed.
Yeah, that was what sparked the conversation.
Yeah.
I noticed that. Were you at the drivers' meeting?
I was not. I was setting the camera.
Okay. I'd be curious to know what they've been told regarding track limits.
It is exactly the international definition of track limits.
So 2 wheels on the outside of the white line.
All 4 wheels behind the white line is the no-no.
Right. Yeah. But
so
obviously not on the exit here, as we're about to watch.
No,
that
is not enforced.
Yeah.
And the same goes for the exit of turn 4 down to the run to turn 5. Those are the only places we're not enforcing track limits. The ruling, as it was communicated to me yesterday, is you get 3 warnings in a rolling hour before you start getting penalized.
Now you say that, but presumably the apron is enforced
On the oval?
Yeah.
Yes.
because these cars are. It wouldn't be an issue for a higher powered series, but these cars are slow enough that you would actually gain an advantage if you ran the apron.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I think so. And
And
like I said,
so you couldn't overtake down there.
exactly. Yeah.
There's also complications with, like, if you overtook a car coming out of the back straight chicane on the bit that's completely fair game, but then you didn't get the move done before the banking started. Like, where's that? But
Well,
you'd hope that's a really aggressive move. It wouldn't actually happen in this race, but
so again, recalibrate from what you expect out of a Daytona here. Daytona, the straights are long enough that if you found yourself in an absolute pinch, you could get yourself onto the apron and make a pass before you get to the chicane. Here, everything is so much more compact that even if you started with a head of speed coming out of turn 8, I don't know that you could catch a car, complete the pass on the apron, and get back up above track limits before you got to the chicane. The back straight is just too short prior to the braking zone.
well, my question is here: if you end up, so that bit that you can see on the right there is fair game, but
Yes.
obviously at some point that transitions into
Oh, it's a good
NASCAR
point,
3.
actually. Yeah.
You've
I
got
don't
to get
know.
back up on the track before the apron starts.
Yeah. That one
And
I'm not
if you-
sure about.
Yeah, if you're in a lapping situation, that could become. Where are the cones? We need cones.
We need choose cone is what we need. If you
Cones
go to
are
the left,
expensive.
if you go to the left, you have to
It's
stay on the
expensive.
apron the whole way around.
Yeah, you hit a cone, you got to pay for it.
I know this isn't VIR.
Cones are expensive at a track where they're currently rebuilding it for the 15th time in the last 10 years.
Are we referring to here?
Yes.
Have you ever seen footage from the old ALMS races here in '99 and 2000?
I'm not sure I have, actually.
It's a similar layout. It's not completely identical.
Well, I've certainly driven that layout
On
on
iRacing,
iRacing,
sure.
yeah.
Yeah. So it's that layout. So turn 1 has changed slightly. They've pushed it further out. And actually, if you look at the pit lane exit there, smack in the middle there, Jordan's exactly right. That is the old turn 1 layout. So it was more of a 90-degree corner rather than sort of 70 degrees and then a bend and then a big banked corner.
Yeah.
It was kind of fun to watch up until you got to the backstretch where instead of this proper bus stop we have now, we had a horrendous tire barrier chicane.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, that's
And-
not on iRacing.
And for the ultimate lulls, go check out the 2007 Speed GT race they ran
God.
here. And it was full oval, except where Jordan was mentioning the old turn 1. You would arc into old turn 1 and then make an immediate right-hand turn and come up the pit exit. Right? So it was chicane going into NASCAR 1 and then the tightest tire barrier chicane you've ever seen. I mean, we're talking 25-mile-an-hour apex speeds. Like, it was a joke. It was an absolute joke, but they ran GT cars only, I think, the night of the Thursday night of the Coke 600, maybe, or Thursday night before the All-Star race.
We should do that more.
I think
NASCAR
so.
races should have proper professional sports car series where they just put a tire chicane in the oval
Well,
before each of the corners.
look, if you love like bad ideas on Rovals, that was maybe the worst I've ever seen. It was truly amazing and made for an amazing content. Oh, ooh, a little
So-
spicy there. Just caught it up on the Jumbotron with the AOA MX-5 going into turn number 1.
Yeah, so that's a kind of important fight. That is the onboard that we had from the 3 Fast Guys and Benny. Clearly right now, welcome back to them, by the way. It's been a while since they've raced with us. They have Fast Guy number 1 driving the car right now. So we have a slightly slow
That's a
135
rapscallion again. Yep.
They are about to lap that yellow MX-5 from AOA Racing, and that is second in GP3, directly in front of them. The Scion FRS has been lapping consistently in the 41s for much of this race, which has just been highly competitive. Whereas unfortunately the AOA MX-5, as it misses the chicane, has been doing 43s to 45s, maybe 47 here and there.
You can't do that, surely.
Yeah, no, that'll be at the very least the track limits warning. I need to get my race control log up here.
Track limits. He gained like 2 seconds doing that.
The 64 has already lost 2 laps from track limit cuts.
Oh, we're
wow.
doing lap penalties for track limits now.
Yes, we are.
Oh man. Well, you said the rules, the penalties here were a little draconian.
And is that 0? You said actually they get 3 warnings before the first penalty.
It's
is that right?
3 warnings in a rolling, or 3 track limits violations in a rolling hour. The 1, 2,
So to have lost 2 laps already.
3 warnings, and then subsequent
Everyone after that is
is a penalty. Now, what I need to understand is, do you just as the 44 misses the chicane on the front straightaway?
Is it right? So in 12 hours you get 3. Is that what it is? In 12 hours the car gets 3 warnings, and then it's just lap.
Sounds like it.
That is very funny.
Well, you have these lines. I mean, this is you may have struggled to color between the lines as a child, but hopefully,
Well, yeah. I mean, first of all, some of these chicanes are already so covered in rubber that I actually am struggling to see some of the paint. I don't know if that's just the onboard quality, but also with no curbing at all at the chicanes, there's no sort of feedback beyond what you can see as to where you are on the track, and like race cars are not known for extreme amounts of visibility. So if you're trying to cut it close, there's really no that might be the reason why this car's getting lap after lap after lap, because the driver might think he's fine, but can't see where his tires are actually running and has no feedback through haptics, or for want of a better term. So this car's in trouble.
Yeah.
Liberty, yeah. It's under braking for that final chicane. It looked very squirrely, and
It feels like it's not tracking straight, or it might be the camera, but
a tire going down or something.
I think it almost seems like not a vibration, but like some type of rhythmic upset, almost like a suspension failure or control arm failure.
do you ever just get rhythmically upset?
I am permanently rhythmically upset, Scott. I live in rhythmic upset.
The steering wheel doesn't look that bad. Oh, he's now pointing at his head. Okay, the driver's making some weird, but yeah, it looks like a suspension.
Yeah.
I think the wheel. Yeah, I was trying to work out if the wheel was straight, but it definitely isn't straight.
So
I feel like a suspension component's failed.
The one shock you do kind of send through the system here.
Oh, that's
crash.
Bruce Innovation.
It is.
Triple
And the
four
one-
and NFC.
And NFC, yeah.
Oh my word. That's a big hit into the tires there at the exit of turn 3 as well.
Looks like the NFC car's going to get away with it.
Possibly.
I don't know. It was bouncing weird as it was going away. Oh,
It's going to be able to leave the scene. Yes.
I'm not convinced the same is going to be true. That Bruce Innovations car. Do we have that Bruce on? Is it the 333 or the 444?
That looked like the 444.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. Yeah, that's been a big hit over there. You can see it's dislodged the tire barrier away from the
Are we really not
wall on
code?
the outside.
Are we not code 35 yet?
Not as of yet. I assume that's coming because I don't see that car moving under its own power.
Well, if nothing else, that barrier needs to be
Yeah, very good point.
corrected. It's in the barrier's moving pretty close to the racing line.
Yeah, so we saw an MC go by, a little bit of damage still to the front left.
By the way, the 843 is dropping down the order.
There's our yellow.
There's the 843 is dropping down the order as well, so we've got a problem for them.
Report saying there's damage to the driver's side of NFC. I'm not an expert, but damage to the driver's side, the left-hand side of NFC, with a backwards BMW in the wall there is suggestive of a bit of contact.
Yeah, we actually caught the end of the contact.
Oh, okay.
Somehow, Jordan, I don't know if that was pure luck. Jordan managed to get that in the middle of the
Jordan's Nostradamus.
But yeah, there was definitely a tip in the it tipped him off with the left front into right rear, and the NFC car has some bodywork hanging off. We've got GTU cars. I shouldn't say plural. We've got a GTU car in the pits, number 60. So this will be some interesting strategies to talk about. I didn't notice any pit stops under the first Code 35.
There really weren't, but we've been through the Code 35 pit stop song and dance before, Scott. There's really no reason not to pit.
Yeah, that was the point I was going to make. It didn't occur to me at the time, but why would you not?
And much like Barber, which is where this usually comes to light, it's a shorter lap.
Yeah, you should pit every lap.
Yeah, right.
Take like 1 second of fuel.
So the discussion has been had previously at places like Barber, like, okay, well, we're not going to allow that.
But even if you come in and you take 1 or 2 seconds of fuel just to top up every time.
Sure, you're at worst case there, you're probably breaking even.
Yeah. It looks like we've got every car in the pits, which is not surprising because we're at an hour 17 into the race. So I imagine every single car was coming towards.
So this hurts because I think the 95 of Dawn Motorsports was in under green.
Oh, really?
Just before the Code 35. So this is kind of this is where you've got to reorient your mind here to how full course yellows are handled. In a safety car situation, you want to be in as soon as there is a sniff of a safety car, right? You want to beat as long as you can stay on the lap. Exactly. As long as you can stay on the lead lap, you want to be in so that you cycle back around as the field compresses, having already made your pit stop. You're going to be at the front while everybody else is in the lane. That's the idea. Under Code 35, you want to wait till everybody else is at walking pace to dive into the pit lane so that you're running the same speed as cars out on track. So if you can stretch it that extra lap, you need to do that. The problem is this is essentially right at the end of a pit stop window, especially for those GTU cars who are typically the first to pit. We had the long Code 35 earlier to recover a couple of cars at the end of lap 1. We're now an hour and 18 minutes into our 12-hour enduro. And I suspect all of the Stratus cars, plus most of the GTU field are right on the edge of having needed to pit anyway. The 123 is one of the myriad of cars in the pit lane at the moment, and the crew is taking a look at the left front corner of that Mercedes GT4.
Yeah, and unlike a traditional safety car, anytime, even though we're under Code 35, any extra time you spend in the pits, you do lose that. That is race time. You'll be losing only about a third of what you'd be losing under green, but if they spend 30 seconds checking this out, that's roughly 10 seconds or so they've got to make up at some other point in the 12 hours. Assuming we have no additional safety car. There's a lot of safety vehicles down there. We're working on a 4-to-1 safety vehicle to crashed vehicle ratio.
So
it was a relatively heavy contact.
Yeah, and facilities like this, NASCAR facilities like this, are going to have a more
5-to-1
response protocol.
6-to-1.
Yeah. So most safety vehicles, usually individual safety vehicles have to be backed up with an additional.
But then that additional safety vehicle also has to be backed up.
That's exactly it. Where does it end?
Where does it end? It ends when you run out of safety vehicles.
Yeah, right.
That's what the red flag is for, Brendan.
Yeah, we're out of safety vehicles.
I'm looking in the background there, and there are plenty more vehicles we can send out there.
But this is all going to happen in quick succession. So number 1, let's get the car out of the way. Number 2, I assume is going to be because somebody hit something at a NASCAR track. We're going to have to take them to. Ooh,
I'm not sure about
very interesting.
Sending a tow rope across a live racetrack. That was interesting.
Yeah,
that car seems fine, by the way. I've held my tongue a bit. I don't think that actually was that big a hit, if I'm honest. I think that car is going to be okay.
A lot of it is absorbed.
Yeah, I think it looks. I think that car had quite a lot of time to slow down, and it looks worse because the tire wall's designed to move a lot to absorb energy.
Yes, and it did look like the front right did have some damage on the nose.
For sure, it will be damaged. I don't think it's going to be that bad though.
Hopefully not.
Now we've got the.
If anything, you'd expect the question to be: is there damage to the right rear where we believe the Mercedes hit it?
Yeah, I mean, we only caught the very end of it. It didn't look that bad to me in that way either. I think they just literally tipped them around. I mean, there'll be damage to the right rear anyway, because that's the bit that went into the wall, as well as. But I mean, the car's rolling behind the tow truck, so and it looked like it was tracking reasonably straight. So I don't think that car's going to be too bad.
We'll wait and see. It's a stout car. Being
If nothing else, it's lost 5 or 6 laps
Yeah.
already, so it's out of contention. You'd
Well,
say for a class win.
it now appears to be either dropping some fluid on its tow back to the paddock or leaving a long mark behind it. A long dark mark. I can't tell if that's rubber or if that's fluid.
Yeah, I think it's maybe they've done a radiator then in that case, or something along those lines. They wouldn't be putting the oil dry down if there wasn't fluid. That doesn't tend to do a lot of rubber. I would
That's just to be clear. That's likely just coolant. I think.
Whoa!
What's that, JT?
Wasn't that the Kingpin Supra that just
Oh yeah,
came through the shot?
I meant to mention that earlier. Yeah, they're back out there. Or
Back.
they are out there, not back. Yeah. So I saw them out at the bus stop. Just I happened to be looking across out that direction. What? Probably 15 laps ago now. 8 laps ago. Wow, that looks like the Kingpin Supra.
We're spawning new cars, so everyone we lose, we get.
Sure.
It's like
that.
dodgeball.
That car could win GTU.
That's a GTU car?
No, it's a GTO car. But
I was gonna say.
He's making a
still
joke.
finish ahead of the GTU cars.
Yes.
Liberty Autosports is headed back to the pit lane, by the way, with the Chev Stang.
Paddock.
Yeah, sorry, back to the paddock. Yes, my mistake.
I gotta say, I think I'd prefer Mustrelay.
Mustrelay. Mustrelac? Because it's got the Cadillac drivetrain.
Oh.
General Mustang.
Yeah, General Mustang Motors.
We got all kinds of time to work out this one. 10 hours, 36 minutes, boys. Thanks for joining us here on the World Racing League. This is DriversEye Live. I've said that backwards. Thanks for joining us here on DriversEye Live. This is the World Racing League. I'm Brendan Kaczmarek, joined by Scott Michaels and JT Tammy.
We do Catastang.
Catastang. So the town I grew up in is Catasauqua, and that's very close. Catastang, Catasauqua. I would trip over that many times. Jordan Worth, the professor. Catching impacts in real time. Oh,
Quickest hands in production.
You know, he doesn't even have a controller board. It's all clicking.
Yeah, he's doing this all on an
Oh no,
Xbox
that's
controller.
not true. Don't you have an Xbox controller you do the lower thirds with? Not anymore. As in, you gave up on it, or it failed? Oh, that's not good. Huh. Well, anyway, RIP Xbox controller.
Get an N64 controller?
Oh, there you go. What an idea. They make adapters for that. You plug that in. And
Steam controller.
yeah. Charlotte Motor Speedway. Oh boy, we're losing cameras here. Oh, the sun. One's camera 3. Is that the one? Okay. All right. We can go fix that. That was easy. Jordan, do we have ads queued by chance? We set that back up on the new project? Okay.
Neither did I.
Yeah, well, our friends at Continental Tire.
By the way, the NFC car we can see here on the
That
screen
is awesome.
has lots of yellow tape all over it, so it's looking like a Turner Motorsport.
Yeah. Oh, it is.
NFC at this point.
Very
But-
expensive racing duct tape.
They've got that back out, and they're still running 7th overall, which would be 1, 2, 3, 4th in class. So they've done well there, but I imagine we are eagerly awaiting a penalty. potentially.
Eagerly.
Well, we want the order to be cleansed. That's the only eagerness there. But I think that should be pretty slam dunk based on what we saw. But we'll let the stewards decide. So their previous lap was a 6:40. We compare that to the GTO leaders equivalent lap. It was a 3:59, I think. So that has them losing around 2 minutes 20. And if I unpretzel my brain, I think that's not raw time, is it? No, it's not. So if we take a guess and say the cars are running at about 1/3 race speed.
Yep.
They probably lost something in the region of 20 to 30 seconds with that repair.
That's not bad.
Not bad at all, but yeah, as I say, any potential penalty would be much worse than that.
Yeah, so let's do this. Let's run an ad. We'll go say hi to our friends at Continental Tire, the spec tire provider for GP1, 2, and 3. And we'll rejoin on the other side of this brief commercial break from the World Racing League at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Thanks for being with us. Back in a moment.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
We're back. The artist formerly known as Lowe's Motor Speedway. This is the Charlotte Motor Speedway these days, home of the Cookout Summer Shootout for U.S. Legend cars. That's what I'm reading across the way here in the Victory Lane. On the old quarter-mile Legends Oval. You guys ever run cars on a Legends Oval?
I have so many wins in this Legends Oval on iRacing. It's where the vast majority of my oval iRacing comes from. I absolutely love this Legends Oval.
There's some really goofy Legends Oval type layouts. I think Iowa has one.
I wish they were more used, yeah.
I mean, we could do a WRL time trial on Legends Oval. I think that'd be fun.
Can we just run the Co-35s around the Legends Oval?
Oh, there's an idea. Yeah, it messes with the pit lane, though. I think Iowa
Doesn't
can get
matter.
away with it because it doesn't touch the pit lane.
These poor drivers, you guys gotta torture them.
Yep.
we're high heats, Legends Oval, code 35.
Isn't there an iRacing layout of this track that like uses part of the Legends Oval
I've
backwards?
I've won a race on that track as well. It's great.
I think I've seen F1600s or FVs run that. Yeah, Legends Road Course.
Yeah, I want a Formula V race around that layout.
That layout's a mess.
It is
Man, I love
exhausting.
it. Yeah, it's essentially an autocross layout. Is kind of what it amounts to. Yeah,
It makes a Formula V car feel really quick.
Yeah, sure. And if that's talent.
Yeah, it's really saying something.
So up at the front, Stratus 59 leads GTU and the race overalls. The 89X Motorsports Aston Martin. Something of a surprise up there at the lead of GTO, but happy to see them there anyway. We love to see the Aston Martins doing well here, especially for a bit of variety. And I think I'm right in saying that is our only Aston Martin representative this weekend. No automatic and
Bit
no
of national
TLR.
pride for me as well.
Scott, you're an American now. I mean, you're both, but
Yeah, the Chev Stang is now your spirit animal.
that's
Grief.
with it having Cadillac elements, we get Jack Aitken to drive it.
Does this mean Scott's been colonized?
The closer
Scott's
we
an
move,
American now.
the closer we move to this election season, the less I'm accepting of any of this kind of conversation.
You guys know the Spa 24 Hours is also going on today?
Yeah, I was watching the build up before joining you guys.
How'd that go?
I hadn't started yet, but will they have more or less green flag running than we'll have?
Oh, certainly
Is
less.
the real question.
Yeah,
Well,
certainly less.
Twice
Our
as
12
long a
hours
race.
compared to their 24?
Yeah, and we're currently under yellow.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
And
I mean,
we're still
gifting
gonna get
them
wind.
hours here.
Oh, weather. Can we have the weather for Spa-Francorchamps, Belgium as well, please? While we're at it, because it's probably more interesting. It's probably more interesting, to be honest. What's I can see some stuff moving in from the left there. What is this red or this orange, burnt orange color? What's that signifying?
That's a
County?
heat watch, would be my guess.
It's a what, sorry, Brendan?
I would guess a heat watch.
Oh, yeah.
Heat advisory.
Am I on this? It's not. It's not clouds.
Yeah, you're much further north.
Yeah,
So,
true.
rain possible after 3 o'clock is what I'm seeing here, and it's going to be a fully random pop-up of showers and thunderstorms. Daytona's spirit animal, I would say. We get to have the Daytona experience here without
But
having.
without the lightning, fingers
I
crossed.
hope that that's true. I certainly hope that that's true. Anybody ever been to Charlotte?
Well, I mean, I live there.
Oh, you did. That's right. Yeah, I forgot about that.
I've done time trials on my bike around this very circuit.
Oh, very interesting. Same layout?
Well, we used the apron on the oval.
Sure. I had wonderful.
As in, it was only the oval.
I
didn't use the road course.
thoroughly enjoyed my weekend here thus far. Been a little
Really?
on the warm side. Yeah, I have.
Well, you definitely take more advantage of cities than I do. I found Charlotte not super.
I mean, look, I haven't been into downtown proper, but I
What have you done, Brendan? What is the?
well, I had to
take
go
us
to
through the
micro.
sights and
I had to go to Micro Center last night.
Oh,
I went-
well, that's always a treat.
30 minutes south of Micro Center. My second
you-
trip to a Micro Center in 2.5 weeks, by the way.
So that was in South Carolina then.
No, it was in North Carolina, but southern Charlotte. Yeah, they just
did you-
opened one.
You went
Like a month
30
ago.
minutes south of this,
yeah,
and you stayed in
traffic.
Charlotte. Oh yeah, I get. Yeah,
Yeah.
that is actually. That is my predominant memory of Charlotte. Is just
Yeah.
constantly being in traffic.
It wasn't a phenomenal situation, but we got there in the end. And then on my way
I used to live in Mooresville, which is
Yeah, sure.
the best part of half an hour north of this, and it was only 40 minutes to get to Rock Hill, which is in South Carolina.
on a good day, not
Yeah,
at
I guess-
5:30 on a Friday afternoon.
It would have been like 6 o'clock on when did they? Because there's a velodrome down there.
Oh, okay.
It would have been at like 6-7 p.m. on a weeknight. I
Okay.
think. No, maybe I think they've got quite a lot of construction at the moment on whatever that highway's called. I've forgotten the name of.
77.
I thought it was 77. I was going to gamble.
Yeah, that's the one that leaves Charlotte going south towards Rock Hill.
I think it runs straight through and goes up to Mooresville as well.
It probably does. Actually, I've driven the length of 70. Well, I don't know if it's the full length of 77, but between Fancy Gap.
I've cycled Fancy Gap.
Yeah, right by the interchange with 81, all the way down
Mount
to
Airy,
Columbia. Yeah, Mount Airy's up there as well. I think that's where the interchange is, Mount Airy.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, up
Love
that
it.
way.
Really nice cycling up there.
Sure. Yeah, it's beautiful. And to be honest with you, the mountains on the west side of Charlotte here are very pretty as well. It's not Asheville, but it's not far off.
Brushy Mountain, absolute. Certainly, if you're a cyclist, absolute hidden gem. So good.
On my way home yesterday, on the way back to the hotel, I grabbed dinner at the Euro Cafe and Grill, or Euro Grill. Look it up. It's a Bosnian restaurant.
Wow. Those words have never been said before.
Well, so Scott, you will recall that we had a sim racing teammate, Croatian sim racing teammate,
I've got to ask before.
Buddy
you move on.
Anastati. Yeah.
Bosnian, but not Herzegovinian.
Well, I mean,
As I pronounced that totally wrong.
The demonym there does not usually contain Herzegovina. It's just Bosnian.
Yeah.
I would say it's Balkan food because they all pretty much eat the same stuff.
Oof.
You're
You get some Balkan hate in chat.
Yugoslav food. No, they do. They all acknowledge it. I don't know where our Balkan hate is going to come from. But this place bills itself as the House of Chevops.
Amazing.
So naturally, I did not have Chavapi. I had,
Where is House of Chevop Racing? That sounds
Yo,
like a team.
House of
It should be
Chevop
here.
R for R.
Good grief.
We need this. We need this. We have to do this. So the problem was, we were up in at Road America last weekend to cover the June sprints, the SCCA June sprints, with DriversEye Live, and I was going to stop at a Serbian restaurant in Milwaukee. So I had Chavapi on the mind, as you do. So Monday night, to quench that thirst, I made Chavapi at home and Lepinya for the first time. It's a wonderful bread.
What is Chavapi?
It's a spiced meat finger. It's ground meat and plenty of
So it's
spices
sausage.
made into something roughly the length of your index finger. A little bit girthier, but kind of looks like that. Yeah, it's a sausage. And you eat it with Ivar, which is like a roasted red pepper and roasted eggplant spread. It's very, very good. Anyway, so I had it on Monday. Went to dinner last night. It's like, well, how many times can you have Chavapi in the same week? Obviously, that's a concern. I didn't have
It's a
Chavapi
question that needs answering.
at the House of Chevops. Well, the answer is at least 2 nights, because I had leftovers before I came down here as well. So this is the longest anybody has ever discussed Chavapi on a racing broadcast, for sure.
Speaking of
I've never even
Chavapi,
heard of Bosnian
Yes.
food discussed.
the 40 from Rocksteady Racing is back out on track.
What does that have to do with Chavapi, JT?
I just wanted to let you guys know the car.
Oh, thank you.
Back out.
So that Rocksteady car.
Speaking of rocks, by the way, Rockwell Autosport is also out on the track again.
Again, that's not a back. Oh, that was the car that stopped, wasn't it, JT, on the first lap?
Yes, that was
Out on the exit at turn number 8. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm glad we tied that loose end together.
Speaking of tying loose ends together, the barrier seems to be being quite successfully tied
Yeah,
back
they
together.
are doing some.
Oh, look at
Sure
this.
what they're doing over there. I guess.
Maybe there was some fluid that got underneath the tires.
Well, either. Oh, you know what? I was gonna say, I wonder if the impact of the tires let a bunch of water leak out onto the circuit, but
What they're doing
they've
is they're
had a lot of rain here
demonstrating,
lately.
they're demonstrating to us there's a big tailwind on the back straight.
That's a good point. Makes braking for that chicane awfully tricky.
Yeah. Can we
Pick up a
have,
couple
can we
more
have a
track
track
limit
limits?
violations.
Yeah, can we
Yeah.
have a track limits update? Do we have access to that? You know what I mean? That the amount of rubber on that white line and the blue line, it's just I feel like that's going to get really difficult to judge.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, that's your job as a racing driver, is it not?
Well, like I said, most tracks have they're not just paint on an expanse of tarmac. Looking at you, Daytona.
No, nobody thinks that looked good. There's not a soul that thinks it looks good right now.
I'm not even thinking aesthetically. I'm just thinking, as a driver, I don't want to be trying to figure out, did I run over that painted white line with zero sort of physical feedback?
Yeah.
I think yeah.
Ooh, sweeper truck leaving the surface. We've got only one V left down there now. Might be getting close here.
I'm loving how many just wide open shortcuts there are on this track.
Sure. Well, so it's interesting you say that. One of the things
Yeah,
I've been...
that one there. There's one out of turn 2 as well that I really want someone to just, I don't know why. Especially with the way...
7 to 2.
Yeah, particularly
Yeah.
with the way our camera's oriented. It looks like part of the racetrack.
One of the things I'm noticing here is that
There it
the
is.
longer we run under Code 35s, the more clumps of cars we get. And invariably, they're stacked up behind production cars. Right? The idea being those cars won't run at exactly 35 miles an hour because they presumably don't have limiters. As we go back to green,
I was going to say, the drivers are completely in control of this, right?
the other thing is if you cut the chicanes as much as possible, you're running a substantially shorter line, and eventually you're going to get to a position where you can't pass anybody.
Hell yeah. This is the camera.
Yeah,
This is what I want to see.
This is the dawn.
We're going to get a really good look at the NFC repair job as well.
I think so.
Why is this? Oh, well, yeah, this actually is just how slow an MPO1 is on the straight. It can't pass a GP1 car. What have you? Oh, what a move.
Yeah, round the outside. Well, kind
What
of
is
the
it?
inside.
It's
Becomes
more
the
of a-
inside.
More of a dive down the inside of a tricky little chicane there.
It's a bit of a mind trick here because these are normally cars you would expect to see racing each other. Poor position. That Screaming Goat car up till now has been a GTO build.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
And a Mercedes.
Yeah, the Kadistang that we were talking about earlier. That car it's doing Screaming Goat cosplay, but Screaming Goat's also here. So those two cars are very easy to mix up.
Slow NP01 headed into turn 8. It's the 58 once again, the blue car.
That's the damaged car.
We think so.
At least it's before turn 8, so at least they haven't hit that wall again.
Yeah, and it's made it to the apron here as well, rather than parking up on the outside of 8 like it was before. That car is still under power. Very slow, but not. It's not coasting as such.
Wild theory. There's no way it's stuck on a code 35 limiter or something, is there?
It is. You know what, Scott? It looks like it's doing roughly that speed. There, you see it. You see it.
We've seen this in the Jordan. I was going to refer to there. He's not up on the
Jordan have
bank.
experience.
He's not up on the banking though, and I imagine he will make it to the pit lane this time.
I mean, theoretically, you can just use that giant cut behind the bus stop if you're really
Yeah,
worried
then you
about
wouldn't get your lap sword.
True.
Oh, here he comes. Yep. Is he going to pick up a lap penalty here for cutting the chicane? Because that would make all this lack of...
I'll tell you what, from this angle, it looks like everything is a shortcut through that second apex.
That's a lap penalty.
Okay, all right. I think here there's some discretion to be used.
Force majeure.
Yeah. 443 is in the pit lane. That's a Rockwell Autosports development car, and the hood is up, which is very interesting on a Cayman.
As in the front one, correct?
Yeah,
So that would be cooling, possibly.
you would think so. No steam or anything like that, so it doesn't look like it's overheated, to the maximum extent. What is the maximum extent of over a fire, I would assume? But anyway, like I said, no steam, no smoke or anything like that. Oh, you can go hotter than a sauna. Stratus number 60 having a fairly quiet day in GTU at the moment, finds itself in second. This is all kind of the result of some bad luck for the Don Motorsports number 95 having had to pit under the green flag just before code 35.
I was going to say that was before. Yeah, that was before this code 35.
It was. But it's mostly just bad luck.
I think it overlapped the start of the code 35, possibly.
So it may have.
That lap is yellow.
Slightly.
Yeah, that lap is yellow on Race Hero, which means the yellow flag was out at some point during that lap.
I don't know if that was that car's out lap or not.
Oh, sorry.
I don't remember where it's pitted.
I clicked on the wrong car. The 60 may have been caught out. They may have been in the middle of their pit stop when the code 60 came out. No, the Dawn, the lap is green. It also, I think it might have been a long stop as well. 311. Whereas no, maybe not. Yeah, it might have been 30 seconds longer than you'd expect. We'll have to see how long green flag pit stops are later in the race if we ever get any.
This is the kind of the tougher side of code 35s because it disrupts the race less. They tend to get used more often. JT will have historical counts of code 35 usage at Barber that will blow your mind. But it means that you are much less likely to get a full green flag run that results in pit stops. And worse than that, you're less likely to get 2 green flag runs to a pit stop, which is what it takes to calibrate our projection software. So you're kind of reliant on pure observation to figure out,
So what you're saying is using it would be irresponsible.
Maybe here more than most places, yeah. But in any case, it's not that it doesn't matter, but essentially if you can get yourself to the next code 35, you're going to be in great shape. And even if not, I don't know. Barber's roughly the same length track. I think this is 2.25 miles. Barber's 2.3. But we start 50-something cars at Barber. We've got 32 here.
So this is an interesting thing. It's a good point that you want to try and stretch between Code 35s as much as possible. Why did nobody top up at the end of that Code 35?
I don't know that nobody did. I should have paid more attention to who was doing it, because you're right, Scott.
Certainly nobody at the front did.
Yeah, as strategy elements go, I mean, we've seen it at Barber.
NFC came in a second time.
So that, yes, that may have been damage related.
Yeah,
but it's also very possible that was them just paying attention to the strategy more than most. You're right. We've seen races won on strategy calls like that. From memory, 2021 or 22, we were there. I think the Saturday or Sunday race was won by Hammer Motorsports in the Audi RS3 TCR, who changed front tires and topped up at the tail end of a Code 35 in the last sort of hour and 10-minute run to the checkered flag, and it actually ended up winning them the race.
Yeah, it's a good move. I've looked through the whole field because that's one of the advantages of having a small field here.
Yeah.
And NFC was the only car that came in a second time, other than the cars that are having issues towards the back. It's not going to matter much if that car gets the penalty we're kind of expecting, obviously, although it might help them gain back some of that time. But yeah, so I think that's an opportunity missed by most of the field, because especially as it's a yellow flag where the end is quite predictable.
Yeah.
They were fixing a tire barrier. You can kind of see how they're getting on. And it was long enough that that's the other thing. It doesn't matter how little fuel you're using under yellow. It's still some, and coming in the pits under a Code 35 at this track is negative time loss. Unless something was mentioned in the driver briefing where they don't want you coming in more than once, unless you.
No, I mean the rule historically has been if you come in under Code 35, you have to stop. I would look over my shoulder at RJ Till here to get confirmation, but let's get this confirmation from RJ.
As we wait patiently for that, the GTU lead battle is out to 1 minute and 14, and it's between the 59 and the 60, and the Dawn Motorsport car really isn't actually making any inroads on the 60. I think the 60 changed drivers under their pit stop under that yellow flag, which confirmation from Jordan that they did. That makes complete sense, because it did look like that first driver was struggling to get themselves up to. Well, they were struggling to get themselves up to pace ahead of the GTO cars. Sorry, yes, the GTO cars. That's still actually the case. The 89X is just as quick as the 60. So that car actually hasn't picked up a lot of speed, although it is only 2 seconds behind 89X, so it might be able to take. Yeah, the second driver in the car is just exactly the same speed. So it's actually the Dawn Motorsports car is running around quite significantly slower than it was.
Yeah, 131 last time.
Yeah, which is consistent with 31 to 32 since the green flag came out, and that car was doing 27s and 28s.
I'll tell you what, that car is about to go a lap down. The car immediately behind it is the 59. Well, now Harrison's in between, but yeah, it's about to go a lap down.
A minute 24 off the leader.
Yeah. I have the answer, by the way.
Go ahead.
From VPRJ Till. The concept is you have to stop in your box if you come into the pit lane. Service is obviously to some degree required. You can just throw a little bit of fuel in the car, but at the serious discretion, if it's determined that you use the pit lane to make a pass or gain an advantage, that would result in a lap penalty, right? And the idea is there, if you go into the pits behind a car and you come out of the pits ahead of that car, that is very obviously
an advantage.
You're using that to an advantage.
Crash. I don't know what turn this is, but it's one of the Stratus cars.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
This turn, the Stratus car is off to the
there's
right.
another car there. It's the 843 is in there as well from Low Country Motorsports. That car is nosed into the tires. This is which car is this? 50. Oh, it's 60. Okay, yeah, green. You see the green highlights there on the right front corner of the car, and it looks like that bodywork may be dislodged a touch.
The I saw it happening. It was this car was making the pass. Was it for position? Yes, it would have. No, it wouldn't have been because it was behind the 89X car.
It would have been
making
lapping.
It was making the pass between the two apexes where you would normally track out, and I didn't. He's moving. I didn't feel like he tracked out all that much, to be honest. But the cars just kind of met, and it was right front of the GTO car to left rear of the MP01. It's very. Sorry, I'm mentioning iRacing way too much in this broadcast so far, but it was a very iRacing style crash where the car on the inside gets turned outside. You don't see it actually very often in real life. And then he ended up
gets hooked.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Usually it's the car on the outside that bounces off. I thought, oh, this car is messed up. It's big vibrations.
Yeah, I think it's been in the wall actually fairly. Well, you saw it, Scott, but
yeah,
I think it's been fairly hard there.
Yeah, and I think there might be left rear damage. You might have hit that other car. We think it was a low country motorsport car, the
Camaro.
The Camaro.
Yes.
No need. So the low country car presumably has got going again.
It's
Oh no, we are in
not.
35.
We are. Has it
Yeah, we
carried
are.
on?
Well, the Screaming Goat car is certainly still moving slowly.
Well, they sent all the vehicles out. The flat tow, the wrecker, and the ambulance, and that car's moving again. So now they're all just. They did a lap of the turn 3, 4, 5, 6 area.
The low country car is the white, like
White,
almost
orange, and
late
black.
model looking car.
Where is it?
I think.
So it would be turn 6 is where it would be.
Yeah, but I don't see it there anymore. And I'm trying to find it on track, and I don't. Did it take a shortcut somewhere?
No, it's more of a Trans Am looking car.
Yeah, it's a stock car. It looks like a stock car. Yeah, where I lost it.
Have they taken a shortcuts?
That's what I was thinking.
From turn 6, you wouldn't really.
You would just go up the that school chute between 7 and 3, or 7 and 2, I guess. Or you end up in the sequence of hairpins.
It's a maze. Well, I don't think you can.
All right, I'll go ahead and start making some lost posters we can start hanging up.
Ron Hornaday Jr. is lost somewhere in the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Can you find him? WRL children's books.
Maybe he didn't realize that they're reconstructing that part of the track, and it's not. It's not
So
complete.
I was gonna say you'd be into the pit lane here, but now actually I'm not so sure. This is likely to be a quick yellow. GTR 99 has nailed it. They're in. The 60 is in, obviously.
I don't know if it's going to be a quick yellow if we can't find a car.
That's true. And listen, I'm not the expert on finding cars here, but
We're just gonna
Let's say just-
leave the K35 out until we locate this missing car.
this is the worst Where's Waldo book I've ever seen.
Green
Green
flag.
flag.
Yeah, okay.
Is GTR 99 still in the pit?
No, he's made it out.
Oh wow. Okay, great. Let's keep an eye on that because that's a really cool strategy.
Well,
potentially.
so, I think so. I don't know if they didn't top up, did they? At the end of the last one. No.
No. The only car that topped up was NFC.
Yeah,
Well, the only car that came back in, I can't even confirm they topped up.
you would assume.
Yeah. Well, they had damage. This battle is so has Dawn managed to jump
The 59.
the 59?
Yeah, which just puts it back on.
No, yeah. So that puts it. Yeah, it wasn't racing that car.
Well, it's not, but well, I guess it doesn't matter. The only time that's going to potentially come to a head is if we get some thunderstorms this afternoon. In
Right.
which case, you could find yourself in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, like a red flag situation.
Recovery
would want to
from.
be. Yeah, you would want to stay ahead.
Yeah, they're doing tires on that number 60 NP01 at the moment. Looking at the right rear, the right front, and
of
now
course,
just
yeah,
on the nose.
Trying to get my head around that. The car that the 59 was racing was this car.
Yes, correct.
Position. I knew it was near an MPO1, but yeah, it wasn't the 59.
The 701 has returned. Is the a Porsche came in from round 3 racing?
Well, this is good. This means that this MPO1 was only had bodywork damage, presumably.
Well, we think so. Let's wait and see. I think they're going to send it here saying they didn't find anything. Come, send it out, report back. And we've seen this a couple times with the 443 from Rockwell Autosport Development, who is now back in the pit lane as well. They'll tweak something with the hood up.
Looks like the
Bend
driver's
it back
straight
out,
up
see
to
if
speed.
it's fixed.
Yeah, it looks good. He's using 100% throttle, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, about to send it down here into turn 5.
Scene of the crime. Obviously, we'll have to keep an eye on. Depends how draconian they're being with penalties. From the onboard, when I was watching live, it looked like this car may have tracked out into the path of the Camaro. Avoidable contact? Question mark. We'll see what the stewards make of that.
Yeah. Look, turn 5 to 6 transition is not one where you typically poke the nose out and make a pass in the transition.
He was entirely, as in from the onboard, you couldn't see the other car anymore, so he'd got himself ahead.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that you can just assume that car's disappeared.
Exactly. Right.
It is, but there is also room outside of the white lines in inverted there's no track limits there. There is plenty of space on the outside of that beyond the white line that makes the racetrack. So maybe he was just assuming that car would make use of that. An easy assumption, an easy mistake to make, especially if that's a difficult corner. If you're trying to go down the inside of someone, it's very awkward. You end up with a very awkward line for turn. Is it turn 6? Is the second right-hander there? Is it 5 and 6?
It is. Yes.
Yeah. I'll get my head around this track with track numbers. I wish they'd have names. Just give them names.
We could name them.
Oh, I don't think we should take on that responsibility.
I mean, turn 6 isn't going to exist as such. At least for NASCAR here.
There's no
a couple of weeks.
There's not even any sponsors around here, is there? Speedville.
I mean, there's plenty.
Have you seen
we don't have
the
Speedville.
background of this spot?
By the way, speaking of Speedville, the SCCA commentators we worked with last weekend, Brian Polanski and Greg Ginsberg, spent all weekend calling the carousel Speedville. All weekend. Without 100% success rate. We also named the stretch between the exit of the carousel and the kink, we renamed Chipville because of the Mission Foods branding along the crossover bridge there. That we were less successful with, but we did attempt it.
But it's not written.
It just says
Big
Mission
letters.
Foods. Yeah.
I would just expect a lower success rate when you don't have a big written reminder of exactly what you're supposed to say.
Sure,
so
and
that's reasonable.
The code of laws situation there in Chipville is unclear.
Well, this one's back to the
Speedville. You know what? Now that I think about it, didn't they used to call turn 1 the heartburn turn because of the Tons sponsorship there the first year?
Ugh.
I hate it too, to be clear, but I'm pretty sure that was a thing.
Yeah,
A whole leading pack piled in there on a restart.
I'd eliminated that from my memory, thanks.
If you want some truly remarkable corner names, go check out Miller Motorsports Park, where they named everything before. They renamed named the whole track. With every corner, all 24 of them were going to names before the track ever opened. So none of them are organic.
Yeah, one of them is Rattlesnake.
I probably.
I think
seems like a name you would use for a corner in Utah.
Oof, that was optimistic from that BMW there. I think I remember quite liking that. But at least, okay, none of them are. Well, none of them organic, or is that the most organic it could possibly be?
If it's just forced on you.
If it's named before the track, just for that piece of
maybe.
I don't know. I kind of like that.
But who names it then? Is it just the owner or the designer?
Sure.
I mean, letting Alan Wilson name every corner of the track is probably not the right move.
Okay, well, this is starting to sound personal rather than philosophical.
A lot of Alan Wilson tracks that look really similar to each other. That's all I'm saying.
First time I've ever heard this name. So.
Barber, Hit Race, Nola, Miller.
Barber and Miller don't share an awful lot in common, if I'm honest, and I haven't seen either of the other two.
Sure. I mean, the terrain in Utah is very different from the terrain in Alabama. They just accomplish different things, but the idea is the same. Oh, hey, there's a grasshopper up here.
The idea is the same. It's a ribbon of tarmac to race on. How different could it be?
Oh no. Oh, it's trying to get my backpack.
This is where the street circuit feel of this track really is really obvious going through that turn 2 section. You can have really big crashes there as well if you're not patient, because it's not always obvious what other cars are going to do, particularly in a multi-class scenario. So yeah, I've had to have some intakes of breaths already today.
It's kind of similar to the turn 2 to 3 transition at Daytona, where you come out of the S's with the pit exit right there. It's a little bit narrow, but the advantage Daytona has is that turn 3 is a very obvious braking zone, and the passing setup there is very obvious, whereas here, that long 3 to 4 sequence it's not as hard a braking zone, and it's not really as obvious a passing area. And you just don't have enough time to be on the throttle closing the gap to really get fully alongside somebody. Particularly in these cars.
Here's a name I haven't seen before, All-Star Racing.
You have seen before. Well, you didn't do most of 2023 with us.
I didn't.
Yeah, so that car, Steve Park was one of the drivers on that on board that car through the middle part of 2023. Came up and was kind enough to spend some time with us at Daytona on DriversEye Live. Was very excited for the opportunities that car had ahead of it, and then it was not destroyed, but really badly damaged in Akron at VIR the next race. So they spent the better part of a year now repairing that car. Was in GP1. They've decided to run it in GTO this weekend. Johan Schwarz is on that car, in that car. Steve Park.
He's up to 4th in GTO.
Yeah, it's a great run. And I think I'm right in saying is the first non-GT4 car in the running there.
Yep, you are right.
Yeah. Actually, I can
in GTO.
Yeah. Oh, well,
depends
the
on
Camaro.
Rockwell. Oh yeah.
Oh wow. Oh yeah.
Oh, and Rockwell. Yep. You're right.
That Ford Mustang's a GT4. That's cool.
It is.
Yeah,
it's a new one too.
I was going to say I don't think we've seen any of the new Mustangs debut here yet, have we?
You mentioned
the WRL. I'm not sure. Let me check.
I don't remember seeing one, but my memory's not trustworthy.
Any of the
you
Mustang
mentioned that
Challenge cars have made it.
You mentioned that low country's not.
I did.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
I did. Yeah. I still have no idea where that car's ended up.
So the car was at Road America. I'm not sure if it was this specific, if it was a GT4, but Road America, they did have a 24 Mustang.
The car is sporting Kenda Tires branding.
Still, it's not open tires anymore, is it, in GTO?
GTO is.
Oh, it is, okay.
It's only the production classes. GP 1, 2, and 3 are all sporting tires from our friends at Continental Tire.
Continental Tire.
Kenda.
So I go through seasons of listening to Dinner with Racers. But most recently on a road trip for one of these races, I listened to Larry Holt's series of episodes. Fascinating individual.
Yes.
So I used to really not care for Multimatic because I didn't think they did a great job with the initial Mazda prototype program, which I realized wasn't entirely their fault. Using a rough old engine that really wasn't ever meant to go racing, and a really old Lola chassis that just clearly was not up to task.
How much did they have to do, if anything, with the Riley LMP2?
It was, Riley Multimatic. I don't know if
that's a stain on anyone's history as well.
That didn't come up in the podcast, but the original Daytona prototype did.
Oh right. That's also put that in the list of things that aren't their fault.
Sure. Fascinating individual. Very old. But it made me actually quite a fan of what Multimatic does. Very interesting. I know they've been involved in a lot of projects. The Ford GT, obviously the new Ford Mustang series of race cars, the GT3, the GT4s. Yeah, Larry's a fascinating individual, and was very honest in his interviews about some of the stuff that has gone on in both his history and in Multimatic's history. Very frank discussion on the Grand Am accident that took the life of Jeff Clinton in 2002, which is not something it happened and then was never brought up again.
I don't think I've ever heard about that.
Yeah, so Ryan Eversley was a crew member on that team. It was Archangel Motorsports. And asked Larry about it. He didn't seem like he really wanted to talk about it, but once it got going, he just kind of spilled everything. And really just fascinating discussion into, to some degree, the darker side of motorsports. I think it's also a very realistic side of motorsports and some of the things that can happen. Not just the accident itself, but the follow-on from the accident, the legal challenges and everything. It was really, really good stuff. And gave me a lot of respect for what Larry Holt and Multimatic do. And to that, to tie it back into the Ford Mustang, it's great to have continued representation by Ford and Ford adjacent brands in the World Racing League. FPRS has been running cars in WRL now for years. As long as we've been around, I think FPRS Ford Performance Racing School has been entering race cars. And it's always something newer, bigger, faster, cooler. Every now and then they'll bring a general production car to throw in there as well, but it's awesome that they've got a WRL spec GT4 car ready to go for us here this weekend. Things slowing down on the track limits front at the moment. The 99 has picked up a track limits warning at turn 7. How does that work? Can we get a shot at turn 7 here, Jordan?
Turn 7. This is it. The one with the cones on the inside, or is the previous?
No, it's the one further back. But I don't know
this corner.
Yes.
Yeah. How do you get?
That's
there.
That feels like a typo.
Well, so that blue line
should
does
be
extend
self-piecing.
further out, right? Like it doesn't follow the tarmac edge, obviously. But man, it is really hard to see where that blue line is. It's covered in rubber.
Which is that part? Yeah, what, the one on the inside?
Yeah,
is that being policed? I assumed that would be
yes,
like the
I
exit.
so.
Oh, it is. Okay,
Yeah,
well, yeah, that's fine.
I believe
Then.
so. If we take a look at the supplemental regulations,
I've seen a lot of cars cutting that really tight. That's actually possibly the best example of what I was talking about earlier, with where these lines are getting rubbered in so much you can't really see them. But I just assumed that was fair game. Because it's not really an advantage. The grass kind of restricts you from going too far. Yeah, come on. Yeah. I don't know about that.
I just don't know how you police that.
I don't know why you'd police that. Here's another. Yeah, this is.
But so here's the other thing. As I've said a couple of times today already, you've got a concrete wall staring you on the other side, so you're going to hug the inside line there as much as you can,
unless you're the 58,
and make a proper arc back out onto the oval.
Like that track corner is so tricky. We talked about it earlier. I would call that a safety thing. Like if you're gonna have to passing a lower class car through that section, it's safer to just cut that white line or that blue line than to try and squeeze that car to stay on the track and you both end up in the wall. I don't know about that. If that's what that track limits violation's for.
So
I actually like, because if you look at turn 8, which I assume turn 8 is the one after that, what is that line? Just why are we not policing that line? We're going to police the one in 7.
They blacked it out.
Well, the one in the previous corner is blacked out now with rubber. But...
With rubber, no. Hey, look, I think that's a completely fair point. And we're armchair stewarding this a little bit.
A lot.
Yeah, completely.
That's exactly what we're doing.
But there is a certain practicality to it, where you're watching cars, run similar lines lap after lap. You put yourself in the driver's seat, and say, what is the behind the wheel experience here, and what is worth and is not worth policing?
NFC needs to pick up a yellow sponsor, because I actually prefer it.
It's really nice.
It's a better looking livery with that yellow on the front.
Here it comes.
Not that it's an ugly car to begin with, but that really
Look, I mean,
That
you
looks
could
really good.
get rid of the green, replace it with some purple, and you could have a Mark VDS Mercedes.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh, love Mark VDS.
Yeah, but I don't think they have any blue on the car.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, you'd have to replace a couple colors, actually.
You have to replace the entire livery.
Yeah, so what if you just stripped off the entire livery? and replaced it with
Just
something
try
else?
this instead. Nice little slide there from the 95.
469
like I
into
said,
the
it's got,
paddock, by the way. The,
What's that?
The red 469 into the paddock. It's a red Rapscallion MX-5.
Good. Oh wait.
No, it's not good. It's into the paddock.
Whoa!
So-
What is that line from that?
I was just,
Oh, hey. No, is that
Just inventing
the
his
40?
own track and almost wiping out Screaming Goat. And there's
that is
This-
the 40 that had a little bit of difficulty.
Oh, is PC slow here?
I hope not. They were catching Screaming Goat.
No, I think they would just. I think that's
Okay.
the thing. They're pushing pretty hard and they skip the chicane. It's a bit of a joke, to be honest. This
So
chicane.
the 469 had been missing on track for a bit.
So somebody had
They went to
suggested-
find the low country car.
Somebody had suggested previously that they should just put some cones out there at the apex and basically just say if you hit a cone, you get a track limits violation, and that's it.
Well, then you'd be replacing the cone every 2 seconds.
Sure, but it might make drivers a little less.
Here's an idea. What if there was a curb there?
So that's the problem is when you run the Roval here, they don't want to put the curbs in. So like Daytona is going to have this issue upcoming, right? Because presumably they're going to take the curbs out when they test on the oval or race on the oval, and then have to bolt them all back in whenever somebody runs the road course.
Imagine having to bolt some curbs down.
Sure, but my point is,
I
this
watched
place is 3/4 of a mile from every NASCAR shop. Well, not every, but Hendrick's right behind us, and it's 15 miles from every other NASCAR shop.
Yeah.
So this place, I'm going to assume, is going to get used a lot more frequently for oval. Although Ford, runs here a lot with their the performance racing sports on site.
That's
So
That's a 10-minute job, bolting down some curbs. Like, I watched a short on the IMSA YouTube channel last night of Marshall Pruitt talking through bolt-on technology and the innovations at Watkins Glen with their new curbs. Apparently, bolt-on technology is an innovation. these
Nope.
days.
Imagine having bolts.
Yeah, but
Well, I
imagine-
mean, it's to make sure that race cars don't, remove these.
Sure.
I mean, there is a bit more involved.
There's a small amount of engineering that needs to go in. Yeah. I'd argue if we could do like Mach 3 back in the 70s, I think we can figure out how to bolt down some curbs so some cars don't rip them up. I don't really buy that. I think I imagine it might be a safety thing where if somebody, a WRL driver in a little bit in over their head, ends up doing what that Mazda just did and approaching that chicane way too quickly and ending up on the wrong line and hits a big curb at ridiculous speed from a weird angle, it could be a safety issue.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's the only reason I would think to remove them. But I think we can do bolt-on curbs these days.
So the other side of this is at a place like Daytona, the chicane kind of gives you enough leeway there to come to a stop and then continue. Here, the chicane's a little bit tighter. Like we said, everything's compressed a bit.
I think the NASCAR rule is you have to stop in the chicane.
It is, but yeah.
And those cars don't stop any easier than these.
That's very true. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I don't know how close. I don't have the. Maybe somebody can provide a link. I don't have the race control logout, but I don't know whether those guys skipping the chicane. Oh, that Mazda almost got a tank slapper into outside wall there. I don't know if these chicane skips have been policed so far very much.
Well, when the 92 bypassed the chicane, they did lose a lap.
That's
Yes.
serial offender though. This one, right?
64 was the big one earlier. That seems to have resolved itself. Speaking of resolutions, the 123 has issued a 2-lap penalty for the avoidable contact with the 444 down at turn 3.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Yep, that was the code 35 we saw with the associated tire barrier repair about an hour ago.
Yep, our second code 35.
Yeah, almost effect. There was also a note in the race control log that after the contact with the 60 and the 843, the 843 says updated, no impact with the barrier, which is odd because that car then immediately went missing, like actually missing.
Out of realm.
I'm convinced that car.
Alt F4.
It's not in the
Continued
environment.
and-
It's been towed beyond the environment. Well, the front fell off. Yeah, I don't know where that car is, obviously, but it's been stated that it didn't actually hit anything other than the 60,
It's really
which
weird,
may have been the problem.
it's also not. It's not in the pits, according to Race Hero. Like,
No, it never came back across start finish. So either it made it
It's out
around
there
to one
somewhere,
of the
Brent.
cuts. I
Really?
suppose it's
Yeah.
also possible it made it around, but like
well, no,
I
because then it would
spent
have
a lot
triggered.
of time looking at it.
It would have triggered the pit entry on Race Hero if it had done that, wouldn't it?
I don't think there's a pit entry. Is there a pit entry?
Well, Rapscallion's listed as in the pits right now.
Yes. Oh no, but they wouldn't
469.
have come
But
across
they
start
had been
finish.
they had
yeah.
been salmon for a while.
Oh, 24. Yeah. So that's actually them coming back out.
Oh, okay.
Or
yeah.
is
So
that-
it's only at start finish that it triggers the pit loop. So it's possible it went back into the paddock. The problem is, as soon as all the emergency vehicles left the scene, I started, picking out every car doing 35 miles an hour around the banking, and I could not find that Camaro to save my life.
No, I think by that time it already made it back.
But I didn't lose track of it for that long. I mean, I guess it's likely, but it's way funnier to just assume it evaporated.
Low Country is definitely hiding out there somewhere.
We're starting to pick up these track limits violations at an increased rate here. For those of you following along with the race control log, I don't want to turn this into a track limits podcast, but you know what?
Oh,
Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny how every time track limits are an issue, it seems to be the only thing the commentators talk about?
Sorry. I'll qualify that. I kind of do, but only because of how it's going to affect this race. Because the penalties are going to end up being draconian, and it could get quite entertaining. Track limits as a thing is like whatever the rules say is what the rules say.
Yeah, sure.
You don't.
Yep, I like it.
We don't need to debate that. It's like a track can do whatever they want with their track limits, just within safety, restrictions. I'm interested in tracking track limits for this race because it's clearly going to have a big effect on things eventually as they start to build up. These are by far the biggest track limit penalties any series has.
And look, I have no problems with it because it's the same for everybody.
Yeah, exactly. These are the track limits thing. It's just you make the rule, and as long as it's policed consistently, then the rule is the rule.
Yeah. Around the outside of is that the zebra racing?
It is.
Number 325?
It's pronounced zebra, but yeah.
Wait, what?
With that spelling, maybe.
Wait, what? XEPA, zebra.
Yep.
Phantom R's. 89X ever so slightly catching the number 95 of Dawn Motor. Actually, I think that's come the other way, hasn't it? 95 was behind the 89X after that first round of pit stops under the code 35 because it was a green flag pit stop. Yeah, jumped up to second on lap number 65. So 89X just marginally quicker last time around.
Seeing these, sorry, go ahead, JT.
I was just saying that the 60 did have to come back down pit lane to get that minor repair.
Should also be approaching a round of pit stops for everybody bar the GTR 99, I think.
Watching these MPO ones have to deal with traffic where they're having to kind of really dive into some of these awkward corners like turn one.
Oh, we're gonna go
three
wide.
wide.
Hell yeah.
Nice. He really hasn't got a choice. But seeing them having to dive into these awkward corners like turn one, where you're not really sure if the car ahead's going to go for the apex or not. But they have to do it because it's the only places they can overtake. And you certainly can't go around the outside of a corner like that. It's really, things are. I think I think this would be a much, much trickier race if this was a big field where they had to deal with a lot of traffic. But yeah, as things are, they're having a really hard time with even just the 25 or so cars they're having to overtake. Well, I guess, because a lot of them are GTO.
By the comparison with Daytona, just kind of compressed down, is, I think, really evident there. So at a place like Daytona, you have the long run from 3 to 5 where you can make a pass in the infield, right? You've got the kink there that's, nearly flat out, probably for a GTO car, maybe for a GTU car, maybe for a GTO car. But you've got, I don't know, is that maybe a quarter mile or so, maybe a little longer, where you can stretch the legs of your car and get to the braking zone, a good braking zone at 5 to execute the pass. That run from 4 to 5 here, that little short back straight, is not that long. You really don't have time to wind the car up, and that's that dive you were talking about, Scott, where you really got to angle the corner or square the corner off and come back in the throttle early to have any chance of making the move by the time you get to 5, which really isn't much of a braking zone at all.
So you say the track limits stuff is coming in regularly. An awful lot of it is no action needed. I'm seeing another one pop up as I'm speaking.
Yeah, there's no warning there.
I'm eagerly awaiting whether this is a no action needed or a warning.
Another one at turn 7, by the way, which I find, again, fascinating.
They have named 2 of the corners. Oh, there's a warning this time. For the 333.
3, yep. Good shot at the front end of 392 here.
But yeah, they in case you didn't know what a BMW looks like, they have named 2 corners on the track. We've got back chicane and front chicane.
Yeah.
Rather than numbers.
These cars are a lap apart, by the way, despite them being both GP1 cars. The Screaming Goat has just put the 392 a lap down relative to itself. And the PC Racing BMW is going to show the nose here.
Yeah, this is Harrison.
Look at how much time
himself.
Yeah, but look at how much time it costs the 392 just peeking out a line and showing the nose.
Well, I think there's an element here of like these 2 cars are in the same class because they've got the same power to weight, but I'm not sure they have the same power and weight, because it looks like the BMW behind is making big gains on the straight, whereas Screaming Goat is driving away in the corners.
Well, remember that Screaming Goat car is typically a GTO car. So they've added a ton of weight and taken a bunch of power out of it.
But the power, taking
also,
the power out seems quite obvious from
those
what we're seeing.
E46s are probably a fair bit lighter than the E90 or 92, I guess, for Harrison. The base chassis.
Yeah, it does. It's got the look of.
Same thing with PC here.
Got a look of
Really?
Screaming Goat being underpowered for the power to weight, which obviously is why they're then quicker in the corner. Put in a lot of space into that following car now, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, driver's skill, driver confidence can have a lot to do with that as well.
Mm-hmm.
PC Racing has done a really, really nice job to manage the gap up to the Screaming Goat car. They are in the same lap, but I fear that the 44's lost a fair bit of time tucked in behind that number 392, and this is going to cost it. It may double this margin by the time it gets back to start-finish here. A really good run from PC, by the way, as well. That's a new car. The old 44 we've seen time and time again be really quick, set a good qualifying time, and run well for about 3 laps. Sometimes fewer than that before it ends up with some kind of mechanical issue. But that I think everybody's kind of realized that car's time has come. I had wondered, Ryan, this would be a good time to have Ryan West, because he's had a lot more conversations with people in the know than I have over the last couple of months, being that I haven't been at a WRL race since Eagles Canyon 5 months ago. Oh, 40 again.
Is that same one? Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
I'm having a hard time with that chicane.
Anyway, I thought the GTR 99 Embry was going to be sold to somebody. And in my head, it was PC Racing who had bought it, and they were going to run that car in GP1. But it doesn't look like the old GTR car used to look. So I'm actually not sure. But if somebody knows, throw it in the YouTube chat there, please. And hello to all of you who are following along. Scotty Elkins. I don't know why Scotty's not here. Doesn't seem to be doing anything mini-moto. Oh, no. Radar. Good looking weather there.
Greenville, South Carolina area. I hope you got your rides in today. It's looking like it's going to get a bit spotty.
Wow, that is Spartanburg erasure, sir.
Huh?
You can't reference Greenville and not reference Spartanburg.
You can. Yeah.
You can't.
You're interested in Furman University or that?
Furman?
Yeah. Right. I got that right.
Yeah.
Yeah. My cycling team is based there. It's a bit of a hub. Greenville, South Carolina.
Didn't they? Wofford's in Spartanburg, is it not? Wofford.
The Denny's headquarters is in Spartanburg.
Is that right?
Yeah, we used to. There's a crit there the day before Athens, which we race around the Denny's headquarters.
The 3 fast guys in Denny's headquarters, obviously.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, the more you know. Love that we're having all the South Carolina talk.
Yeah, well,
in North Carolina.
Yeah, I spent a year being quite South Carolina centric. Travelers Rest, just north of Greens, off Augusta, South Carolina.
Is that like Southwest South Boston, North Carolina? Or no, Virginia. It'd be Virginia. Well, that's what we started calling Danville, was Southwest South Boston. I guess this would be North Rock Hill, right? To some degree.
Yeah.
Northeast Rock Hill, North Carolina.
Well, Rock Hill, South Carolina.
Well, so it'd be North Rock Hill, South Carolina, North Carolina. I think, right?
Sure.
This could get really messy in a hurry.
I'm here for it.
2.5 hours in, fully in podcast mode on DriversEye Live. Really finding a rhythm here.
It's a 2-lap gap now for the lead. Dawn Motorsports has got the top 2 GTU cars out in front of the field. Did the 58 hasn't come back out again, has it?
So, as far as I can tell, the 59 is the only car that hasn't been hit. Well, the only car running at leader pace that hasn't been hit by some type of unfortunate luck or trouble.
You're watching the World Racing League.
Sure are. 16. Thanks, Jordan. This is the World Racing League on DriversEye Live.
Does it need
I think the 59 hasn't been hit by any type of trouble, right? It hasn't. The 95.
The 95 hasn't really.
Well, no, but it lost time to a green flag pit stop.
Yeah, it's lost more time due to pace. Like it's
Sure.
It's 2 laps behind now because the second stint has not been as fast as the first one.
My point was going to kind of be that the 89X, which leads GTO at the moment, really... Sorry, we're 3 wide into turn 1 there with the 99 showing the nose on the one of the AOA cars.
What's going on with the light there? Was that weird?
What light?
Can we go back to the previous camera shot? That, at the exit of the chicane and up the grandstand.
There's just no clouds there. The sun?
Are
you talking about the sun?
But is that what that is? It's very
Yes.
obvious.
I know you haven't lived in Connecticut for some time, Scott.
Well,
And anyway, JT is the one who lives in the Pacific Northwest.
I grew up in England.
No, that's fair.
That would be the obvious reference.
Yeah, that's fair.
No, cool. Yep, sure.
Anyway, I'm gonna get this thought out.
I
The
thought
89X
it was a big cloud of smoke at first. That's why I was.
That's fair. It did look like a big patch of oil dry from the monitor I'm watching right here. Anyway, the 89X hasn't really lost any time. It's just not been as quick as the Stratus car. Particularly that 59.
The 60's just set a 28.0, which is way quicker than anyone else is going right now. Third place car in GTU.
Yep, recovery drive coming from that car.
Yeah, what happened?
I say recovery, it's only the 7th.
Yeah, but that was the car that incident hasn't been investigated.
Well, it's being investigated, it hasn't been resolved.
I don't see the number 60 anywhere on the
At
1150.
1150. Car numbers. I don't
843 and 60.
Oh, okay. There's a second column. Sorry. Yeah, I was only looking at the yeah, car number. Yeah, got it. Under investigation, but then what's the row straight underneath? Just the 843 impact. What does the impact DL mean?
Driver's license.
Impact driver's license.
Okay, cool.
This is where we teach Scott how to read a spreadsheet.
I can read a spreadsheet. I just can't interpret it.
Can you? Yeah, doctor. I think that qualifies you to run the Liberty Auto.
I was
doesn't
just
it?
thinking that.
Yeah.
Like, so how long until you go run the chef steak?
I don't know. They had a lot more flexes than I can.
You may be too young as well.
Yeah.
I'd hope so.
So, skiing up GP2.
Uh-oh.
Chattanooga has been doing fantastic today. They've got a nice, healthy gap over Rapscallion. Mainly because not only have they had the good pace in that class, they've also had no trouble. I need to dive into the issue of why they've changed their name both on the entry list and on timing and scoring.
I believe it's because their old name didn't fit.
Because
Cat T-Wagen M-Shaft?
Yeah, so both the entry list and timing and scoring have that, but that used to not be the case.
I think it's just to make it fit. Because it used to just say Chattanooga Tourenwagen.
Hell yeah, here comes Liberty.
We're back.
Liberty.
Back, bring you some sound of freedom.
Coming up to 4th of July here, aren't we?
Yeah.
Look at this trap.
Independence Day, Mr. Michaels.
You just called me a doctor, and now you call me Mr. Michaels. What's
That's
going
true.
on? Mr. Michaels is
Also
my
teaching you how to read a spreadsheet, so.
Mr. Michaels is my dad. Thank you. I know how to read a spreadsheet. I just don't know what DL
Or
stands
Sam. I guess Sam could be Mr. Michaels as well.
for. Who I think may have failed to qualify for
Oh, no.
IndyCar race. He doesn't seem happy.
Do you get bumped out of a different, into a lower group if you...
No,
I don't know how the
it's
qualifying situation works there.
40 cars, 33 make the field.
Oh, interesting. But that doesn't make any... They don't run a consolation grid for...
Do they run a consolation
7
race for the
cars.
Indy 500?
Yeah, but my point is, if you're in a certain group, is it based on... I assume it's based on iRating.
No,
Oh, boy.
this is an invitational league.
Oh, got it. How many... Go ahead.
Did they really? Is
Consolation
that
race in the
broadcast
Brickyard
anywhere?
400.
I want to watch that after this race is over. That sounds amazing. Amazing. I was going to say, did they run any consolation races for any NASCAR races through the 90s or early 2000s? But yeah, apparently just one.
Am I reading these messages right, that the groupings are based on first name alphabetical?
That is what I'm reading.
Is that what that says?
But that doesn't make sense because
Imagine running production
Sam's in,
classes.
Sam's in the same group as a guy whose name begins with E, so I don't get that.
E. Sam Michaels. You like,
When our podcasting is something completely,
yeah, not even about the race. Yeah.
not even about this series,
Anyway,
not even about real life.
We do have. It's true. It's not even about real life. Period.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, we've got pit stops happening. Kingpin is in, which is not immediately important because that car missed the first few laps. Was late, actually late starting the race. All-Star Racing is in, the number 5, just ahead of the number 44 from PC Racing, which is probably the most significant out of any of these. And it's second place. It was second place car in GP1.
Maybe the more significant thing for PC Racing is, well, how long do pit stops take?
We're finding out.
They were only a couple seconds behind Screaming Goat.
They're actively fueling the car at the moment, so I don't think there's any issues. This all appears to be business as normal.
Maybe I just have a timing thing. I show Scrimmy Goat on 77, PC's on 75, presumably behind the timing line. So they
are,
will be
yeah.
76 when they cross, but
That's actually very interesting, JT, because there goes Goat to complete 78. This is 3 laps they've been in the pits. For 4.5 minutes? That's not right. Oh, you know what? They've got
so it would be 2 laps.
They've got the boot open on the car, which I hadn't. I just saw somebody there. It looked like they were fueling it. Now the rear deck lid is up. Bruce Innovations, the 3 is in. The All-Star car is still stationary as well. That one's lost about 2 laps now. Have I mentioned how much I love this track?
You actually haven't.
Thoroughly enjoy it. I had really high hopes for this when it was announced in the schedule last year, and I know there were concerns about how many entrants we were going to get. It's a tight oval. It's in the heat of summer in Charlotte. But when the Daytona date got canned, Daytona Gate. Well, to some degree, it is Daytona Gate. Have you seen the pave job? I had really high hopes that a bunch of cars would be turned up here because, well, we can't run Daytona. I've heard concerns that the walls are a little close for most people's liking.
Yeah.
But it is
Here.
racing.
Right.
Yeah, here. It is still racing. And you know what? I get that there's not much margin for error, but at some point you just, get on with it and accept the track for being what it is.
Yeah, I mean, we're very much not trying to crash cars in WRL to begin with.
Exactly.
So the walls just are going to make drivers slightly more aware of the consequences.
Yeah.
So I don't see that necessarily as a bad thing.
Yeah, and if anything, everybody drives more conservatively as a result, which in turn reduces theoretically anyway, reduces contact. Like I think there are a lot of
top
cases,
speeds are way down, so
for
like
sure.
yeah, like
I
the
think there
really
are-
bad consequences are much lower.
There's a lot of cases to be made for, hey, just show up and get it done. I turned up here on Thursday afternoon and got into the infield, and just everything is right in front of me. Right, there's nothing way off in the distance. There's nothing. Oh, we're just full throttle for 3/4 of the lap. It is a proper track. It just happens to be stuffed into the infield of a 1.5-mile oval. And
So glad they're in the process of rebuilding it.
well, they're just tweaking the layout slightly. I mean, it's not. They're not getting rid of.
They're kind of getting rid of a lot of the interesting part of the layout, but.
I agree, but my guess is they're trying to create a better passing zone at the hairpin there by the Sunoco fuel sign. That's just kind of my guess, because I think NASCAR does stuff like that. But I think as a driver's track, this layout is one of the best of the available infield road courses in the United States. And I went and had dinner with a buddy of mine on Thursday night, and SCCA flag chief. I said, why can't we get like SCCA to do a majors or something like that here, man? Like it looks great on camera. It's great for people to just stand around and watch racing if you're waiting for, your run group to come out.
Leader's in.
The leader is in, that's number 59. And it doesn't make sense to me. It really is, as facilities go and as racetracks go, I think just hugely underrated.
I think you might be going quite a little bit the other way, but yeah.
As in over the top about it.
Yeah, I mean, I assume it's quite an expensive place to rent out.
It's an expensive place to rent, but it's not like it's an expensive place to get to. Right? So if it's going to cost you the same as it does, or similar to what it does to run a 12 or a 14-hour race at Daytona, which we already do, unless you're, well, I guess it depends on where you're based, but for a lot of the teams that are based in the Midwest, it's way closer than Daytona is.
Well, yeah, and it's not like it's the track out, in the middle of nowhere. You're in a major city. You've got lots of hotel options, which is going to be relatively on the cheaper side, just because there's so many options. Lots of food. It seems like a good place for a race.
Yeah, for sure. It's a motor racing hub there for sure. Certainly of the east of America.
I
if not
believe
whole
the official phrase is America's home for racing.
country. Sigh.
It's also that, and there's racing, then there's Roval.
Yeah, I've been avoiding talking about America's home for racing.
Oh,
Sigh.
sorry, the 59 is slow coming out of the pit lane. It's in the pit exit lane, the original turn 1 there. It is not fast. Alarm center. I don't see alarm, but it's not doing any more than 30 miles. Now it's starting to pick up speed. So that wasn't a
Just rejoining the racetrack in a safe manner.
I mean,
Making sure it's all about safety. It's making sure there was a gap. No, yeah, that did look suspicious.
It was not just doing 35 miles. I was doing like
Did-
15.
So on our screen, the onboard, like the bit where you can see the driver, is covered by the tower.
Yeah.
Did anyone spot whether the driver was doing anything?
I did not.
Maybe he had a iRacing track cut time penalty, and he had to.
We'll see if I can find that on YouTube and rewind it. Talk amongst yourselves.
Oh, and we are live.
Doing it live.
A friend of DriversEye Live, Greg Ginsburg, showed up. One of our SCCA
The
Supercharger
driver was adjusting his seatbelts.
Ah,
Interesting. So is that car gonna come back in and nope. Carries on around the banking.
I think the driver change went on longer than anything else in the pit stop, and it didn't look like the driver was getting comfortable easily. He was told to turn the engine on long before he'd strapped up his belts.
Car does not appear to have an active roof light that those NPO ones are typically required to run.
How many penalties are we trying to get this car?
Well, none. It's one of those things that you look at, you expect to see certain things out the window and say, oh, well, that's not exactly right. What's going on there?
Yeah, he was never up to pit lane speed. The whole time he had his hands off the wheel, adjusting his belts, then had to go around the corner, and then took his hands back off the wheel, obviously not accelerating, still trying to get the belts tight,
Why would you leave the pit lane? Right? Like, if your belts aren't tight, why would you not
It's definitely not a tightness thing, it's a comfort thing. I don't think he was playing well with the head and... do they use hands devices?
Oh, yeah.
But like the actual brand is... I
don't know exactly the brands, but... Maybe.
Whatever. Oh, okay. Jordan confirms it's a... how do you have all this information?
The professor.
It's a hands device because he was watching. Yeah, that's what it was. Trying to see if...
Low card on the bet. Is that the 701? I think it is.
I think so, yeah. Which they've been out for a while, running pretty well.
Slower on the banking, up to speed there through the chicane, and is on the banking as opposed to the apron, headed around oval 3 and 4 there.
I think the Stratus driver eventually got their belt sorted. Seems to be fine now. Obviously, that means it shouldn't be a recurring issue.
Approaching the end of hour number 3 here.
Considering you get warnings and penalties for visor up during the pit stop, I wonder about leaving your belt without your seatbelt.
It's not just that, Scott. And again, not saying why would you leave your pit stall without the belts undone. From a safety perspective, obviously that's a huge issue. But then he spent that whole length of time trundling down the pit lane at 15 miles an hour with his hands off the wheel. Like, surely you're better off just getting yourself situated while the car is stationary and then picking up and doing 35 until, the end of the speed limit.
Sure, I mean, you'd have to assume. Firstly, it's difficult to make decisions during a motor race.
And they might not have foreseen it would take that long.
Yeah, that was my second point, JT, is that he may have thought, I'm just one pull away from getting
It's
this
a
right.
quick fix. Why is this not being quick? Oh my god, why is this taking so long? Really?
Sure,
Yeah,
and look, you're in the lead car as well, so there's probably some, whether justified or not, there's a little bit of pressure there, right? Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, you don't want to be losing a lot of time on your stint.
In any case, that car's gone in and come out without losing the lead. It's a 1:17 margin back to the 89X Motorsports Aston Martin.
Yeah, that's the point we didn't really mention. That car had a 2-lap lead, so
No.
wasn't in any huge amount of danger. It is if it starts racking up penalties, because you lose laps pretty quickly that way. But even then, clearly has pace on the field. Dawn Motorsports has just made their pit stop as well. Stretch that out. So this will be interesting. Obviously, GTO cars can run slightly longer than GTU cars on fuel. So, but if we don't get a code 35, GTO cars are going to be in reasonably soon. And the second place car in GTO right now is GTR 99, who took a splash on the last code 35, which happened 6 or 7 laps after the end of the previous one, and then there were 5 laps running around under yellow. So that car's going to be able to run around for a good 10 minutes, maybe even more, longer than 89X. Obviously, if they then get a code 35 timed well, doesn't necessarily have to be on this round of pit stops, but on a later one, could end up, that would be enough jump. I imagine that'd be enough to jump the 48 odd second gap they've got between 89X and themselves. That car's just the fact that car's running second in GTO they've moved up really well from earlier on in the race. That car was much more down towards the back end of the top 10. Obviously, we've had issues for the NFC Motorsports car, and Low Country Motorsports has disappeared off the face of the earth. So that will be why they've moved up, and then they've passed Dawn Motorsports, which is obviously not in their class. But I think they've overcome FPRS and All Star Racing on pace since we were talking about them earlier on in the race. So good run for ITR 99, really coming through the field. Whether they've got enough to pass 89X and then who's gone salmon and actually lost the lead now, so I'm assuming they're in bits. Yeah, whether they're able, GTR 99 is able to overcome 89X and stay ahead of NFC as they come forward, we'll have to see.
The number 44 PC Racing BMW has been pushed to the garages.
Yeah.
At the same time, the 29 is in, the 522 is in, the other protagonists at the moment in GP1. 89X is in, that's your GTO race leader. Erstwhile GTO race leader. GTR 99
Yellow
has taken over, and we go code 35.
So,
this
couple
is
minutes
exactly...
ago, we did have a report of the 55 AOA making contact with the turn 3 wall. It did continue, but I've yet to see if there was any damage to the tire barrier. I'm wondering if that may be the reason why. No, looks relatively okay.
This is exactly what GTR 99 was looking for, by the way. 89X has just pitted under green, and now they get to pit under code 35. 89X also getting held up by a safety vehicle on pit lane exit there. So they did get some of their pit stop done under code 35, but I don't think it was very much of it.
We're looking for a yellow MX-5.
Yeah, we believe... Oh, no, so these vehicles are going counter race. Oh, he's in the wall at just before the bridge.
Okay. It was reported to continued, but now it says stopped, so...
Do we have that bridge camera there? Or any, well...
It's a bridge?
Yeah, the Bank of America bridge.
It'll be off to the right side of camera then. Will we have an onboard of anybody that is headed that direction? Yeah, maybe not. Well, it's obvious that it made impact anywhere. Okay, Jordan's saying it's out over there. Yeah, okay, and it's been in the wall over there. So we'll let them work on the recovery efforts for that car. In the meantime, Scott, I think you were about to make a point about the
GTR.
The GTR car. While most of the GTO field, as a matter of fact, having not been into the pits yet, except for the race leader.
Yeah,
The car who's been the race leader anyway.
I think I did make the point, but yeah, I'll reiterate. GTR 99 should be able to gain quite a lot of time on 89X because they were able to stay out an extra lap and wait for this Code 35. I don't know where they are on track. You might be able to locate them, Brendan. But yeah, they should get their entire pit stop done under Code 35.
Absolutely, yeah.
But as you say, it's what GTR 99 wanted versus 89X, but not the rest of the field. Like, they could have done with a couple more laps to get their entire field in, and then be the only ones who benefit. But if they're going to get a benefit on anyone, you'd want it to be the only car ahead of you. So yeah, we'll see just how this plays out when 99 gets around.
So 99 is in the pit lane.
It's definitely a leaf blower. It's just drivers getting hot. It's a hot day.
Oh, yeah, and it is pointed at the driver. Oh my goodness, I've never.
Did that guy just take his balaclava and just decide that's not necessary, or what? Was it? Why were you wearing it in the first place?
Assuming they had topped off on fuel earlier, but since they're no longer fueling,
GTR 99 is rolling. 89X is just coming up to pit entry as we speak.
Oh, so 99's already done its pit stop.
Yep.
Okay,
yep,
so they're going to take the lead out. Yeah, it's a shorter pit exit than the racetrack. So definitely going to be. That's interesting because there was a 50-second gap under green, and 89X managed to get some of its, at least the pit exit, done under Code 35. So it didn't even lose a full green flag pit stop's worth of time, and yet they're still going to be overcome by GTR 99. GTR 99 might even be ahead of Stratus. Oh, they were ahead anyway of Stratus 60, weren't they?
Stratus 60 is in the pit lane now.
Oh, they're in the pits too. Okay.
Yeah. So 89X has come through as well. So the Stratus cars, incidentally, are the only cars that are beyond start finish.
Oh.
So for everybody other than Stratus, their pit laps on Race Hero are going to represent their out laps. For Stratus, it's going to represent the actual pit stop.
I assume that's because they just put everyone in the same garage, and that garage is on the left side of the.
Well, the garages are all in the same spot. They're the cup garages.
Right. I just wondered, just curious why they didn't spread everyone out on pit lane rather than have exactly what we just watched, which is one of the Mustangs have to push themselves back to get around this Supra.
Which AOA car was it that came to grief down there at the exit of turn 2?
Should have been the yellow one, the 55.
Okay. The wrecker has left without anything attached to it. And either that car is going to be flat-towed home, or the purpose of this was to clean up fluids. Does it still say it was stopped there? Oh, there is a car over there. Okay. All right. Oh, yeah, it's getting loaded up onto the wrecker. Okay, yeah, onto the flatbed. Yeah, as opposed to coming home on a hook. That makes sense. We are up here in race control. We are addressing concerns about cars going too slowly under the Code 35. Where do you guys stand on the idea of passing under Code 35?
I don't think it adds any real actual tangible danger.
Yeah, I don't either.
But it's like, you know what? You know my opinions on things like, are safety cars ever necessary?
Sure.
I think if you're driving around at 35 miles an hour, everything's safe. I know the cars are technically still gaining and losing time, but like, come on.
Not with workers out.
But the only thing I would say is that you shouldn't be going too wide past the scene or past the vehicle.
Drivers, if you can't drive safely at 35 miles an hour, then what are you doing on a racetrack?
It's just a discussion I've never heard had.
Sorry, JT, you were referring specifically to overtaking there. Yeah, so the actual zone that is being worked on.
Exactly, yes.
Obviously, no. The entire remainder of the track, if there's a car going around at 30 miles an hour, I wouldn't have an issue there.
If you can't complete it and be clear of the car by the time you get back to the incident zone, you shouldn't be doing it. Right? You can't go double file past a vehicle, right? Like I think that's fair, but I agree with you, Scott. I don't think it actually adds any real danger there. And if anything, you could be quite badly disadvantaged by somebody doing 27, 28, 29. And
I do
if
think
they want to go that slowly, then it kind of becomes their prerogative. That means race control isn't taken up with worrying about how slowly cars are or aren't going.
I think if a car is traveling too slowly, that should be grounds for a penalty.
Well,
if you're
but
holding
only
up
if-
the cars.
Well, that's exactly it. And if you get rid of the concept of no overtaking under code 35, then does it really matter?
No, it doesn't. But
yeah,
if
exactly.
if you want to keep cars single file at all times,
Exactly.
for the whatever slight safety concerns there might be with cars overtaking each other under the code 35, then you should really be penalizing people who are not doing what they're supposed to be doing, like going too slow.
And that is the discussion that's being had here.
Oh, it is actually. Is it cool?
Yes.
Yeah. I think that's completely reasonable. Yeah,
Yeah.
It should be grounds for a penalty.
Yes. Which my only point about the overtaking under code 35 was as an alternative to having
Oh,
to
that's
worry
the car.
about whether or not somebody's going too slowly. 55 being loaded onto the flatbed. 44 has left the paddock and is rejoining the circuit as we speak. Such as the length of a lap here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. We're about 3 hours into our 12-hour Saturday Enduro, and 93 laps already completed. Could be getting on for 400 laps if things go our way. Do a 24-hour here. That'd be something.
Heck yeah.
Should mention this weekend our friend Greg Ginsburg, over here to the left, supporting our trackside cameras this weekend. Doing a little bit of testing with some extra features and what the future may hold for us on DriversEye Live. One of the things we've been able to do is to get race control a track limits camera over at the bus stop, the one to driver's left. There, this one. That is being fed to race control in a separate camera, and we're able to put that together with the assistance of Greg, who is actually monitoring the individual camera over there at turn number 2. He's put a lot of work into getting his server set up. Greg incidentally does some streaming with the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, the Mars Series, and some of the Washington, D.C. region, SCCA regional races up at Summit Point, VIR, New Jersey Motorsports Park, amongst others. And lives here in the Charlotte area. Just stop by. Do a little bit of work and some testing.
You call that track limits camera. Is that just a camera that's pointed at location, or does it have some technology built in to help?
No. It's just we decided to place a camera there so that race control had access to the biggest track limits location there on the track. A bit of a shame because we actually I had another camera fail last night while I was sitting on the charger, which is odd. So we had to cut it down to 10, which is why we don't have that turn 4 exit camera I was talking about yesterday. But anyway, it meant we had to allocate one to the middle part of the chicane over there, which I hadn't really planned on. But, you know, good partners with the WRL. Try and provide them with whatever technology and support we can. They've been good partners of us for a long time. 2017, guys. Can you believe that?
Dog.
Jordan's asking if there's a dog on the dash. That is dog. It's very, very much dog.
They've also
Choice Racing. They've been doing that since... Oh, man. That might have been since 2017 as well. I remember pulling in Bill Choice Vimeo streams into our productions the first couple of years we did the CODA National Championship kind of a one-off. It absolutely had dog.
I still have a shirt, Matt.
I do. Yeah, I do too. Do you have the long sleeve still from the first
Yeah.
year? Yeah.
Yeah, I still got it. US.
Heck yeah. EC,
something.
US
Yeah.
US Endurance Championship. I still wear the black one, the short sleeve. 99 has come in and topped off. You'll love to see it.
Yep. Decent call from the lead. Is that going to lose in the lead? They're only 5 seconds ahead. Actually, this would be a good case study.
Yeah.
How much of that lead do they lose, or how much do they gain?
I wonder if they did tires.
GTR 99 has had that team's had onboards in the past. Calling them out. Where is it?
Sorry, what's that?
GTR 99. They've had onboards in the past.
They have.
Very good quality ones, if I remember right.
I think we're getting ready to go back green here, guys.
Is
Starter
the
has picked up the not purple flag.
Is the 99 out of the pits yet?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's headed
Okay.
down into turn 5. And the 89X is the car directly behind it. 99's come through frame. That's the 89 coming at us now. 89 did not top off, which I think is a bit of a mistake, but in any case, too late now. We're back to green. The 99 has not gotten up to pace. That car is still slow. Now accelerates through turn number 7.
Was that 19? Oh, yeah.
It is the
I think
99.
that was. Yeah, that car wasn't up to speed either. In fact, that car took even longer to get up to speed. That's why the 89X is at the 99.
Yeah, no, that was what I was saying. That car did not go when the green flag waved.
Okay, either I misheard you or you said 89X.
Sorry, I meant
yeah.
what I meant to say was 99 did not go. 89X very much went as soon as the green came out.
Got it.
I do wonder if the 99 was just in a place where it couldn't see a flag. Like there isn't a marshal at 7. There's only one at 6, and then another one at the inside of 8. And I just wonder if it didn't see the purple flag withdrawn and the green flag waved.
That's got to be down to the team, right?
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah, because the team can always radio and tell them when they see a flag.
In fact, I would do it regardless.
Yeah, exactly. Belt braces.
And that is communicated from race control, saying, hey, we're going to go back to green here in 15 seconds, 10 seconds. Now, it's not an automated Discord bot, but, you know.
I imagine the start-finish line flag line is very visible from pit lane. Oh, what a save. I thought that was going all the way the other way. This is Choice Racing, which is our second in GP1 at the moment.
Great camera.
Third in GP1, sorry. Yeah, really good camera. But maybe could be mounted a bit more solidly, but
yeah, there's a little vibration there.
I do want to know what Screaming Goat are doing, because they seem to have by far the although actually I think their camera might have died. Yeah. While it was running, it was the highest quality feed I've seen.
Can you believe they had a camera go down? We would never.
Unreal.
You know, we didn't mention this in our discussions about the updated NASCAR layout coming for the 2024 Roval, but they're tweaking the front stretch chicane as well. Giving it, there it is. There it is. Hey, that turn 16 apex is being tightened substantially.
Has it already been? It looks odd. I don't know if it's just because the curb's missing. It looks odd right now.
No, so it looks odd because it's always been a wider chicane than the track layout actually is.
Okay.
It swoops out to the to driver's left and then makes a big arc. I think all they're doing is having the inside line follow the trajectory of the outside line, and thereby pushing that right hand apex further inwards, if that makes sense, further to the left.
Just narrowing it up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Could they not just use the Legends Oval tarmac that's already there? I don't know. Maybe that's just unnecessary simplification, but anyway.
Oh, and just run it out to the Legends Oval.
Yeah.
An interesting idea.
I love Legends Ovals, so although maybe they probably just don't want to bolt into there on the inside of the Legends Oval. Fine.
So they don't. Oh, 123 has missed the chicane. And I think more or less came to a stop down there. No, they're going to call it the track limits anyway.
Yeah, but it'll probably be no action needed. I've seen every time which car is it? That Mazda that keeps completely blowing that chicane. They haven't stopped once and they keep getting no action needed.
I wonder if there's a differentiation for gaining an advantage.
Apparently the 123 spun.
Oh,
so that will be definitely no. Yeah, that seems to be. Yeah. I'm not. As long as it's consistent. If they're saying that if you don't gain an advantage, you don't get a penalty, then fine. Obviously, in NASCAR, they have a very hard. You have to come to a complete stop no matter what.
Liberty Autosports car is very indecisive here about how to scoot through the Rapscallion MX-5. Ah, and there's a 701 that's appeared there as well.
Nice.
That's part of it. On the outside, job done here on the throttle. Liberty or follow through, perhaps. Yeah, gotta keep your foot in it here. Around the outside. There you go.
BAM update. He made the IndyCar field.
I heard that. Read that in a book. So, 89X has gotten by the GTR 99 here and is just beginning to stretch the margin out. This is a change for the GTO race lead after it changed because of the pit stop cycle under Code 35. So essentially this is restoring order in GTO there, but it's still been a net massive gain for the 99 Toyota Supra.
Yeah, and they just did the same thing again, which obviously you would do because it worked once. It could work again. I can't believe nobody else has done it. Did nobody else notice GTR 99 make up a minute for free?
Well, it wasn't that they made up a minute for free. Well, okay.
Kind of was.
If we draw all this back, I assume what you're pointing out is that they were the only ones to have topped off at the end of the last Code 35. Yeah.
And if 89X had popped off on the last Code 35,
yep,
GTR 99 would not have gained that minute.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yet they decided not to do it again. I don't understand.
I think it takes a certain a really sharp awareness of the strat. Look, I appreciate that teams and drivers get a gaggle here in 3 and 4. Teams and drivers have a lot of other things going on. I get all that, but you've got to be aware that you've always got to be aware of the worst case scenario, right? And when in a Code 35 race, the worst case scenario is pitting under green.
Pitting under green while your rival gets to pit under yellow. Yeah.
Well, in any, regardless of the circumstances, a pit stop under green is as bad as it gets in terms of time loss, period.
Sure.
Right? It is compounded, or the consequences are compounded if your rival doesn't have to. But if you just assume that the worst thing you can do in one of these races is to pit under green, then you should at all costs avoid pitting under green. The way that you do that is making the latest possible pit stop under the Code 35. Right?
Yeah.
Get your big fueling done, get it out of the way, change tires if you're going to change tires, whatever you got to do. And then when you get the sense that we're going to go back to green, duck down the pit lane, throw 10 seconds of fuel in the car and send it back on its way.
Especially at the track where the pit lane's shorter than the racetrack.
Exactly, right? So, in the end, okay, you could say, well, we only spent a lap's worth of green flag fuel. It doesn't really make that big of a difference. But actually it does, right? That lap can be the difference, and has been twice now, because it happened to Dawn Motorsports earlier when it was in contention for the GTU lead, and it just happened now to the 89X, who had to sacrifice, even just temporarily had to sacrifice the GTO lead as a result.
For what it's worth, GTR 9 lost... what is that? 22 seconds under the Code 35, the lap they came in the pits. That 23 seconds is a Code 35 23 seconds, so you can kind of divide that by 3 anyway. So their cost for topping off, which really should have only been 2 laps of fuel under yellow, so I don't know how actually they lost as much time as 23 seconds, because they shouldn't have needed 23 seconds worth of fuel. But either way, that time loss is around 7 seconds. So they've traded 7 seconds for 2 laps of fuel.
I did wonder if they'd maybe changed 2 tires or something under that.
I kind of have to believe they did, because there's no way... The pit lane is objectively short. And I assume the pit lane speed limit is 35 as well.
Yeah, it is. Yep.
Yeah, so don't lose any time slowing down for pit lane speed, and the distance is shorter by quite a significant way. And 2 laps of fuel under yellow shouldn't be 23 seconds. So, and really, if they've lost 23 seconds, that probably means they actually lost they sat in the pit box for 30, which, that sounds like a tire change.
I would think so. Could also be maybe a tweak to a seatbelt or something like that.
Last minute driver change decision or something.
There very clearly is a new driver on board the 99.
Whatever they Yeah, whatever they did, it only cost them an extra 7 seconds. I'd even
Yeah.
you'd probably trade 7 seconds for 2 laps of fuel.
I would. I mean,
yeah.
because the alternative is, or not the alternative, but the worst case consequence of that is having to pit under green.
Yeah.
Right, 7 seconds or a minute.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I think they did more than that. If they took new tires and stuff, yeah, it's almost free, and you get to do a whole bunch of stuff.
Got a note from David McKee down at Screaming Goat. He said their driver, the current driver in the car, I'm not sure who that is, did not get to make practice yesterday. Was too busy taking an exam at Texas A&M.
Other end of the scale to the Kadistang drivers.
Yeah. Yeah. Flew in last night, and these are his first laps. So
Well,
that
this is-
car.
Maybe is it summer program? This seems like a very late set of exams.
No, especially in Texas. Yeah, it'll be a summer semester.
Right.
Whatever their preferred division is.
Very much not something I'm familiar with.
Too busy sawing varsity's horns off.
Bet you word for it. Oh, sorry, the Stratus. I still haven't got my head around which car. The green car, what number is that? 59? I'd a guess.
I've got to pick it up here. 60.
Yeah,
Oh, Stratus, yeah.
yeah. They looked like they were going to completely blow the backstretch chicane, but they just blew the first apex. But yeah, I've got it. So green is 60, gold is 59, blue is 58.
Correct. Yep, all correct.
Got it. Oh, well, I'll forget it in 2 seconds, but got it for now. Look at that car just going through the massive expanse of nothing in their track map.
Whatever happened to the Kansas Roval?
What happened to almost all the Rovals in America?
Jordan, it may be the worst track.
What was it used for?
Grand Am.
Oh, really? I missed that. There's an Iowa Roval, right?
Oh, yeah. That one's one of my favorites.
Is that
That
used for
Pikes
anything?
Peak. Real similar
Pikes
vibes.
Peak. That's a place we should just go to.
I would unironically love to go see a WRL race at Pikes Peak.
Is that track?
Speaking of Pikes Peak, oh yeah. It closed and then it reopened.
Oh wow.
They reopened it.
What
IMSA
race
ran
is
there
that?
in 1997. I don't know actually. Speaking of Pikes Peak, we owe some congratulations to the folks at Thunder Bunny Racing, who for I don't know how many consecutive years they've been there, but this is not their first go at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Laura Hayes took the GT4 spec Toyota Supra. That I'm not sure if it's the same chassis, but anyway, one of the similar Thunder Bunny cars, took that out to the hill climb and set the fastest time ever set by a female up the mountain, and placed in the top 15 overall at this year's event. I don't know that Laura Hayes is something of a Pikes Peak specialist, but she certainly does well at circuit racing as well. But setting a little bit of history there, as well as winning the GT4 Class, the inaugural GT4 Class at the hill climb, and finishing and ending up there in the top 15 overall at the hill climb. So congrats to Thunder Bunny, congrats to Laura Hayes. Really, really cool to have followed that journey on social media over the last 2 weeks or so. Anyway, Pikes Peak Roval. It's not spectacular. Iowa Roval, also not spectacular.
Oh, they have it.
Very dumb. Very, very dumb. Grand Am race there, too.
New Hampshire Oval. Let's just do it.
Make
it
again,
happen.
love the New Hampshire Roval.
Just any Roval that involves going outside.
Sure, Texas World.
I think Michigan's old one. Phoenix used to have one that went
Yeah.
outside.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Jordan, you want to just come in here? Yeah, let's bring Jordan.
Hello.
Let me know when you're on.
Hear me now.
Yeah, Jordan Worth. Hey.
Did you know
The
that
the professor.
Motorsports actually proceeded to Oval?
Briar Motorsports Park.
Is that what it was called?
It was, yeah. It used to be Briar Motorsports Park. Oval,
Wow.
road course only. And then they messed it up.
And then they
Messed
added
it
a
up.
nice oval.
That's one of my favorites, yeah. I flagged an SCCA race at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway some years ago.
On
It was 42
on
degrees
grounds?
and raining, and there were 4 Formula F cars.
Wow, that's
It was not good.
On what grounds is that one of your favorites? And that experience can't have been it.
Oh no, it wasn't. I think it's a great motorcycle layout, and they have I think they have the Loudon Classic that has, I think this year was 101st. So it's like it's got some.
You're talking about the road
provenance.
course. You're talking about the road course then.
I like the oval too, but yeah.
I thought you were saying it was one of your favorite ovals.
No, well, it is. So I saw a post from our friend. He's not our friend. I don't know that anybody actually knows him, but GP Laps, Jake,
Right.
at GP Laps, tweeted after last weekend's NASCAR racing at New Hampshire that he's pretty convinced people saw one bad race there in 2000 when they forced everybody to run their restrictor plates, and they just everybody was convinced from that point on that it was terrible. And actually, it produces like decent racing from year to year.
There have been some lean ones over the years. It's
It's
been
just-
hit or miss, but
But then
just
you
not-
get that anywhere.
yeah.
It's just not spectacular to watch cars go around there. That's the problem. So if you do have any boring parts of the race, you're then like, wow, these cars look terrible around here. And then, which I don't have a problem. I think I think there should be more flat tracks. But yeah, it's just not spectacular thing to look at.
I don't think the road course layout itself is that spectacular either, but it does do a lot of. I mean, it's never really straight and level,
Yeah,
and it's not a layout that makes a whole lot of sense. It's just corners thrown together, and I'm here for that.
There's a lot of undulations and
Yeah.
banking and trees, which is they're all good things for a racetrack.
I'd be into that. We could go WRL to New Hampshire Motorsports Speedway.
I can actually imagine that being a
Motor Speedway.
awesome motorbike track. Actually.
It is.
Now that you mention it.
AMA ran there in the late 90s, early 2000s after it transitioned from Briar to New Hampshire Motor Speedway. And I remember watching those races for years, and it was a lot of fun to watch, man. I don't know the cars run the same there, but
No, yeah, that would always be my like. It is cool. Like it'd be cool, a cool timer track.
Yeah.
Time attack track, stuff like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I imagine it would make pretty terrible racing.
speaking of external road courses, infield and outfield, Texas World Speedway, formerly the home of the World Racing League.
Or you
Back
could
in
say,
the day.
speaking of terrible racing.
Oh,
Texas World.
Texas World.
Yeah.
College Station's finest.
No longer exists.
Yeah, sadly. The WRL used to be based there under the last ownership regime, and ran a couple of 24-hour races there as well. But that track was like a Wild West. There was nothing to hit. I mean, the concrete was that place hadn't been repaved since like the 60s. Part of some of the really bleak years of IMSA running at places it shouldn't have run at. Texas World, the Pikes Peak Infield Road Course was another one. The Dallas.
We were born too late, Brendan. Those were your events.
Well, I mean, you were alive. We were all alive. I don't know. Was Jordan alive? I think Jordan was alive.
What time frame are you going
94, 5, 6, that range.
for? I was 1 year old in 94.
All right.
I think I watched my first Formula One race in '96. So
Mine was 97.
and I was on the wrong continent to be able to. I was more from a sort of broadcast perspective, but
Sure. Yeah.
you could have been Speed TV. I believe it.
Speed Vision.
Was Speed Vision back then? Yeah, that was
Sure
before my
was.
time.
That was the only way. Speed Vision got me to fall in love with Super Touring. Because when there was no actual racing to watch in the winter, they would just run highlights of every Super Touring championship. And so, like, for 3 months out of the year, it was all you had to watch.
Yeah, my equivalent was Motus TV.
Sure. But they're not around anymore, right?
Don't know. I haven't watched TV in Europe for a very long time.
We are Motors TV now. On board the Choice Racing number 522. Third in GP1 at the moment. Those GP1 cars have kind of come together here. They're separated by a decent margin, but 10th, 11th, and 12th in the overall running order at the moment. 29 Screaming Goat leads 392 from Harrison, and then the 522 Choice Racing.
Shout out to our
Go ahead.
GP3 leader running 14th overall. I know I've skipped over GP2 there. But...
I was going to say GP2 leader is in between them. Right there at 13th.
Yeah, we've got GP1, GP2, GP3. Yeah, GP3 leader running second in GP2.
So that Harrison car, again, is just on the tail end of the lead lap. We saw this before. Out the back of the Screaming Goat number 29. Somehow it's picked itself back up onto the lead lap. I assume it was in pit stops.
Is it?
Or in this 29 new driver finding his feet. After choosing to take
329.
exams.
You're saying
Sorry, 392. 392.
Sorry, that's what I meant.
Sorry. No, back up. I knew I was going to do this. The 29 has found itself on the lead lap, just on the tail end, and either it's because 392 is on the lead lap, and it's because either the 29 lost time in the pits or the driver is still getting up to speed. There we go.
Okay.
Harrison, lead lap, Screaming Goats directly behind. And I actually think the Goats are going to come through and likely put that car lap down here in the next, I'd say, 5 minutes or so. 29 is definitely starting to find its feet here. Thanks for being with us, dear viewer. Brendan Kazmarek, Scott Michaels, Jordan Worth on the call.
Hey.
I think JT stepped away.
Yeah, he's been away for a while. He's off for his few-hour break.
Imagine taking a break. Huh. Happy to have everybody with us. First time in 2 months we've been back in with the World Racing League paddock. Last time out at Road America. Very, very different conditions. 70 with 45-mile-an-hour winds on Saturday, and then cold and rainy on the Sunday. All heat and humidity today. Grateful for the clouds, though. Kind of giving us some reprieve. At least our cameras some reprieve. Done well with those so far.
Could be seeing this Stratus car that we were just on board with, and now we're watching externally take third overall in the next, maybe even lap. It's kind of going quick enough to take it this lap. Yes, because that's the 99 right in front of us, which is the third overall car. Obviously, no real consequence. 10 seconds up the road from that is 89X. So, yep, this will be the 60, overcoming that spin into the wall it had with contact with the Low Country Motorsport car. Just trying to check the race log to see if that investigation ever ended up coming to anything. No penalty. Contact incidental. Apparently there was a mechanical failure on the 843. Is what we've got from race control. That is final. So shouldn't be expecting any penalty from the 60 car. It is 2 laps off the overall lead. Lost a bit of time in traffic there. Also, obviously, that backside of the circuit after you get out onto the oval is going to be where the Stratus cars lose out a little bit to the GTO cars. Where we're coming up on the 99, got a good run down the back straight. Is it going to be good enough? Yep. Down the inside into turn 5. And that's third overall. Slowly seeing GTR 99 just losing time slowly but consistently to the 89X, which is the battle for the GTO lead. The next GTO car, I think, is a further 2 laps back. So that gap's really stretched out. That would be All-Star Racing in the number 5 car, who are being caught by NFC, who's on a recovery from, I think it was 2 laps, wasn't it? They were penalised earlier on in the race. Yeah, it was a 2-lap penalty for contact with the 444. Timing updates to have Stratus ahead of BTR 99 third overall now. But yeah, All-Star Racing, that the only, I think we decided, well, the only remaining car in GTO that is not a GT4 car, 2005 BMW M3, doesn't seem to have the pace to keep up with the fastest 3 cars in class, which is going to include NFC. NFC's going around second or so faster per lap. Still a minute plus behind in that battle for 3rd place in the GTO class. Really, the slowest car in GTO at the moment is the GTR 99, doing 34s and 35s, while the class leading car is in the 32s and 33s pretty consistently. That 89X. So in this cycle, at least, we'll be seeing that gap expand, but we do know that GTR 99 has a strategy advantage at the moment, a little bit more fuel in the car after topping up at the last Code 35. On board with Choice Racing.
Sorry, Scott, I didn't mean to leave you hanging here.
All right, no worries.
Managing other things.
The Choice Racing car, which is running 3rd in GP1. I think it might be it will be certainly off the lead lap, because we were talking earlier about how Harrison Motorsports are right in front of Screaming Goat. Don't know, haven't checked on that recently. Is this really a 5th gear corner? Wow. The back straight chicane. That's a
we've got a
surprisingly low gear start.
Or aggressive.
Yeah, we do right there.
Yeah, sorry, my audio is falling behind here. 443 is dropping a lot of fluid. I think it's punctured a radiator or blown an engine here. Going down into turn number 1, driver exits the car immediately. It's dropped a ton of fluid going into turn 1 there and parked itself in the. You'll see it here on drivers. And the pit exit.
Just losing Brendan for a second there.
So your engine's dropping too now.
It's dropping fluid.
There's the car. You can see it over there.
Where is it?
Oh, look at that streak. That's just mysterious fluid.
We've briefly lost Brendan. I don't know if my feed isn't high enough quality, but I'm struggling to see what you're seeing there, Jordan.
On the onboard, you have to have it on the onboard. If it's hard to tell from this camera, you can barely make it out on even looking at it myself.
Is it fluid on the racing line, or did the car manage to pull off?
It goes in this dog leg here, and then they cut off where the turf ends. Or turn 1, if that makes
I think I'm back with you guys.
Hello. We can hear
Hey,
you.
sorry. Yeah, great. The minor internet hiccup up here. It looks like the left dog leg there is where the oil starts, smack in the middle of the dashed lines, and then ducks immediately off to driver's left. It started dropping fluid around start finish. You could see 2 trails of steam, smoke, fluid, something out of the sides of that car, and then side and rear of that car, and then all of a sudden lots of smoke and a pull-off paved area there inside turn 1.
Yeah, I still haven't even I still haven't spotted the car we're talking about.
It's the 443. I'm sorry, I didn't make that clear, or maybe I did, and it was my internet was cutting out. It's the 443.
Oh, no, Oh, okay, there it is. Right,
Yeah.
on the side of the track there with the safety vehicle.
That's the car that we think was having some overheating issues. It was continually in the pit lane under green earlier on in the day, and had the bonnet up, as Scott would call it, had the front of the car open, which is unusual for a Cayman, but as JT rightly pointed out, they're likely to be cooling at that stage, and I think that's exactly what's happened here. Whatever issue they're having, I think is coming up the ghost.
89X has come into the pits on this yellow.
Yep, GTR 99 is leaving the pit lane now. That's a big advantage for the 89.
They were 11 seconds ahead, which is going to turn into like 30, 35 seconds under 35, isn't it?
Well, so the margin is, with the 99 at, let's say, turn 2, the 89 is going into turn 5. Yeah, I guess it's about 15 seconds at race pace. It's probably about right.
Yeah, I would have expected GTR 99 to have a slightly shorter stop because they had less fuel to put in.
Sure. May have done more with the stop. But yeah, I guess that time loss is about right. Gentlemen, very briefly here. Can we queue up some ads, and then can I step away to go reset a couple of cameras that have succumbed to the heat? One in particular, the one down there at turn number 1.
Do we have more than one ad?
No.
So when you say can we queue up some ads, would you like the same ad multiple times?
You guys do what you want. I would run at least one. Let's go say hi to Continental Tire, and then we're going to come back here on DriversEye Live. Jordan Worth and Scott Michaels are going to carry you through for a few moments, and we'll be back with hopefully some additional cameras here in a few moments' time on DriversEye Live.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires. You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
All right, welcome back. We are under code 35. We can see the safety workers have made their way to the front straight. Looks like they are assessing the situation right now.
Just checking it out.
Yeah, just taking it all in. But I imagine we'll be putting down some, I don't know. Yeah, I imagine we'll be putting down some speedy drive, some sort. There's lots and lots of cars are filing through the lane at this point. We're actually not that far into this fuel run, I don't think. Quick check of race hero. We're about 20 laps in, so I guess that would be about half an hour. So yeah, we're probably about halfway through the fuel cycle. Going to watch a nice. Oh, that was very brief. Okay, there's something going on with this car ahead, and the decided not to use that fuel cam. There it is. Now it's going in. But yeah, we should really be getting all the cars through the pit lane at this point, just to top up. Really difficult to assess the race situation while we're under yellow. We've got a few warnings for maintaining 35 miles per hour. I don't know if it is one. I'm trying to sort of decipher the race control spreadsheet, but we are getting notes at least about drivers not maintaining 35 miles per hour during the code 35. I don't know if that means they're going too fast or too slow. We were talking about cars going too slow earlier and how that can really affect the race situation, and there's not a lot a following car can do about it. Any of these numbers consequential? Got the 60, the 85, and the 64. I don't think any of them are at the front of the overall race. Or any of the classes that I can see. Yeah, not sure what we're trying to achieve on the front straight here. Presumably you'd want to be putting down oil dry at this point, but there's no vehicles there ready to do that at the moment. Is that the sweeper back at the big white thing?
Yeah,
the chicane?
yeah, over in the Geico restart zone. Yeah.
waiting for the green. I got stuck in the restart zone. Presumably that thing's going to eventually be utilized to clean up this fluid on the front straight, but until we get to that point, we'll be cruising around under K35. I'd be tempted to send the cars through the pit lane, to be honest. Maybe you don't want to be doing that as well. Maybe that's adds its own complications. We've got a man pointing.
We just drive through the turf. It's not grass here in the front stretch. It's just
Actually,
turf.
yeah. I was going to ask Brendan since he's on site, but I don't know if you're aware of it. It is like literally the kind of AstroTurf stuff you'd use on a synthetic football field. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I've seen crashes there in the past that have made me think it's literally just painted tarmac, but
no, it's got texture to it. It's a turf.
Okay. How much grip do you think is on that turf?
Enough to flip a car over here a couple of years ago.
Really? What?
The Coke
The turf
600?
grabbed it.
Yeah. Well, no, that was more the tire got under the car in the turf, but.
What do you think if you tried to make a turn on it? What percentage of grip do you think you'd have on that relative to the tarmac?
I think you'd be all right.
I'm trying to think if I've really been out there in iRacing, how well they model it.
On iRacing, it just feels like pavement.
That's what I thought. Yeah. I think that's what made me think maybe it is
that it's not pavement.
Yeah, it's not I guess they don't have a AstroTurf surface model on iRacing.
Yeah, I doubt that's on there. Although to be fair, sometimes when you go through the grass, it feels like you're still on pavement.
Well, nowadays, yes.
There's the car being towed.
It's a number 40. Oh, it's that Rocksteady racing car. Yeah. Okay.
A lot of clouds moving in.
Can we get a weather update?
Yeah, let's pull up the radar here. We
Let's
got
do
a
it.
lot more orange.
Oh my God.
Red.
The
taking
heat
over.
advisory.
Yeah.
What are we going to get first, rain or heat advisory?
I'm thinking.
Oh,
the
it's
heat
literally
advisory.
it's updating as we go.
Well, no, it goes back in time. So this was a couple hours ago, and then it moves up. Or not a couple.
Oh, this
hours
is
ago, a couple
this is
like
ours.
30 Huh? This is a 30-minute loop, I think. So
30 minutes. Okay.
So yeah, 30 minutes ago, none of that was on a heat advisor, and then it was.
There's two heat advisories from the south and from the east. It met. Perfect storm.
You got a.
What's that little cell down in the bottom right there? So some yellow, some red.
Over there near Wilmington.
Getting absolutely destroyed. A tiny little spot. So if that's a half an hour loop, I'd say, I don't know if I haven't got a forecast out. I'd say we've got quite a while until those little spots are heading over our way.
We have a pace car now.
Interesting.
We've gained a pace car.
Well, that, yeah, and so have we got a... Yes, actually, checking the race control log, we are under full course caution rather than code 35. So they've decided they want to group the cars up so that there's a nice big gap in the traffic so that those safety workers can clean up the mess on the front straight. I'd argue that sending the cars through the pit lane would have achieved the same thing, and we could have stayed under code 35 instead of safety car, but I'm massively biased against safety cars. So I would think that. That does mean that any car that was that actually could have big consequences. Well, it does have big consequences for our GP1 race, because we were talking 15 minutes or so ago about how Harrison Motorsports and Screaming Goat were split by exactly a lap. And at that time, Harrison Motorsports with the 392 were right in front of the 29 Screaming Goat's onboard is broken, right? We don't have that anymore. Oh, actually, that's not gonna matter as much, because they'll definitely be split by the safety car, because they're not the overall leaders. So this could really mess things up based on where this car that we're on board with now sits in amongst all of the other cars out on the track. This would be the perfect time to have Brendan here, because he's on site and could actually look at the track for us and figure out which cars are able to go around and catch the safety car train and which cars are stuck behind. As it is, we'll have to filibuster for a while. All-Star Racing's come in the pits, which might be really badly timed. If that puts them behind the overall leader right before the safety car was put out.
You think this driver realizes they're on the big screen? Think they can look and see that, oh, it's my car?
Hadn't actually thought about that.
Yeah. I've been thinking about it at the whole race. I'm like, I wonder if they can tell.
I'm sure while they're up to speed, no. If nothing else, the racing line puts them right underneath the camera. Although
there is turn 4 where they're looking directly at it.
That's what I was thinking, actually.
Yeah, while they're pacing...
I'd hope they're concentrated on something. Your challenge now is to just keep going to cars that are going through turn 4.
Mm-hmm.
See
Fortunately, they're all here on the north end of the speedway, which is turns 3 and 4 of the oval.
Oh, well, I was more interested in under green, if any of them notice.
Yeah, probably, because you're staring right at it going into turn 4. You had probably for a split second, maybe notice it.
I don't know, man. You've got to be pretty focused on those apexes through that part of the track.
Yeah, but, it's a long race.
Got other things to do.
Right. I know I would be staring at other things, But we are going down pit road now.
What? We're doing both. Okay, belt and braces.
Yeah, a little bit of both.
Okay. Feel like we could have stayed under code 35 if we're just going to send them down the pits, but anyway, the more important thing is to work out. I have a horrible feeling that 89X and GTR 99 are on different laps now. Every car's gonna. Oh, we're stopped.
No, yeah, they are.
No, we are. Yeah, I think it's just
They are.
Oh no, they've stopped the pace car. Okay, so it's like this is a red flag. Oh, it is operational red flag. Okay, everyone's been black flag, which I assume the black flag.
Everybody.
It says black flag all. Just like guys, we're done.
That sounds like the start of the bottom split Watkins Glen 6 hour that I watched a couple weeks ago.
Just black flag everyone.
Well, the guy that was supposed to start third, he blinked out at the start of the race.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And it gave the entire inside line a black flag.
Oh, is that what it is? I don't think I stayed watching for long enough to work out what, because it wasn't the entire field, was it? It was like 50% of them.
So half the field had to pit in the first 2 laps.
What's really funny is that happened in a bottom split that you were watching. There's no reason why that had to happen in bottom split. That could have happened in top split. It's just a car blinking.
Yeah.
But I've never seen that before. It just happened to happen. Oh, drivers taking their helmets off now. It just happened to happen in a race that was going to be a complete disaster anyway.
Yep.
Just to make it twice as ridiculous. Actually, it probably kind of ruined it a bit.
No, it was still very entertaining. It made it better because it was just chaos already. We're sweeping over here. There's the sweeper.
Yeah, they've got it working. I don't really know why we need to sweep that part of the track. It's not really
it's old turn 1, and maybe someone wants to take old turn 1.
Well, if that's the case, then I think oil is the least of their worries.
Well,
but it's nice for them to know that it's clean.
Exactly. It's good to know.
Unfortunately, this is going to make it even harder for us to work out if how the race situation is going to be changed until we get back under at least moving under safety car.
We have a fan. The fan
Is
down
that
there.
better? I feel like that's worse than a leaf blower. I think I'd want a leaf blower.
Well, the leaf blower would be more powerful, but someone's got to stand there and hold it.
Well, what else are they going to do?
You got to think of labor costs at this point, you know.
I think somebody is holding that fan because it just moved.
It could be one because they do have some that just mount to the window there. Oh, the leaf blower. There it is.
Yeah, I think that's the solution I'd want.
There we go.
I appreciate that the fan is yellow. It's high visibility fan.
Yep. It is all about safety.
Yeah. Keeping things safe. Trying to decide. I have a horrible feeling. Yeah, they might just be further back in the train. GTR 99 might have got trapped till up behind 89X, which could ruin our GTO. Could ruin our GTO battle. We'll have to wait until it goes yellow again to find out. Sweeping that up, the completely irrelevant runoff area in the inside of turn 1. How can we see the start-finish straight itself?
There is no activity.
That's surprising.
Quiet.
I really don't feel like there was a red flag is necessary to put some cement dust down on a runoff area. So I'm a bit confused because you were saying I can't really tell from this camera, from this feed. You were saying the oil slick was much longer. It went along the racetrack, right?
It started about probably right past the start-finish line, and then went through this first dog leg here, and then came to rest. You can kind of follow the trail of the dust a little bit, how it goes to the left of the camera there.
Yeah.
Through the first dog leg and then comes down.
Just curious why they're not then continuing to
maybe
clean up that area.
Maybe
because we should be able to. There's no way they just happen to be in between those two cameras, right? They pretty much overlap.
Yeah, well, there's a tiny little dead spot there, but I don't think that would be. Yeah, I would figure they'd be working on this part too if that's what we were doing. We'd be over here.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know what. Yeah, and that's the only reason why you'd red flag it as well, is to be able to work on the racetrack itself.
In the southern dog leg.
Why is it specifically a dog's leg? Quite a lot of legs have bends in them. Most legs have bends in them.
I don't know. I mean, they call golf courses have dog legs, racetracks have dog legs. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just something.
I don't know who came up with that. I've sat in those grandstands right there on the right side. Those really ridiculously tall grandstands here going into turn 1.
Brendan is suggesting that dogs' legs have two bends, elbows and ankles. I feel like my leg has two bends in it. It has a knee and an ankle.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm not convinced. I haven't been sold.
That looks like just a great place to hang out right here under that tent.
Just pointing the most opposite direction to the racetrack you could possibly be at that exact position. I guess he could be a little bit more pointed left, and then he'd be able to completely isolate himself from what's going on around him.
Mm-hmm. It just looks comfortable. Like, that just looks like a great time on a Saturday.
He's just like, thank God they've shut up. Just admiring his cones.
Uh-huh.
All 5 of them. His barrels.
I don't know if I'd want to be the guy in the middle of this little island right here. As it looks like the cars are going, because you're kind of stuck there for the whole. You're stuck there for the whole race. That little island here.
Yeah.
There's no way to leave, you know.
Well, that's what they throw the red flag for.
Yeah, but
I need a toilet break. Red flag.
If you took too long. I mean, it was only like a.
But actually, no, you've got no excuse because there's a Portaloo in there.
Right, but
It's your own personal.
is there food and drink over there?
Well, there is a hut. There could be. You could put a lot of stuff in that hut.
Yeah, it could be a concession hut.
Got a freezer in there. You've got your own sponsor, Bet MGM. So
I hope
they're
we have
funded.
an umbrella, because, you know, look at all that weather coming from the west.
An umbrella and sunscreen, I guess, for the heat advisory.
Out there in the foothills of North Carolina.
Quite a long way from the foothills of the Appalachians. Mooresville. What a place.
I've been once, and yes, I was very traffic.
Traffic.
Well, everything's just like a 2-lane road. It's just not meant for.
Charlotte has the most. It's not even that. They have the most baffling like T-junctions and stuff that are just in places where obviously there's no visibility, so everyone's just going to get backed up. It's horrendous. Mooresville's not that bad.
I was also mesmerized by the fact that one road has like 5 different names. It's State Road 80, County Road 417, City Road 5287. I'm like, wow. There's a lot.
Well, that's
going on
that's
there.
from the North Carolina Civil War of about 150 years ago, where
Right.
they're actually all technically independent. State, the county, the town.
There's that excavator way in the background. They're getting ready. As soon as, you know, we leave, they're gonna get to work.
Dig the place up.
Get to work on making this.
Well, it's a Saturday. We don't work on Saturdays.
Right, on Monday, right. Union breaks. Right. That is going to be such a tight turn 7. They'll figure it out.
Well, I think I really wish they'd used the like real crazy. We should be using it now. The real crazy snaky layout. We probably can't use it now because we've dug some of it out to make this new track. But
You mean the one in there's kind of grayed out?
yeah, on the inside of what would it
The
be?
one after turn 5 or the one before turn 5? Or both? Why not both?
Oh no, because I like turn 5. Actually, I can't. Oh, we're green apparently. That was
Who are we?
quick cycle.
Yes, we are.
I was talking about the bit later on that the new layout's going to use. Oh, big dive down the inside of the MPO1 there from, that's the 89X. So, okay, so 89X ended up at the front of the field. So that gives me hope that GTR 99 is, yeah it is. GTR 99 is really close behind actually. So we're on board with the 60. This car is 3rd overall. We've got the Mustang ahead of us. A Mustang ahead of us.
We're on board with the 60.
Yep, so this car is 3rd overall. 2 cars ahead of us is the 89X Aston Martin, which is 2nd overall. First in GTO, and right behind us is the GTR 99 car. We don't have any rear-facing cameras, so we can't see it, but the GTR 99 car is behind us, and they are 2nd in GTO and 4th overall. So the GTO battle has closed right up. Also got Dawn Motorsports 95 GTU car and NFC that were only 1/10 apart across the line, but according to this, the race hero, if I can pronounce that correctly, 95 is in the pits, so we'll have to wait to see if what happens there. And All-Star Racing was right behind the 123 NFC car as well. They are 2 laps off the GTO lead. I did notice from the number 60 camera angle that there was a car behind it trying to poke its nose down the outside into the backstraight chicane. Didn't make the move. It would have been GTR 99 because it's the only car there. Look at this snake. With the move on the Mustang into turn 2 there, the number 60 is now right up behind the 89 for 2nd overall, but not in the same class. There you go, we're on board with the 60 now. The car's going to have a lot of speed through the next couple of corners, but it needs to make the move there because taking a look. Oh, 89 didn't really want to fight it, but also didn't leave a huge amount of space. They're side by side. We turn 6, and 60 has got that move down around the outside. So that's second overall. Now we're getting to the part of the track where the 89 would actually have a big advantage. But I don't think it's going to be long enough. We might actually see him in the background of this shot. Okay, we've got the chicane. Yeah, it's not going to be long enough. In fact, the Mustang. Probably, I kind of need to identify that car. I don't know which team that is. That Mustang makes a move. It's obviously not for position. But I do know that. Which one's the GTO Mustang? Presumably it's FPRS Motorsports, who are running 8th overall. Number 92 car. They are... I think they are 5 laps off the lead. Yeah, there they go. Yeah, it is them. They come across the start-finish line just ahead of the 89X. Puts them within 3 laps of that car, but obviously that car isn't the overall leader. We've got the 95 there making a move down the inside of some production cars. 95 is running 3rd in GTU. Down to 7th overall. They just dropped, I think they just dropped behind All-Star Racing overall. So it's nice Choice Racing camera here.
Great camera.
Choice Racing running 3rd overall. This doesn't appear to be a battle for position. They're a lap behind. There's actually a lot of cars that are all... Everyone from 8th down to 13th has a lap in between them and the car ahead of them, which is choices in that. They're 12th overall, 3rd in GP1. The FPS issue the stuttering your end or my end?
On which part?
That previous camera, I was having some pretty significant stuff.
This one, the turn 8 camera?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, a little bit of...
Yeah,
once
okay.
in a while.
Didn't know if it was, I've got too many, well, I definitely haven't got too many onboards actually, they've all died. Only got one.
All of
but,
them?
yeah.
I still have one. We got the Liberty Auto Sport on board.
Hell yeah. Interesting choice to have a dark visor that you wear up, but then put sunglasses on.
That looks cool.
That is a decision. That's a couple of decisions, actually.
Yeah,
It looks really cool.
I feel like that's a conscious strategy, and I don't understand it, but I respect it. I think it's particularly considering that you can get a penalty for having your visor up in the pits. I think I would just use the visor. Maybe it's a little bit cooler having it open. I don't know. I've never had a problem having the visor down. What other onboards do we have? We've got
Three
Fast Guys and Denny. We haven't actually, because we've only got like 90% of this camera because the rear view is frozen.
So you can see yourself on the, going through turn 4 there. Looking right at the big screen.
I just really hope you're not allowing that to distract you. Looking at the apexes. Apeces.
Apeces, for sure.
Yeah. Got to think about safety.
It is all about safety.
Giving that barrier on the outside of 6 and 7. Nice wide there. Oh, there's a big dive from a green BMW. That's not within track limits. Green BMW on green BMW. Almost a catastrophe. Front of GTO. Allowed a few laps for this to mature, and it looks like the 99 is dropping back again. They actually lost 2.5 seconds on the previous lap on board the 60. That was a second time I've seen them go to the apron to make a pass on a production class car. It's usually, both times it's been slightly erratic behavior from the production car that's caused it, but still not convinced you're allowed to do that.
Excessive self-preservation.
I don't know if it was excessive. The production car was absolutely going to the apron no matter what. But yeah, they've definitely had to do it a couple of times. Do we have to assume that the spillage on the front straight wasn't particularly bad because they've done nothing to?
So I asked RJ Till here.
Yes, actually, yeah, we get an explanation about the
Yeah, so the bulk of the fluid spill was in that apron area towards the old turn 1, right where that car parked up, where obviously you see the speedy dry. There was a trail of fluid that appeared to go further back towards start finish. And when they went out to investigate it, it appears it had come from a previous event. Maybe a Bandolero or something on the Legends Oval where a car had parked out in that runoff area there after coming to grief. So, wide there for 3 fast guys and Denny. So there is a small portion of the oil dry that is on the racing surface, but we're talking feet, not really even yards. So
I think for that onboard, I struggled to see any of it that was on the racing surface. Is it? Yeah.
I mean, like I said, we're talking feet.
Yeah.
Obviously, you'd rather be safe than sorry. You know, you want to get out there and make sure that nobody's sailing off into turn 1 with.
Yeah, it felt like they did all that under code 35, and oh wow, that's a very wide green BMW. I thought that was heading straight for the wall then. Feels like they did all that under code 35, and then we went red flag. But yeah.
Well, I think the issue was they needed to get onto the racing surface, going counter race there to put the oil dry down, or where they thought they needed to put the oil dry down, and then determined it wasn't actually going to be necessary.
All right. We've got 2 50-lap penalties for the 443 and the 100 for working on their cars under red flag.
So that used to be a DQ.
How long ago?
It changed last year.
Oh, because as long as I've been doing WRL, cars that have done that have been allowed to go back out again. But
you can voluntarily go back out, but you're going to be scored last.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be scored last anyway, but...
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's as good as a DQ.
Right.
50 laps.
To some degree, yes. You can still complete... I mean, you're not going to be in contention for a lot, but you can still complete 50% of the laps.
Yeah, if we're talking like championship
points.
Yeah, if we're talking championship points, that's significantly different, of course. So fair enough. Obviously, in terms of the individual race, that's it might allow you to win GTU still. But
speaking of points, we hadn't really discussed this, but this event was meant to be, and I suppose still is, part of the Super Endurance Championship, which consists of, again, what was supposed to be the 3 long single-day enduros. 14 hours at Daytona, 12 hours here at Charlotte, and then the 13-hour out at High Plains, which is going to be a Saturday-only event.
13 is an interesting choice of distance.
I think it was to round the 12, 13, 14 thing off. Was my guess.
Oh, literally just split the difference. Yeah.
Right. Well, yeah, and it's, the branding, marketing. But we lost the Daytona date back in February, and I think that kind of took some of the wind out of the sails of that particular mini championship. The website's still listed as being a thing. Right, so you run here, you run at High Plains. You can still be in contention for this mini championship, but ultimately it's only going to be the 2 events because we lacked Daytona. It was a DriversEye live concept, by the way.
But we cursed it.
Well, we pitched the idea initially. I don't know that to what degree we cursed anything.
Optimistic lunge here by the Choice Racing car that they thankfully backed out of.
Here's what I don't understand. That lunge costs you more time than just riding behind the car in front.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Even the overtake, if you'd actually made it, would have cost you more time than just riding behind the car in front.
Yeah.
This isn't a battle for position because I know we touched on this a while ago. Every car in this part of the running order has laps between them, or a lap between them. So yeah. It was a decision. We're over 4 hours into the race now, so we've entered the time where Jordan experiments with wipes.
I gotta get a
The
few
transition.
of those in.
FPRS
By all means, please do.
Motorsports Ford Mustang is going rather rapidly at the moment.
Yeah, they overtook the 89X car, didn't they?
Well, relative. I guess it's all relative, but yeah.
Well, they overtook the GTO leader a few laps ago.
On track.
Yeah, on track. They followed the 63. So yes, they are. I mean, I haven't actually been looking too close to their lap times, but
quickest GTO on track.
Yeah, that would have been my assumption.
Yeah.
Based on just purely on that. NFC's not far behind. They're also in the 31s. 26.5 for the overall leader that lap. Which, considering that they're probably not free of traffic, that's very fast. It's only 0.2 off the fastest lap of the race and 5 seconds quicker than any of the GTO cars are doing right now. But this is definitely a track that would suit. Might be the track that suits the NPO1 more than any other. Maybe High Plains. I don't know if they're going to High Plains. They weren't there when I visited in person a few years ago. But on the WRL calendar, yeah, I think this is one of the more friendly tracks to the NPO1.
Yeah, I think conceptually the NPO1 advantage really plays, or a GTU advantage in general, is medium to high speed corners and good braking zones, like very obvious braking zones. It's not
really just lack of straight. It's kind of
yes, but you want a few good braking zones in there, I think, to take advantage of that car's relative lack of weight. Right, being 2,020, I think it's like 2,080 pounds.
Well,
something like that.
Even if you don't know, if you just stick into medium high-speed corners, then you get the downforce, which I guess GT4 cars have some downforce, but I imagine an NPO1 makes a lot more, and downforce for weight.
Yep.
But they're going to perform well in really any kind of corner compared to a GT car.
Yeah,
you just
like
avoid straights.
A place like Daytona is not going to be super friendly.
No, not at all. Because a significant part of the track, you're a lot slower than all the GT cars, so you've got to make that time up before you can go faster. And I think I don't think we've ever gone to Daytona and had NPO1 setting the pace, have we?
You know, I don't remember. I didn't prep in that way because.
Unbelievable. Even at a place like Road America, though, the NPO1s can be the fastest car. But yeah, Daytona I think is too much the other way. The FPRS Motorsport on their previous lap, they set their fastest lap of the race, which I was about to talk about qualifying for tomorrow, but there is no tomorrow. So that would have been a pointless discussion to have. But it is one of the fastest GTO lap times. I don't think any of the GTO cars have a 30 so far. So to get a 31.2. Fastest time I can see is All-Star Racing, actually. 31.0?
Yeah.
Oh, no, 89X, 28.6. Completely. I blew...
Oh, fastest lap. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and NFC are in the 28s as well. So, yeah, I blew past that because I thought it was a GTU time. Bruce Innovations, actually, 30.9 as well. But, so, yeah, there's this two sets of GTO cars. There's the 89X, NFC... Called GTR 99 part of that? No, they're lucky. Their fastest lap is 31. Just showing how that team is really just plugging away, making up time through strategy and consistent driving. Yeah.
You mentioned the Bruce Innovations car. That 333 is in the pit lane,
yes.
up on the jacks, and they were changing a right rear tire.
Yeah, just been overtaken by Screaming Goat. For position.
Overall position, yeah.
Overall position, yeah.
This is not a battle for position here, but it did, I think, just drop the NFC car a second lap down to GTR.
34.4 last lap for NFC, which is exactly the same time as GTR 99 got. NFC's been doing 31s for a while.
Oh, maybe
I think
NFC is catching GTR.
Yeah, they've
here,
just
then.
caught them and they're now stuck
Okay.
behind them. Very, very close behind them. That is, they're 2 laps exactly at the moment, 2 laps behind. So that's interesting because the gap between these two cars is exactly the penalty NFC got.
I was just going to say, but for the 2-lap penalty that NFC picked up as a result of contact earlier, this would be a battle for second place in GTO.
Which surprises me because NFC has been so much faster, so consistently. The fact that
GTR has been very good with pit strategy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And consistency, I guess. So yeah, that just shows where they're a little bit out of position as far as their own pace goes. Bruce Innovations is not Salmon anymore, by the way. I think they've exited the pits.
I believe you're right, which means they would have made it. Let's try and pick them up here. Yep, there they are, turn 7. I want to get a look at that car when it comes past here.
There's that move. NFC down the inside.
Done.
Yeah, I mean, track limits are a question on that pass, but yeah, they've got past, so they're now within 2 laps of the next car ahead of them, which is GTR 99. Obviously have a lot of pace, so time for them to get moving. They didn't get lucky with the timing of that red flag. They needed to get ahead of the overall leader. Anytime there's going to be if we're going to have any safety cars or red flags, the position of the Stratus 59 car is going to be a bit of a wild card because that car is way out on its own island, leading the race at this point. And obviously the safety car will pick that car up, so if they split the GTO field in a weird way, or either any of the production fields as well in a weird way, that could end up causing issues. But hopefully we won't have any more full stoppages from now on. FPRS.
Go ahead.
Sorry, one more thing from the race control log. FPRS have just got a track limits warning for the front straight chicane.
Yeah, so I can't help but feel slightly responsible for that. That car was 4 tires. I'm pretty sure I saw it 4 tires to the left of the last apex a couple of laps ago, and RJ said, "Oh, I think I missed that one." I said, "Oh, just keep an eye on it." It's ringing the heck out of that car, and it has been going very, very quickly over the last few laps. Just wonder if I primed things a bit there. Anyway, we've had a visitor come join us in the air conditioning. I said it when he walked in. It feels like a little bit of deja vu because he was most recently a guest commentator on DriversEye Live a week ago up at the June Sprints. Johan Schwarz has joined us up here above start finish. Hello, Johan.
Hello.
Well, how are you?
It's great to be here.
Yeah.
Yeah. 15 minutes from my home, too.
Oh, man. Lucky you.
Yeah.
Have you been here before on the Roval?
I have.
Okay.
Yeah. I haven't been here before it was actually the NASCAR Roval.
Okay.
They were just racing the oval.
Of course.
But then they had a road course for NASA and SCCA.
Yep. Similar layout, right?
Kind of similar layout. Obviously a little bit different and not the curbs and all that. But and then I've been here one time where they had something called track nights. Just to
I
familiarize.
just had one on Wednesday.
Exactly.
Yep.
So, yeah, and it's like a little street circuit, you know?
It's funny
a big
you say
street
that.
circuit, I should say.
Our man Scott Michaels, who's on the other end of this remotely, made the point earlier. It kind of has a street circuit vibe to it here.
It does. I mean, it's got the concrete walls, right? Then you got to, in order for you to kind of extract lap time, you got to be fairly close to them. You got to have precision. Not forgiving, but I will also say that I applaud WRL for not putting in the curbs in the chicanes and just working with the track limits. I can see.
Really?
Yeah, I do, because if there's somebody that overshoots them and kind of rides the curb, it could get airborne and shoot into the wall.
Oh, that's fair.
So now they get the penalty or warning, depending on how many times they try to do it.
Yeah.
And but they finished the race, right?
Sure.
So they're not taking the car out of the wall. So I think that was a great call.
Yeah, and it'll never come to bite you guys because you don't ever get track limits violations.
Of course not.
Obviously. Yeah, sure. So we discussed last week when I said, "Hey, are you going to be at Charlotte next weekend?" You said yes, but your typical racing team, Moorhead Speedworks, was not on the entry list.
Yep.
Which obviously we miss them dearly. I think they're out testing up at VIR this weekend.
Yeah.
You're not there either. You're here with us with All-Star Racing this weekend, the number 5.
Yeah, having a good time with that, running in GTO.
Yeah.
That's the only H-pattern car, but, I have a lot of fun with that.
Sure.
Always enjoy the 3 pedals. Unfortunately, it becomes less and less now. Most of the cars that I drive are paddle shift stuff. So we got a 3rd gear that's a little grindy. Our clutch doesn't quite disengage, so I have to double clutch it when I have to go into 3rd gear, like when I was, say, in the military with straight cut transmission back in the old diesels, and so that practice from when I was there in the Army comes in handy now because to go into 3rd without the grind, I have to do the double clutch.
Quite a few 3rd gear corners as well here. You're into and out of 3rd gear a fair bit?
Well, not as much as you would think because of that 3rd gear.
Oh, okay.
So we just try to roll the speed in 4th. It's mainly chicane on the backside, and if I got slowed up in some traffic, I have to go to 3rd. But otherwise, we actually try to roll 4th for that reason. Had it been a sprint race, sure.
Yeah, sure.
3rd gear in the slower corners, the front chicane, back chicane, turn 1 and all that coming out on the double right-hander, but not now.
Sure.
It's not worth the lap time, and it's got to last 12 hours, so it's kind of big picture racing.
So one of the most successful H-pattern cars that ran in GTO or has run in GTO is Screaming Go-Kart, the number 29. To the point that car was listed as a BMW 325 diesel because it was just making insane fuel mileage.
Yeah.
And you think about it for a minute, you say, well, actually, that car's an H-pattern. So they're, off the throttle substantially more than your average GT4 car. Are you guys seeing similar kind of gains in terms of fuel mileage or overall consistency by running the H-pattern, or are you just bleeding time away?
Yeah, we don't because we don't have a fuel cell in the car. We're running the stock tank.
Oh, okay.
So we're missing a couple of gallons there from that perspective. So, but everybody's having a good time. These guys are not running for points or championship. All-Star Racing, you've seen them before. And, it's a group of guys. Kenny Hendrick is the team owner, and Steve Park, which is, you've
Heard
seen
of
him in the old Pennzoil DEI number 1 car.
For sure.
And then Will Lambros, who's actually now driving in IMSA GT4. And so we're out there having a good time.
Yeah.
The car could be entered in GP1. Obviously, we got to put some weight on it and detune it, but why not have a good time here at the Oval and run it? Certainly, we are suffering a little bit by not having all the gears. And secondly, we don't have the torque that some of the other GTO cars, but we're good in the infield and we're having a good time.
So I think I'm right in saying that car was recently rebuilt. I say recently rebuilt. It was pretty heavily damaged
Yes.
at VIR last year.
Correct.
Same chassis?
Same chassis.
Wow.
These
impressive.
guys have worked hard on that car. I got to tell you, I've known Kenny for a long time, but I did not know the perseverance that he has. That was like, okay, the car was almost total, right?
Yeah.
But
you told me that car was never going to race again when I saw it all the way last year. I'd have believed you.
And you know what? He just, just took it and said, nope, this car is getting back on track, or another car is, and they evaluated and try to figure out what it would take to fix it and all that. Obviously, there were still some good things on the car that, that they now would have to build on a new car, right? So they said, okay, let's fix the old one, and they were fortunate enough to have some really competent people build it, and the car is, it's super balanced. It's great on the brakes.
Yeah.
And the S54, I love it. That's what we are suffering a little bit coming out of the corners, right? Against the other GT4 cars that are out there.
It's an E46, correct?
E46.
So can you feel? Okay, you've done a lot of racing with Moorhead Speedworks in the number 147, and we think generally that car is basically an E46 built out as far as it will go.
Sure.
Right, take it to its logical extreme within the rule sets of GP1, and that car is what you get. Can you feel the differences between the car that Moorhead prepped in the number 147 that you raced most of the last couple of years and this car as soon as you sit in it? Or are they prepped to kind of that same performance limit?
Well, obviously the Moorhead Speedworks were developed. It had some really nice shocks on there. Spent a fair amount of time testing. The thing that the Moorhead versus this car, the Moorhead was obviously detuned
for sure
relative to this one and was heavier. So, for what we had to deal with in the GP1 car, with the Moorhead Speedworks, it was practically probably couldn't be developed anymore. Now, this being more horsepower and lighter, makes it a really good E46. So I don't know if you can completely compare them, other than they drive very similar.
Okay.
Yeah.
So has some strengths in similar kinds of places.
Yeah.
Obviously, the weight is going to make a big difference, but
Yeah.
Okay.
The speed that you go within to the corners relative to the Moorhead Speedworks, plus the lightness, to take transitions easier.
Sure.
With this car, because the other car was heavier. But obviously, I enjoyed every time I got into the Moorhead. And the E46, I will tell you, I love that platform.
Sure.
I think it's unfortunate, but I'm sure that a lot of people have told BMW that from the E46 forward, they kind of went backwards.
Interesting.
With the how the car actually, what it felt like, how it drove, the sensitivity that you got through the steering, all those things. The E46 is still my favorite platform of BMWs.
I noticed PC Racing has got a new, I think it's an E46 build out there as well this weekend. You know anything about that car?
A little bit, because they were our neighbors.
Sure,
so I saw it, and I congratulated Peter because it's a very nice build.
Sure. Is it a brand new build?
Brand new.
Okay.
Everything is brand new.
We had heard some rumors that the 99 GTR team was going to be selling their old car. And I thought maybe it went towards PC Racing, but it didn't look really even the same.
Okay.
A different rear wing, some aero and stuff.
I think it is a brand new build.
No, I think you're right. Yeah. I think you're right. I just hadn't talked to anybody that was involved that could either confirm or deny that. So you're the first point of contact there.
Yeah. So Peter put his little magic touch to it.
Of course.
Took everything he learned from the previous chassis and now put it on here, right? I'm sure they have a few bugs they need to work out, but
it sure felt like anything that could break on an E46 in the last build did at some point or another.
Yeah.
And so being able to do it differently, do it better with a new car, new build, obviously, not a new car, but it squares away, ties up a lot of loose ends, and hopefully that car is competitive well into the future. Looks great.
Well, they always run very competitive. They got Randy, that is also excellent with the tuning part of it. They got that transmission figured out, which is super stout now. They initially had
I noticed that, yeah.
That transmission in so many cars and can take a fair amount of horsepower and torque, and obviously running in GP1 they really don't see a lot of horsepower and torque, so it's super reliable. It's an 8-speed, it shifts like a sequential, right? And
I remember the first time they ran that 8-speed back at Road America a couple of years ago, and they just could not keep it cool.
No.
Transmission constantly overheated. So this is kind of your test, right? 90 degrees, hot and humid. You don't look like you've dropped a bead of sweat. But obviously that particular transmission, it seems like they've solved that issue.
I think they actually solved it in the previous car.
Okay.
That was cooling and put in the radiators so it could cool it down. Now, it does drop horsepower, so obviously they can tune the engine to produce more horsepower at the flywheel, because it takes the horsepower away through the transmission.
Sure.
So then they may not be getting the fuel economy that an H-pattern transmission would get. So that's a little bit of the downside, but it's obviously, we see how often that it's got fastest lap in GP1, right? So it's got really good race pace.
Sure.
And you can never miss a shift, which is huge, right?
So moving away from that, we'll kind of start wrapping things up here. Are you down there coaching Steve Park?
I coached him a little bit yesterday.
Yeah?
We're looking at data, and it's so much fun to do that with Steve and Kenny, for that matter, and Will, because Steve is still super competitive. He still goes through the
He's
corner.
a road course NASCAR race winner, isn't he?
He is. He won Watkins Glen.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So
I assume there's still some natural talent there that's
there
carried
is.
over from, those early days in the stock car, which is why it was a half joke to ask if you were coaching him. But you obviously have substantially more road course experience than he does.
Sure.
And that was what I got from him when we talked to him last year at Daytona. Was he was still crazy competitive, just locked in on the race.
He's like, this reminds me of this corner. I exit out. What do you do here? And some of it, I think, what he had to really get used to is how to apply the brakes, right? Because back in the stock car days, they were under tired and a lot of weight, right? You couldn't overdrive the tire. You would never get them back. With these cars, with ABS, you know, and the technology that's available today with a fairly lighter car than the Cup cars, right? You can drive them a little bit harder. Yeah. So compressing the brake zones where there's lap times was something that he had to kind of get used to. So when I started working with Steve initially last year, you know, the initial brake pressure was very low.
Sure.
You set the weight transfer, set the nose, and not overdrive the tire. Now you can go deeper in the brake zone and get some lap time out of it. So, but he's studious. He loves it. You know, it's fun to see the smile that, you know, when we out there driving and high fives. And I love to hear the stories from when he drove for DEI. That's kind of when I came over to the U.S. and was following the NASCAR, and that was where I picked up my knowledge from them. And you know, that was back in the early 90s. And now kind of hearing some backside from what was going on back when he was driving, and how he got the job, and you know, the whole thing about Dale Earnhardt leaving a message on his answering machine, and he thought some of his friends were pulling a prank on him, right? So more in stories like that, and how he was working in the shop and how things, it's just really, really fun to hear. And I think that, you know, we didn't realize it at the time, but it was the, you know, the golden years of NASCAR, you know, you know, where there was ingenuity and the guys that worked hard and were smart with it, and there wasn't a ton of engineering, right? Engineering was coming in, and when that started coming in, all the guys that started this kind of couldn't keep up.
It wasn't necessarily spending a lot more money. It was just being more clever than the guys next to you.
And then they spent, because now it becomes more and more spec racing, right? So people say, well, that should make it less expensive. Now you really got to find your edge. And then you start doing modeling, and, you know, obviously can't do as much testing, but you get the engineers to really work in a wind tunnel and all that, right? So you see who is rising to the top again, but it's the same teams as the Penske's and the Hendricks and all that. So
what you need is to make everything completely open, like the World Racing League. Just give little performance modifiers here or there, and otherwise let them have at it. One of the last great, I think, car building categories.
Exactly, and I think there is a lot of that going on where people are, you know, talking amongst themselves before the races or what they get ready for next year, right? We can build this car, and this is this kind of modifier. I think we can get even better performance out that the modifier is going to cost us. So that is part of racing in WRL. It's not just what goes on at a racetrack, but actually kind of coming up with the car that you want to race the following year.
I had a moment here on Thursday. I was, watching cars, or Friday, watching cars go around and hear the different engine notes and different, you know, classes of cars, different approaches to making cars go quickly. And, you know, GT4 seems to have taken a little bit of that away at the top end, but still, you know, the home builds are super competitive, which is great. But it seems to be coming off the back of Le Mans 2 weeks ago, where prototype racing at the top end, GT racing at the top end has been now controlled by balance of performance and controlled largely by budget concerns. That you still get not just the level of variety in the World Racing League that you don't. I think they've just dispersed a fire bottle there on the Rapscallion number 135. I saw the smoke there from behind the pillar. But it's come to a stop there next to the 701 and been taken care of there. So we'll come back to that in a second. But not only do you get that variety here in the WRL that sports car racing fans love, but you still have that ingenuity, that openness, and the ability to do basically whatever you want to make a car go quickly that you can't really do at the top of the sport anymore.
No, you can't. I mean, you're in a box. You have to be within homologation. So you can take a GT4 car, put a bigger wing on it. You can do certain things. And part of the BOP in GT4 racing is also ride height. Now you don't have that BOP anymore, so you can optimize the car for what the window really is working for that car. And then teams are, you know, battling it out there. And obviously then, since we have a 12-hour, right, then it comes down to strategy and how good you are in the pits and the consistency and no penalties and all that. So it truly is a team sport.
I don't want to blow up anybody's spot here, but I have a genuine question for you. Do you guys discuss Code 35 pit strategy ahead of time?
Absolutely.
Okay. So we've come to the decision that basically you should be pitting every Code 35 and you should probably top off before you go back to green.
Yeah.
Is that a discussion you guys have had at all?
Well, I don't know about the topping off.
Okay.
But we certainly have the discussion that every time there is a curd 35 and it comes out 5 laps after,
Your
that
last
could be
pit stop.
yeah,
Yeah.
that can be a set number because it really doesn't cost you hardly anything, right?
Basically nothing. Yeah, exactly.
So-
We saw it a little earlier at the top, Bite, and you guys may have been tracking this in GTO. 89X did not top off at the end of one of the yellows. GTR 99 did, and it just so happened that the next Code 35 came out in between when 89X had to pit and when GTR 99 had to pit. So it was that topping off that actually made the difference, and GTR picked up something like a minute.
Yeah.
As a result. And on one hand, you could say, okay, it's bad luck for 89X. Maybe they didn't have the mileage or whatever. At the same time, if a pit stop is fundamentally free or very nearly free to come in and top off, maybe that's the right way forward. We don't,
I think
we don't get paid for any of this. We're just,
I'm a big fan of Code 35.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah.
I am. I think it's good for many reasons. The team doesn't lose what they've gained on the track.
Yep.
Obviously, there is a less possibility of a big pileup on a restart where the whole field comes down to take the green. And you can start the race sooner as opposed to have to come all the way around for the green. You can just go green or whenever. So I think there are so many positives. And now with the Flactronics technology where, before you had to kind of estimate and radar gun, and then you had to go to a lap time.
Yeah.
But if it's a long lap, then if somebody had been gone by the start finish, they could make time up because you couldn't condense them down to what your lap time should have been because they did started after the start finish. So now you can really keep control of it, keep it at the 35, so it really becomes fair for everybody. And I will be honest with you, there was at one point we had a long 35 and I was out there having a fun time trying to catch up to the car in front of me by trying to run the shortest line, right? Can I gain here, a little bit here, a little bit here? So it's
still competitive.
Still.
Even under Code 35.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Why not?
I love it.
Yeah.
So your plans for the rest of the day behind the wheel at number 5? What's your schedule look like?
I'm going to jump in probably towards the end.
Okay.
Yep.
Have you been in already?
I have. Okay. I was out for 2.5. I think 2.5, 240 minutes.
How is it in the heat? All right.
It's warm.
Yeah.
It was warm for sure. But I have a cold suit on, so that certainly helps to take just the edge off. But other than that, you're busy here the whole time. Really, there is no downtime here, even when you're on the oval, right? Because you're coming up on traffic.
Oh yeah.
And the slow and low, right? So the person stays, but they may start tracking out for going into the chicane. So now you have to go to the inside. So you have to make sure you clear them. You don't have a lot of time to clear them on the outside before you then have to pass them on the inside. So there's stuff going on all the time.
Even here into the last chicane, you're setting up passes probably the middle of 3 and 4 to get somebody on the brakes going into the chicane.
Yeah.
That's I've thoroughly enjoyed my weekend here. You've obviously been behind the wheel, but I hope that this is a track that comes back to the WRL calendar next year because it looks like just oodles of fun.
And then it is a 12 hours, so you really have to be kind of calculated with your passing and not, going in and hoping for the best, right? So there are some places where you set up for the exit, and then pass.
Short straights, though. Setting up for the exit is good, but you only have so much time to actually
make if you come up on them too close, and now your exit is killed, and especially in our car, right? Because there are some very fast GP1 cars. That are carrying a little more weight, but they certainly seem to have the torque, especially the V8s that are out there in the GP1 car. You would really have to set up for a good run coming out in order for us to kind of clear them before the next brake zone. So, but that's part of the fun, right?
For sure. Yep. It's what we love about multi-class and endurance racing.
Absolutely.
As good as it gets. Johan Schwarz, thank you for coming up.
I appreciate it.
Feel free to stay in the air conditioning as long as you like.
Yeah,
but otherwise, we'll let you get back to your duties with All-Star Racing.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Johan Schwarz out of the number 5 from All-Star Racing joins us on DriversEye Live. Have we missed anything of utmost importance in the last little while here, John?
I don't think so. Except for that little whatever happened on pit. We're going to slow Mustang right there.
That is over at 5. Oh, there's a stack up there. I think that's the... No, I think it's just bad traffic, bad luck in traffic there. Very awkward.
We did have that moment on pit road.
Oh, yeah. Tying that together, I think that was a Rapscallion number 1 135. 469, the other Rapscallion car had a spin down at turn 6. Spinning continue. Yeah, now that pit road entry getting for that number 135, which is quite right.
We have entered the orange zone.
Jordan, I'm hearing you're a touch quiet. You want to bring your levels up just a minute, just a little bit. I think that's a little better.
There we go. We are in the orange.
I think that's the heat.
I'm going to assume that's what it is.
Orange for heat.
It just looks hot.
It is.
I mean, look at that.
So, am I right in saying, Jordan, we've lost a couple of cameras?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
I think it'd be easier to list which ones we do still have.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
This one.
Okay.
This one.
Uh-huh.
And this one.
All right.
I think
yeah, it's warm.
Succumbed, to the heat.
It's warm. And Scott, step away here. Oh, my opportunity to go fix things is not presenting itself at the moment.
We
a little disappointing there because they were hanging on for a while.
Yeah, well, they all, in about a 90-second window, they all took lunch at the same time. We do have these onboards.
Well, okay. Yeah, fine onboards. 3 fast guys and Denny. The only Scion in the field this weekend. RJ and Johan sharing a moment over track limits behind my shoulder. Rapidly approaching halfway here. Round the outside. This is, who are we on board with here? Is this Liberty? Yeah.
This is.
Yeah. Over the rise at 6, down into the compression at 7. Again, pointing yourself at the concrete wall there with a little bit of buffer to spare. Knock the car back into turn 8. Build speed around this portion of the oval. You've driven the Roval here in iRacing, Jordan?
Yeah.
Done some,
I've
some
never
laps?
got comfortable on
Sure.
it. You know, it just never feels... I try, though.
I had a dream for this event in particular with NASCAR, obviously having the Roval race in the fall. It's still part of the playoffs?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, okay. So my dream was that that IMSA would bring back the concept of the Paul Revere 250. And on like the Thursday night before they ran of that weekend of the Roval, that they would do, a standard length IMSA race. Under the lights.
I went to the Paul Revere 250 one year.
What a great event.
2006.
Okay. Yeah, I think that event changed names there for a few years. It became like the Brumos Porsche 250.
Probably.
But that Paul Revere had some provenance and I thought it was one of the coolest events of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Even before Daytona had lights, they would run the event at night. In July 4th weekend in the summer, you get things cool down a touch in Florida, I guess, when the sun goes down. That's what I'm told, anyway. Yeah, that's what I'm told. But I always thought it was just a really neat attachment to whatever NASCAR was doing. You run them on the infield. Obviously, you can't camp on the infield then, which does take away some revenue, which I assume is kind of why that went away over time. But with the Roval here at Charlotte, you don't have to worry about that. Right? We're running the same configuration regardless.
Right.
And I think in 2020 they did run the GT cars here, the GT only as kind of a COVID makeshift schedule edition, and it poured for like the whole 100 minutes. But I thought it was really cool. Wish it would come back. Bring back the maybe do it at Iowa.
At Iowa?
You know? Yeah, sure.
What about New Hampshire?
Well, I think they put campers up on the hill. They probably put
They
campers
can dodge
on
them.
the Iowa too.
Go around them.
Oh, there is an idea.
Yeah.
That would be. Listen, I've had a lot of terrible racing ideas. That one might be the finest.
That would
Terrible
be
racing idea.
ultimate fan engagement.
An interesting way to put it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That your camper is an active part of the track.
Speaking of fan engagement, what's our weather situation?
Let's take a look at it again. So we're in the orange.
Yeah. Okay.
But that green, it's
not really
slowly
popping up.
working its way.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get there with that green, but we got to, maybe a few more pop-ups. And I got to be honest with you, I'm not really in love with the idea of rain. I'm just in love with the idea of it cooling off and clouding up a little bit. And I just don't feel like we're headed there.
We don't have a lack of clouds if you look right here. We got plenty of clouds.
Not as much cloud as you think, unfortunately.
That's a shame.
Could do with more cloud.
More.
'89 slow at the straight, according to the race control log. Now that may have been a few minutes ago. Catching up with items here. 241. No, that's current. Those are current events, and that 89 is in the pit lane.
Is that the car we see over there, way on the extreme right
It
of
is.
the camera?
It's the only car in the lane, other than the Dodge Challenger pace car. And just now listed as missing on Race Hero because it hasn't made it back around to start finish. So the GTO lead has changed hands with the 99 still circulating out on track. Is this be scheduled for that 89? The hell? 33 laps. That car again listed slow over on the back straightaway. So my guess is there is something amiss here. I think they've got the catch pan out.
They've been green for a hot minute.
Yeah, it's only 30-something laps on. I think we can go quite a bit further. Car goes up on the jacks. So fueling is done. They work first on the left rear. And looking at tire condition, I mean, we're almost 5 hours into this. And typically GTO teams will change tires around 4 to 5 hours in. Now that's kind of splitting the difference, but I wonder here if maybe the car picked up a puncture?
Could have.
Oh, it absolutely has, because it's taken bodywork off the right rear corner of the car. It's actually is it ripped the diffuser off? It's really tough to tell from this distance and angle, but the right rear corner of the car does not look like it did when this race kicked off. We'll get it next time it comes by start finish here in a few moments. But
60 making a driver swap.
I think they may have gotten away with one here. That is out of my tablet's died, so I have to go back to the desktop or for the main screen here for timing. Out of second place overall, second in GTU. Contact notwithstanding, down there earned 6 with the low country car. It's been an all right day for that number 60. Never did see that Chevy Camaro again from low country. Ron Hornaday Jr. went missing somewhere on the circuit and was never seen again.
Ron Hornaday, 4-time Truck Series champion.
Imagine being in the Truck Series long enough to win 4 championships. Back when the Truck Series was actually worth, well, I don't want to say when it was worth being in, but when it was kind of a place to race, you know?
Oh, I loved the Truck Series back then. You had Ron Hornaday, Mike Skinner.
Jack Sprague.
Yep. Johnny Benson.
Yeah.
Ted Musgrave.
Ted Musgrave. He was around since the beginning. Benson kind of came in a bit later, I think,
Yeah,
right?
Benson went to Cup and then came back to the trucks, won a championship. Todd Bodine.
Todd Bodine.
2-time Truck Series champion.
The Onion,
Uh-huh.
as I've been told.
Yeah.
So look, I think, and maybe I've had this discussion on DriversEye Live before. I don't care. We're 5 hours into a 12-hour race, and I've got nothing better to do. I think the real brilliance of truck racing was not in having having young up-and-coming drivers and giving them a place to race as a foundational series or anything like that. I think the brilliance was in having a national touring NASCAR series with recognizable names and sponsors and colors and a look and a feel to it that toured the local events, the local tracks. Right? So you got NASCAR that was accessible in Louisville, Kentucky, or accessible in Bakersfield, California, or Monroe, Washington, right? Like, you didn't have to go to the big speedway venues, or for that matter, to the Southeast. That was still kind of a hub of NASCAR and stock car racing at the time. You could go to some pretty wild places and see NASCAR racing and hear NASCAR names. Sure, Mansfield, Ohio. Yeah, one of the racetracks of all time.
Donnie Leah.
Sure, made his name. Would you say Donnie Leah made his name at Mansfield?
Yes.
I would say that. Yeah, because then I never heard it again.
I race with him on iRacing a lot.
But do you?
Yeah, he shows up on there.
Huh. You run like, what does he run?
He'll run a C-Fixed. You'll run a truck race, and there he is.
There he is.
Just Donnie Leah.
It peaked in the real world C-Fixed of our time. Yeah. I don't know. I do wish to some degree that NASCAR would. I don't know that it's commercially viable anymore, but would have recognized that was where the brilliance of what made the Truck Series really special.
Right.
Where that came in. It obviously wasn't an accident to go tour those types of small venues. And they'd pack them. You get 8,000 or 10,000 people there, and it would look spectacular. The racing was tough. I don't know. I always thought that was really special, and now it's just another feeder series,
Mm-hmm. They're slowly bringing stuff like that back. Milwaukee Miles back on the schedule.
Yeah.
Slowly getting there.
Are we going far enough here?
The Milwaukee Mile.
It's a step in the right direction.
Yeah.
Concord 512 points out the 89X runs extreme contact force. It's a Continental tire. Can usually go the whole day barring punctures. So that was my concern. Concord was that that car will have picked up a puncture just either in the heat or in the with the loads going around the oval. Now, it's not a super high-speed oval in a GTO, even in a GTO car, because the entry speeds to the oval corners are so low. Spinner at the chicane. That is the 469. It's the red Rapscallion car. Do we have any cameras down there at the chicane, Jordan?
We do not.
Okay, so even the track limits camera is gone. Okay. All right, well, when Scott comes back, we'll have to address that. Yeah, Seb just said they had a flat left rear. So I thought it was right rear. I will take left rear as an acceptable option. But all things considered, they actually kind of got away with one because they didn't slow until the back straight. So, and I think in particular that left rear is probably less indicative of having a loading induced or a wear-induced puncture, and more of something like either a debris-based puncture or some type of random failure there. So they'll have lost some time, but they were about 3/4 of the way through a fuel run anyway. Now the downside is we have no safety cars to help them get that time back, but if things kind of work out in their favor and we can, GTR is forced to pit under green again, then this is all kind of going to come out in the wash. Other than when we get to the end of the race and we've got to calculate all the end of race fuel mileage situations. So we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. near their fuel window. Yeah, exactly. It's 522 back out. Great question from Maximilian E. Choice Racing, yeah, still lapping. It currently, let's pick out the position here in GP1. Slid to 7th in GP1, finds themselves 16 laps off the class leader. I must have been doing something else while they were, while that was going on. Do you know what happened to the 522 of Choice Racing?
Don't know.
The dog on board.
Yeah, they were on pit road and sat there for a good while. I think we got a car stopped over here.
Over at 6?
Might have kept
Oh, no.
going.
You're absolutely
Oh,
right.
no, yeah, there
I
it is,
think
right there. Yep.
Is it
It's
missing
slowly
a left front
moving.
wheel? It's down at the left front for sure. That's the Harrison Motorsports car, I believe. The
Probably see it
392.
when they come around here, if they do.
Yeah.
There they are.
That car look damaged to you?
Can't tell. Maybe. Yeah, that left front looks different than it should.
It sure does.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just listed as slow. It doesn't say it's hit anything. It doesn't say it's missing anything. My honest sort of first take seeing it out the window here was that it was actually missing the left front tire.
No, it looks like it's there. It just looks like the geometry of the fender looks different.
Yeah.
Like it might have hit.
It is
gotten hit or hit something.
Crawling. My guess is if the corner worker didn't catch it, then something, if there was contact, it'll be reported by the team.
Yeah, this car, they came to pit road and then I lost the camera, so I don't know.
Oh, sure.
Between them being on pit road and them leaving, what had happened, but they were
Maybe
there for a
Maximilian E knows what the answer is. Brian Belinsky was in the chat earlier. I missed that.
Oh.
You know Brian, Jordan?
Yeah.
Yeah. Brian's one of our other main commentator for the CCA Hoosier Super Tour. Greg Ginsburg is up here on my left, just kind of hanging out, trying to get out of the house. Had enough of mom for the day. Not the arrangement you would think. Anyway, we put our cameras on his server this weekend. He seemed to be handling things very well, except for the fact that 4 cameras went down in a span of 90 seconds earlier. I think it was heat. Yeah, we think it was. So we're all things are good there. Brian Lansky tuned in. Just wrapped up the Super Tour on DriversEye Live. Last weekend out at the June Sprints was the end of our train for the year. Craig says he knows he's in California, but nice of him to finally wake up. Yeah, based out of Pasadena area. All right, so the 392 has made it back around to the pit lane. The Harrison Motorsports BMW. So that, I think, was second in GP1. It still is second in GP1, actually. That gap has ballooned out as a result of trouble for the 44 PC Racing and for the 522 of Choice Racing. Fuel goes in, first and foremost. There's a loud screaming goat, by the way, to build that lap out, or the gap out even further. It's now, I think, 3 coming up to 4 laps. Or sorry, 2 coming up to 3 laps. To read things properly. More fuel for the 392. I'll not be watching the screen while this is going on because it's kind of important to figure out where they go next after they get fuel in the car. All right, Jack is brought around to the right-hand side, which is not the side you would have thought, Jordan.
No.
You're going to say
the
left front.
side was the trouble side.
Yeah. 44 from PC Racing leaves the stall and I think is going to duck right into the garage. But more trouble in GP1. We're doing so well, too. GP1 race is actually legitimately pretty interesting. 392 now. looks like they're looking primarily at the right rear corner. And dropped off the jacks. Looks like they're going to send it. They do. Oh, no. They're sending it to the garage. Something is very, very wrong with the right rear of the 392. Looks like the rear tires, rear suspensions and control arms. It's moving front to rear, basically. They're kind of pivoting around the axle. Rather than up down. So I don't think it's an upright. But anyway, trouble for two GP1 contenders, basically back to back, and out of second place now. That Harrison Motorsports 392 is going to drop down the order, which will promote the 63 and the 64 of Open Throttle Racing right up onto the podium, even at this early stage. That 64, for what it's worth, wasn't even supposed to be racing this weekend. That car was brought as part of the Open Throttle stables as a backup car. The 65 entry, which is the GP3 car, was in the, oh my gosh, is the 29 going to the paddock as well? Oh my gosh. The GP1 leader is in the paddock as well. What is happening in GP1?
It's the heat.
To them too. Listen, we should enter some of our phones in GP1. Be just about as reliable at this point. So, anyway, just to tie up the open throttle situation, the 65 was put into the wall at the exit of the bus stop yesterday fairly hard. You can actually see the two tire marks on the left-hand side. Next time we have an onboard that runs through there, you'll see a pair of scuff marks along the safer barrier. And that car, even at a low speed, pounded that wall fairly hard. It was damaged beyond immediate repair, particularly at the left front. And so the remaining drivers in that team were given the opportunity to run in GP1 with the 64, which, as it turns out, is the V8-powered BMW M3, which I love. Sounds great, looks great. And so they are now, after running a substantially heavier and faster car than I think any of them were anticipating running this weekend, going to find themselves, well, it's going to take them a minute, but likely onto the provisional podium here in GP1. And maybe even better than that, with the Screaming Goat Racing number 29 also now back in the paddock. GTR 99 into the pit lane. So this is the equivalent stop as it related to the 89X. The Aston Martin having slowed with a puncture, changed tires under green. This is the stop. This is about when that car would have been into the pits with the 99 now in at the conclusion of that 154. 89X actually on the same lap here. So look at that car up out on track. Headed through NASCAR 2 at the moment. And down into the chicane. Let's wait and see if this GTR 99 gets rolling.
There goes the 99.
That GTR 99 is rolling, and 89X comes through. Gets tucked up behind the number 92 Ford Mustang just a little bit. This margin is going to be like 10 seconds.
Got a car stopped over there, and you can see he's moving now.
That is Scallion again.
Had a moment over there.
Where's the NFC at these days? 123. So that car is picking up pretty substantial amounts of time here. It's offset slightly on on pit strategy, I think. No, I know it is. It was in a little bit early at lap 140, which we had missed. But it is really starting to gain some time now, under 2 laps off of the class lead. And I think it was not so very long ago, maybe an hour and a half or 2 hours, where that number 123 was exactly 2 laps behind the class leader. You ever get suspended from sending messages on Facebook Messenger? Ever happened to you? Yeah, it just happened to me.
What did you do?
Nothing. I don't really use Facebook Messenger.
Maybe that's
I'm
the
like
point. They got
in
offended you just weren't
chats.
using it.
I guess.
Oh, well, if you're not going to use it, we'll just ban you.
Right.
The last thing I used it for was to ask Robert Hill Jr. if he was going to be joining us today. I don't know.
He reported you.
I mean, I'm at a loss. I also have been told, look, production, also Jordan Worth. I like that. It's good. Our stream was also taken off Facebook for using copyrighted material, and I'm certain up to that point I had seen every minute of coverage. Absolutely no idea what it could possibly be.
Reported.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean,
Enjoy report now.
Thanks for being back with us, Scott Michaels.
Okay.
Go to lunch. I didn't check the Discord. Stretch the legs a little bit.
Yes, trying to lose weight. Lunch is only so enjoyable.
Sure. So we've been tracking a few things, Mr. Michaels. Let's fill you in here. Number 1, chapter 1. 89X had a left rear puncture from the lead.
All right.
Came into the pits about 30 laps into a fuel run, changed the tire, filled it full of fuel, sent it on its way. GTR 99 ran the full fuel run and just pitted. So now the lead margin in GTO is 5.1 seconds. Numbers like that don't get you going. I don't know what will. NFC Motorsports is now only a lap and a half behind the GTO class leader. So that margin's coming down. And the entire GP1 field is in the paddock.
Is in the what?
The paddock.
The entire field.
Not the entire field. The 29 and the 392 are both in. And and PC.
So, looks to me like 63 is about to take the lead, right?
It'll be this lap. Yep. Next time they come across the line, they will be scored as the race leader.
Although, does it count if you're also behind the GP2 leader?
Yes. I would say yes.
I say no.
Look, every class becomes a race of attrition at some point. It's kind of the nature of endurance racing, right?
For me, the GP1 class is GP1 and below. I know
Sure.
that makes no sense, but
No. Get a production trophy for the top placed production. We've also dropped a couple of cameras in this late hour.
Oh no.
You could say that.
Already? We're not even halfway. Oh, are we halfway? No, we're not halfway.
No, it's at 12. 14.
Yeah, I looked up at the clock and I was like, is that counting up or down?
Put a
We are
green
circling
pop
the
up on
wagons
radar
at
there.
halfway.
good description of where we are.
I think here it's rovaling the wagons.
Oh, God.
There you go.
Isn't that awful? Isn't that just awful? There's racing, then there's roval. Why did we have to brand rolls?
We didn't.
Like, didn't we all kind of acknowledge what purpose roval served in the greater sphere of motorsports? I don't think anybody was under any impressions that they needed to be spectacular. They're just there, you know.
I have a bigger issue with this being the roval.
That's a good point. I hadn't
There
considered
are
that.
a lot of rovals. This isn't the only one.
Well, to be fair, the slogan doesn't say the Roval. It just says there's racing, then there's Roval. There is no article.
It is very commonly referred to as the roval.
Well, it's the Charlotte Roval, sure.
Yeah, maybe there's no official. I just hear that way too often.
Maybe we drop it entirely and just say this is the race on Roval. Or the race at Roval.
Yes, no.
Remember when this track had yellow walls?
I was thinking about that Thursday.
I raced a lot of iRacing back when there was the yellow walls, Charlotte.
Very bright.
Didn't it have like orange stripes at some point, like white walls with the orange stripes on the back straight?
Going into turn one.
Into one?
Yeah, in the late 90s, early 2000s. Yeah, there's like those random orange stripes. I always wondered.
I thought maybe there were some at the crossover on the back straight as well.
Might have been,
tunnel.
but I vividly remember them in turn one, and I don't really know why they were there. I never. Really
No, nobody does. Nobody does. Bring them back. That's what I say.
Yeah.
I do. I don't mind the red, white, and blue motif.
Oh, I like that.
And
I really like what they've done here now.
I appreciate that, racing on Memorial Day weekend here probably dictates a little bit of that.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, look at that.
Those are some colors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like Kota.
It does a bit.
With the little SMI logo card.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah, that's the...
I couldn't figure out what that was.
Yeah, that's the middle of the SMI logo, the little car they have in there.
Now it's an elephant.
It does look like an elephant. Yeah. It does. If you tilt your head 90 degrees to the right, it's the trunk at the front, the tail at the rear. Is that right?
That
we're going with?
I think I would have done 2 legs on the trunk, but yeah.
2 legs. Oh, yeah, leg. Yeah, okay. Fair.
Look at that Jumbotron.
Dog.
With us on it. Now it's got a dog on it.
3 cameras and 2 onboards.
Well, we got 4 onboards.
We got 4 onboards.
Yeah, we got the 60.
I love that this MPO1 camera stayed up with that. We don't ever really get going fast enough here for the vibrations to get out of control.
I like this guy's helmet.
Can't see it. Now I can see it. Green.
It's an RI. A big RI guy.
Driver, green car.
No, he's driving the gold car.
Gold car?
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, this guy's a green helmet. Maybe his name is Green Car. I just don't know. This is a disaster.
7.5 seconds between the GTO leaders.
Oh no. Why is the Jumbotron slow? Okay, we're coming back. Yeah, I mean, this was... obviously, we don't know the driver change situation there between 89X and 99, but 89X basically lost its lead as a result of the picture. And they've come out, I think when they came out of the pits, the margin was 5.1 seconds, so... I've seen the 89X run some great races, but not have the result in the end. This is one of the best races I've seen them run to this point. And even if you put it in the context of an 8-hour race, right, we're 5 and some change hours in. Well, 5 and 10, I guess. 5 hours, 10 minutes. If you put that in the context of an 8-hour race, they're very much in contention for the win at this point. Some of their best work.
Would you say they're putting their best foot forward today?
I think I would do that. But yep.
Yup.
Anybody keeping an eye on Spa? 24 hours of Spa? Kobe.
Nope.
89 now.
I did just watch the end of the VCO IndyCar race.
How'd that go? Sam Lane?
Sam and Joseph are not my car, was their exact words.
Oh no.
Yeah, there were some decisions made. They weren't good ones.
Would you say track limits down there at the bus stop for only open throttle cars. If you were to put the context of those decisions up against some of the Vulcanhorst NLS decisions, going above or below?
That was a long time ago, man.
4 years.
Yeah, I don't remember any decisions from that.
I made some decisions. I have made decisions in the past.
Do you want to throw me one example, and I'll tell you if it's better or worse?
Giving every driver the same amount of fuel, assuming they're going to use the same amount of fuel per lap.
It doesn't sound that bad, but
I mean, when one driver now has to save 2 liters. Because
just learning what drivers do is not that difficult. So, it was fuel related, was their main blunder.
Not enough.
But they thought the safety car period was going to last longer than 1 lap. So they ended up with a fuel number that was impossible because the safety car came in earlier than they were expecting.
Oh, right. So they took a gamble.
They were definitely trying to go off strategy, yeah.
Didn't work out, huh?
No, it doesn't help when Sam got a black flag for overtaking. You know the Indianapolis pit exit, where if you were under safety car, all the cars who are behind the safety car are like way off to your left-hand side.
Sure.
He overtook someone that you didn't even see, so he got a black flag as well. So the drive-through didn't help. But it was on the pit stop that they shouldn't have made because it put them in the fuel position they were in. It was a comedy of errors. P20.
Apparently Spa's a bit of a mess at the moment. I'm being reliably informed.
Shot
Conquered.
Pikachu face.
Yeah, FCY for the most of it.
Really? What a surprise.
They left the car stranded in the middle of the run to Eau Rouge I saw earlier, with cars coming at it at racing speed, which inevitably involved a dentist and a Ferrari slamming into the back of it, which was quite spectacular. And I don't know if they're full course yellow now, but I'm also informed it's about to rain quite heavily. So,
genuinely,
what else is new?
We might get more green flag running than them.
I told you.
Yeah,
I wasn't kidding. We might have fewer red flags too.
Yeah, we should have a pool. What hour do they get to before they do more green flag running in this race?
Yeah, so we're gonna have to go back and calculate the amount of green flag running we've had here, which is
very
a tough
easy
one.
because it's all in the race control.
Oh, that's a great point. Tougher to find that information from Spa, though.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. YouTube.
Maybe when Spa goes red for the really bad rain, we just direct everybody over here and we can get like 20-something thousand viewers. But to get involved over there.
They've got so many languages as well.
Do we need Portuguese?
They may have Portuguese streams.
Jordan.
There are a ton.
Ironically, of all of the possible languages we could translate WRL and DriverSeye Live into, Portuguese might be one of the easiest. Between Jordan's exclusively spotter pack based knowledge and Cole Lofsgaard, who is in Brazil at this moment racing at Taruma. I don't know. Anyway, he's racing in Brazil right now and apparently developing Portuguese skills. We actually might be able to do it.
Okay, Liberato.
The 444 is coming back out. But it's the Bruce Innovations BMW that was backwards against the turn 3 tire wall. Hour and a half into the race? Hour into the race?
You mean this tire wall?
That one to the left.
That's the one right there?
That's the very same.
You want to guess how many tires are here at the whole track for all the tire walls?
Is this one of those like count the jelly beans in the container thing? Yeah. I'm not sure I'm ready for that.
How many?
We might be later, but
how many floodlights are here?
oh, that we can count. It's like 6 per stand.
Fairly confident Jordan already has.
7 per stand?
You mean the Musco lighting on the inside? It was installed in 1992.
Was it really?
The same stuff.
Ahead of the Winston in '92, which was the first one ran under the lights. One hot night.
Is that what they called it?
Almost killed Davey Allison, didn't it?
Yep, Davey Allison, he won it, but he paid the price. Him and Kyle Petty.
Can we fund a season's worth of Jordan Worth track tours? Can we do that?
As in a WRL season?
All of it.
All of it?
Yeah.
Every track.
I mean, we've seen the Homestead track tour, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I want some of your best work, I would say.
This is the front stretch where in 2001 it started raining as soon as they threw the green flag.
That is one of my finest NASCAR memories.
Yep.
That was hysterical.
You could ask Steve Park about that. He was one of the
Sure.
drivers involved. Can I give a call to these 3 cameras that have not wavered?
You can't say that too much. You're going to get yourself into some trouble there. I'm actually surprised the grandstand cameras are going down because we're not so very far away from the sun dipping behind the top of the grandstand. The west.
Right.
Yeah. Should I be resetting cameras at this stage? We think that's where we're at? I feel like that might be where we're at.
You could.
All right. Next question. Did I bring sunscreen? Very important. I packed it, like, from home. It just sits in my
What would the
toiletries
SPF
bag.
be on that?
I'm a 30 guy. I don't think we need to go beyond that.
Okay.
I'm sure there's a case to be made, but I just, not interested. 30 is sufficient for me. We're better off applying low SPF more often.
SPF 5.
8. Or 9.
As they make them that specifically?
I don't think so. The speed limit in the Philadelphia airport parking garage is 9.
I worked on a construction site that it was 9.
So I think there's an actual thought to that. The rule in Pennsylvania is if you can't be ticketed for speeding as such if you are until you go 6 miles an hour over the speed limit.
So the real limit is 15 then.
Is 15,
Okay,
but
that makes sense.
then they get you at 15.
Right.
Why is it 6 miles per hour, not just a percentage?
Because on highways that is 10%.
Well, why isn't it just 10% everywhere then?
Because 10% of 25 miles an hour is like
2.5.
2.5 miles an hour.
It's pretty easy maths.
Yeah, but I don't think the tolerance on most equipment or human error on timing equipment is enough to, or that's, that would get thrown out. I found it, by the way, SPF 30.
Yeah, cloud.
Cool zone.
I also believe it's to say the ink on the signs. A single-digit number.
Surely you use more ink making a 9 than you do out of just making an 11.
I don't think anyone's done the maths on that.
Listen, we've got the time.
I would say no, there's no way.
Yeah, sure. Hemorrhaging viewers.
You could just make an 11-out duct tape, though. So.
That's also true. I've seen race car drivers do that.
Yeah, it's
Look at that WRL logo.
It's with this animation, it makes me think it's going to go all the way around to straight, and it doesn't. I don't like that it doesn't.
No, I know. That's the biggest WRL logo anybody has ever seen. I genuinely, on the Jumbotron, I don't know that
On the
anybody has
Jumbotron,
ever seen a WRL logo that size.
How tall is the Jumbotron? What was
I
the
don't know. I kind of remember the numbers from Big Hoss at Texas.
One? Yeah.
Do we need to brand the Jumbotron at Charlotte?
Is it? Does it have a name here?
I don't know. Does it have a name, Jumbotron? The Jumbotron here. They brand it Speedway TV. That's not that interesting. So Texas had Big Hoss, right?
Right.
Yeah, Big Hoss is what they call it. Big Papa. Okay, I don't think so.
Maybe the Humpytron.
That was an unidentified contributor. Oh, the Humpytron. Yeah, Humpy Wheeler.
Right.
Yeah, rest in
We
peace.
used to have the Humpy bumps here before they repaved the track. They call them the Humpy bumps because the bumps down the backstretch were just rough.
Sure, yeah, right at where the bus stop is.
Yep.
That was wild. We're getting there. That's where I'm headed. That's what the sunscreen's for. I gotta go get those cameras up and working. All right, so I'm gonna go brainstorm a little bit some names for the Jumbotron here, and go fix some cameras. All right. Well, you guys enjoy. Carry us through these quiet, sleepy hours of the midday in the heat and humidity. 6.5 hours remaining. I'll be back in less than one of those.
What's that guy at the 10-7 doing? Oh, what? They're gone.
Well, who's gone?
The person you said was having the time of their life under that.
Oh no, I
awning.
think they're in the little hut now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, see, that's like that's the break room is the tent.
Got it.
And then their office is the hut.
We have an island update.
Island update?
Yeah, the Turn 1 Island.
We can't see it, unfortunately.
Oh, that's one of the broken ones. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll
As
we'll
far
get
as
it
we're
back.
concerned, that island doesn't exist anymore because we can't see it. We can't make eye contact with it.
Yeah, it's been too long. We're beyond the statute of limitations of just believing it exists.
Yep.
We had 2 track limit warnings for the number 5 in the last 5 minutes.
Uh-oh.
Both for the front chicane. I don't know what car number 5 is. Number 5 is All Star Racing. Actually, they're in the race for GTO. What positions are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th currently. They're a lap off of 5th and 4 laps ahead of. Well, the GP2 leader is actually who's behind them. So a 1 lap penalty. It's not going to lose them anything except any chance of a top 5 finish in GTO. 89X has gone salmon. Does that mean they're in the pits?
Salmon.
I'm sure. What's that?
Salmon?
Salmon.
Salmon.
So yeah, assuming they're in the pit, are they in? Could they be in the pits? How long was it since their last stop? They last stopped on lap 145. It's now 170. So that is 25 laps, which doesn't sound like a lot. I think they can go longer than that. I think this might be a problem for E89X. Yeah, they did more than 30 laps on their previous run. So this could be the GTO leader in significant trouble. They're 2 laps behind GTR 99. I'm not entirely sure when that happened. I thought they were ahead. Either way, they are presumably dropping further and further behind. NFC, in fact, is about to overtake them. Actually, I think from the pit lane camera, the front straight camera there, I think I just saw do we have a camera around pit exit? It's alive.
this one?
This could work.
Kind of, yeah. We could catch it in the background, maybe.
Yeah, if we can hang on this for another 20 seconds or so.
Absolutely.
That's it? Is that that's the Aston Martin, isn't it? The 89X?
Right
I
there,
think
leaving
so.
pit road.
Yeah, I
See
think
him
so.
on
Yeah,
this
and
camera.
they've got.
There he is.
Yeah,
Yep.
there it is. And they've got they got a pit out with them as well. The lap was 3:45, so it's a very normal lap. So, well, they're now classified as one lap behind GTR 99. I'm curious where that lap disappeared to, because I thought even after the puncture, I thought they were still in the lead or very close to it. But hopefully Brendan will be able to correct me on that when he gets back. As things stand now, they are the best part, I think, of maybe a lap and 3/4 behind the GTR 99 car, because that's the GTR 99 in the distance there going through turn 2. And I think we're going to see 89X potentially going out onto the banking. NFC Motorsports is a lap, at least a lap behind them. So that top 3 is kind of a bit spread out at the moment. We'll have to see how pace changes things. GTR 99's, well, they actually pitted fairly recently. There's also the fact that, 89X there, they pitted 25 after 25 laps in, which is short. So if that is a problem and a reason why they're having to pit regularly, then obviously that's a problem, which will drop them further and further back. So something to keep an eye on. We're told from the race control log that the number, there's a car number is a question mark, but there's someone slow at turn 6. That hasn't been updated. We'd have to assume that car is cleared. Cleared the
We're
area.
about to find out.
We're going to go through turns 5 and 6 here. 4 and 5. 5 and 6. Well, there's not a lot of visibility around that corner, but I didn't see anyone. A very useful little notification at the bottom of the screen there that says that Kingpin lost a significant amount of time on that previous lap, and they did. They did a 4-minute lap time. I was with a pit stop. So no, I don't think it was them. They were I think they were just on an out lap. Any other cars with some very slow lap times? Not obviously. And now the 5 car is listed as, well, the note is watching for drop, so I'm assuming that means that they have some fluid potentially dropping out of that car. That again is the All-Star Racing number 5, which is running 6th in GTO. The BMW M3.
I bring great news.
Go on.
The island is back.
Hell yeah.
And there it is.
There's no one there.
Yeah, I don't see anybody. Maybe
I mean, there's a portal
behind
there.
the pylon.
Could be that.
Maybe.
Could be making use of the facilities. We won't speculate.
Or they dug themselves a tunnel under the track and have resurfaced somewhere.
They've escaped. This is the Alcatraz of Charlotte Roval. Maybe they're trying to get that scoring pylon working. There's GTR 99 coming through shot now, being held up a little bit by that Mustang. Dawn Motorsports continues to sort of sink through the overall field after being very competitive early on. They're pitting very regularly at the moment. So presumably something not quite right with that car that they're having to check in on regularly. '89X seems to be back up to speed and running reasonably competitive lap time. So I don't know what that early pit stop was for at this point. GTR 99 there, lapping a green BMW into turn 1. It's the GTO leader. '89X, again, it's a lap and a half or so, lap and 3/4 behind. And then another lap and a half, I think, back to NFC Motorsports. Then a big 3-lap gap back to the FPRS Motorsports, Ford Mustang, and Bruce Innovations a minute behind them. Finishing out the top 5 in GTO. Got three fast guys and Denny in the bits. They are, I believe, yep, they're still the GP3 leader. Up to 11th overall. Could be a top 10 for the GP3 winner. Actually, only 1 lap on the GP1 leader at the moment. No driver change. Taking a drink.
Gotta stay hydrated.
It's very important. What actually is the temperature? We keep mentioning it's very hot, but...
It's a great question. I don't know. Let's look up Concord. Remember, we're not quite in Charlotte. We're in Concord. 94 degrees right now.
Can I have that in metric?
Yes, I can do the 94 Fahrenheit to Celsius is currently 34.4444 degrees Celsius.
That's pretty hot.
Yeah, that's getting up there.
Checking if it's that hot here. Listed as 32 here, but it feels like 36. 36 must be about 100. Nah, not quite. 98 or so. Too hot. 3 fast guys and Denny back out of the pits.
There they go. I'm curious why that blue line is even there on that.
I've been curious from the moment this track was first. Well, I first saw this.
I know everyone always runs to the left of it there, so I'm curious why it's even there.
I wonder if maybe when they do like track days and driver schools and stuff, they do actually require you to stay inside them or something.
That makes sense. Yeah, that could be like a yeah.
Same with I don't know if you probably wouldn't have seen the adjustments they've recently made to Laguna Seca, where they just had an IndyCar race. They've got exactly the same thing. They've made the track a car width wider than it used to be, and they've left the old white line essentially, and then the IndyCars just ignore the white line and just run to the edge of the new track. And it's like, well, what's the point? They're still running to the edge of the track either way. But I do know that Laguna Seca has a bad, had a little bit of a bad history with particularly motorbike track days. So it could be that there's a set of lines there that on, amateur track days you're expected to stay further away from the edge of the track for, try to avoid crashes with maybe less experienced, less skilled riders. But that's completely a guess on my part.
Yeah, I like it. It sounds reasonable.
It's the only logical thing I can come up with.
I mean, I'm picking up what you're putting down there, so maybe that's it.
Appreciate it. Good bit of side-by-side. I was just watching the same camera through the 6 and 7 section. I'm not sure I'm a fan of that BMW's livery, to be honest. It's got a little bit of like European police about it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It looks like a cop car going through there.
Yeah.
We sent it into that bus stop.
Well, why not? There's no curb to hit, there's no... this is obviously a very grippy car as well, lightweight. FPRS Motorsports actually just had a very slow lap time. It looks like this is the 5th place in GTO Ford Mustang. It looks like it's the right amount of time for a pit stop, but it's not been marked as a pit stop on Race Hero, so it's a little curious. Hopefully the car's fine, and it was just something that wasn't picked up by Race Hero, but I'll check back in on that in a lap or two. We've got the 396 and the 5, and the 5's been all over. Race Control's been all over the 5 recently. They're under investigation for contact.
Oh.
Sorry, 369, not 396. 369 is Chattanooga Touring Wagon. They actually have an onboard camera. I don't know if it's still working. But yeah, they're under investigation. They were reported by the 5. They enjoyed report now. The 5 again is the All-Star Racing car, and actually both of those 2 cars have gone salmon. I wonder if that was significant contact then.
You never want to go salmon.
Salmon's typically bad news.
Yeah.
Right.
Try to avoid that.
So the Chattanooga car is in the pits currently.
60's also on pit road. We're making a driver swap. Look at that.
60 is our overall second place car. Trying to find this contact from between 369 and 5 on the 69 onboard, and I'm struggling to find it. Oh, there it is. Okay, there it is. There's a few laps ago into the back straight chicane. Unfortunately, can't really see it because from onboard with the 369, he clearly has contact from behind just as he's turning in. I would say the fact that, yeah, based on where the damage is on the 5 car, very much front right headlight, and the way the contact seemed to happen, or at least the way the driver responded to it, very early in the corner, just as the Chattanooga car was turning in. It looks like he's been hit from behind by a car who's making a late pass. So I would say he had a spin. I think that 5 car might be significantly damaged. The Chattanooga Touring Wagon car continued on for at least 2 laps. So I don't think the damage was too bad for them. They then came into pits, and are they still in the pits? Yes, they are. So maybe there is some damage that will take a couple of laps to evaluate. They're still sat in the pits. The All-Star Racing car, I think, might have been in the pits a bit longer than that. So it looks like both cars Chattanooga's onboard camera's just gone down, so that's not a good sign either. Yeah, both cars, Salmon on Race Hero, and now, yeah, All-Star Racing, they were 1 lap behind FPRS, and now they're 5 laps behind, so it's been in the pits for a while. It did look like some fairly significant right front damage to that car. So that looks like it's going to be an extended stay in the pits for them, which is a shame. It doesn't actually lose them. It's not going to lose them any positions in class anyway for a long time. The next GTO runner is 75 laps down, and they're only 18 laps down. So yeah, it's going to be more than an hour, I think, before they lose a position in class. Coincidentally, those 2 cars did happen to be running 8th and 9th overall, but the Chattanooga was 2 laps behind them. Chattanooga is actually the GP2 class leader. I don't think I mentioned that, but they've just exited the pits. So yeah, actually, yeah, their onboard cameras fired back to life, and yeah, they're on the way out of the pits. So that's good. They should, if they can get back up to speed, they should have no problem maintaining the GP2 class lead, because second place runner in GP2 is Open Throttle Racing, number 66. They're 38 laps down, so it's about 20 laps behind Chattanooga to Raleigh. 20 laps is about half an hour. So plenty of space for them to keep the GP2 class lead. It's a shame because we were seeing that car move nicely through the top 10, although actually, again, coincidentally, I think they're, somewhat ironically, I think they're actually going to end up still gaining a position out of that contact because the All-Star Racing car is going to, looks like it's staying in the pits for a while. And they're the car running ahead. So we're going to have Chattanooga to Wagon, even though they just lost a couple of laps doing repairs, they're going to move up to 8th overall in the GP2 class leading car. Still ahead of the GP, still maintaining their position ahead of the GP1 class leading open throttle racing car. Race leader is in the pits, the number 59. Shouldn't, as long as it's a regular routine pit stop, shouldn't really have any kind of consequence. They have a 2-lap lead over the number 60, who also have a 2-lap lead over the GTO leading GTR 99 car. Brendan doing great work. We apparently have 2 cameras back now.
We do.
Look at us.
This one's back. And this one's back.
Oh, awesome. See the green. I assume that's the number 60 Stratus car exiting the back straight chicane. The 99 has a track limits warning from a minute ago in the front chicane. Oh, sorry, no, that actually hasn't had any action assigned to it. That one, they've been noted for track limits. We haven't seen whether they are going to get a warning or any action at all based on that. 469 has also been reported for the same thing. That isn't a front running car. There's a change for 8th overall. The 2 cars that collided with each other a few laps ago have now swapped positions as All-Star Racing still in the pits fixing damage, presumably. The number 11 car had a track limits warning about 4 minutes ago for track limits of the front chicane. That's an actual warning. They've just been reported again, so that car might be on its way to penalty. Number 11 is the Kingpin Racing car that I think started about an hour behind the field, down in 24th overall. So not of any huge consequence. So they've just been given another warning. Fair enough. 99, no action needed. It's very consistent lap times across the top 5 GTO cars. They're all in the 32s and 33s at this point, which is relatively fast for that class. We have seen cars down below, a few of the cars capable of getting below 130. We've got a car doing the NASCAR rule.
Yep.
Going to a complete stop.
Yep, kept going.
I appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Respecting our track limits.
You got to.
It's okay if you make a mistake, but you have to pay respect.
As I saw an iRacer type in a Watkins Glen race last week, you have to respect the parallels.
Of
I
course.
don't know what that means, but you know, sometimes you just have to. Respect the parallels.
Yeah, you've always got to respect parallels.
Uh-huh.
You'd think it would go without saying, but it's nice to be reminded every now and then.
Right.
I believe his name is One-Ra. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
Trying to just stretch my memory on that one.
I'm pretty sure.
Why can my memory do that, but I barely remember what I had for breakfast this morning? 36.7 that lap of the 89X. 89X? I never know how I'm supposed to pronounce that. Motorsports Aston Martin. So that was a slow lap. Keep an eye on that. Let's have a look. Okay, so FPRS has this weird bug on Race Hero at the moment where their pit stop gets marked 2 laps after it actually happened. So that explains that. I still think they pitted a little bit early. It was only at 25 laps in, although that matches what 89X Motorsports just did. But I really think these GTO cars can go longer than 25 laps. In the 99 GTR 99 cars last run was 42 laps. Is that right? Doing the right maths on that? Yes, 42 laps. So yeah, really, yeah, they can definitely go longer than 25. I think it's just a coincidence that those 2 cars, 89X and FPRS Motorsports, have both just done short 25 lap runs. That says to me that they're both having to look after some sort of issue. This lap was a 34.8 for 89X Motorsports, which is pretty slow for them. The car's been capable of a 28.6, so they could be nursing an issue in that Aston Martin. And either way, with TR99 in the 32s, they're going to drop even further away, probably fairly close to being in danger of going 2 laps off the GTO class lead in the next 10 or 15 laps or so, I would guess. Nice wide open track there for the gold Stratus car, being driven by Gold Car.
There he goes.
Packing that first corner curb. I've noticed that usually has like a big turtle type curb on it for NASCAR, right?
I think it looks about like you see here. I think so.
I've noticed from the onboards that even the MPO ones that are usually quite sensitive to curbs are able to absolutely monster that thing. Oh, there's the 58. The blue car. Not sure if I missed that one coming out of the pits for a second time. But they are running again. I don't know how they're doing against the only MPO one that isn't run by Stratus, the number 95 Dawn Motorsports car. Dawn Motorsports are 38 laps off the lead. They've completed 153, and then the Stratus 58 car is way down. It's the last classified car at the moment. They've only completed 41 laps today. So yeah, I think they may have just recently come out of the pits after an extended stay in the garage. So yeah, they got 117 laps to catch up on Dawn Motorsports, who are running around. Actually, Dawn Motorsports' last lap time was a 14 minutes, so at that rate it might happen. But we're actually rapidly approaching halfway.
We are.
Good to tick off milestones like that when we get there. Jordan, we've had 6 hours to look at this field. What's your favourite paint scheme?
My favourite scheme in this whole field?
Yeah, you take a bit of time. If I've just thrown that on you.
Yeah, but, I'm gonna have to assess here.
Yeah, take your time.
This is the best camera to see him right now because this is the one with the closest.
Well, the best camera is the one in the back of Screaming Goat, but that's it's not always
right. We unfortunately lost that one. Yeah.
Oh, we've lost it as well. Yeah. That's not
yeah.
great. There's a. I'm actually still quite partial to the yellow duct tape modified NFC car, but there's another blue and yellow. I think it's a BMW going around that always catches my eye at least. Looks quite professionally done.
Green.
Yeah, I'm not into that shade of green, if I'm honest. Been plenty of them going around.
Yeah, at one point we had all 4 green cars in a nice pack, and I was like, oh wow, look at that.
There were 4?
I think there's 4 green cars, yeah.
Wow. I haven't worked out if that's... I have to assume that's one team, but...
There's your yellow bumper.
Yeah, it's definitely improved, as long as you don't look too closely. This car.
Look at that.
Yeah,
I like that. That's it.
And that's the blue and yellow car I kind of like.
That's it for me.
It resembles an anime car. I'm not gonna lie.
That is a
the
good
blue
point.
and pink one.
Right.
I don't think it is an anime car.
Right, but I'm willing to put that aside and say I like it.
Yeah, it's definitely the most intricate livery out there. At least the car's still running. 5 is hot in all caps, apparently.
And I'm about to type in all caps.
Now, based on WRL cameras, that's not specific enough for me. Does it mean hot means it's working, or hot means it's literally hot?
No, it means that it's working.
That has been the issue a lot. I had to... Last time I did Daytona in person, Brendan and I were up until about 2 in the morning fashioning heat shades for the cameras. Not much fun. I think that problem is that here's our pink and blue.
There it is, yeah.
Yeah, it's got a bit of Baskin Robbins about it.
Yeah.
Who was it? Was it Derek Justice who used to run Baskin Robbins cars a lot?
Yes, exactly.
Got a little bit of that about it. It's asymmetric as well, which is interesting.
There used to be a Dunkaroos car that kind of looks like.
What a Dunkaroos.
Dunkaroos. It's some sort of cookie thing. I'm not really totally sure.
Never heard of that.
Or Zoo Pals, which is like a paper plates.
Okay.
So some people have some weird iRacing sponsors, man.
I'm more thinking about it just corporately. That's a really imaginative name for some paper plates.
I mean, I'm sponsored by Davey Davis, so...
Davey Fest is coming.
It is. We don't know when.
But it's coming.
Yep.
We just had 2 green cars in shot, both in the pits. Another slow lap from 89X Motorsports. So that Aston Martin, which was just in shot and it looks fine. There's a 52 on that last lap, which is very slow for a GTO car. Yeah, we're watching it now and it looks fine. It's real shame their camera went down so early. We've got some great perspective from that.
I just noticed this shot has come back. Do you see those school buses up there?
I do.
On the right. I wonder what the story is with those.
They're very colourful.
Yeah.
I feel like those aren't functional colours. As much as I wish there were like really specific uses for school buses and they had to be painted a specific colour.
I don't know. Maybe they race them at the dirt track across the street.
Oh, you think they race them?
Maybe. Yeah. School bus races are a thing, you know.
Are they?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
They're definitely not meant to be like a serious race, but...
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely, on short tracks, you'll see school buses. Figure 8 school bus races.
Yeah, that race that was run in the UK like 40 years ago now between London double-decker buses keeps doing the rounds on
there you go.
social media. But I've seen a lot of like one-offs like that. Didn't realize there was a regular thing with racing school buses.
Oh yeah.
So here's that 89X car.
There it
which
is.
Pulled away from the blue and yellow. So I think that's my second favorite livery. There's
This
too
one right
much
here?
yellow.
That one?
Yeah. I like the colors. There's too much yellow. The block is too big, but it's a good color. That's my helmet color there. Basically that. But the 89X Aston Martin's pulled away from these two cars. So it's obviously, yeah, last lap was a 34.3, which is completely fine. Curious what's going on with that car. It's having regular pit stops and fairly regular slow lap as well. Gonna get, yeah, the GTR 99 just went, whoa! That was a late move. GTR 99 just went through shot as well, so it's going to end up 2 laps behind car it's theoretically chasing. This is, that felt like an odd line from Too Fast Guys or Denny.
Like this car is off the pace
yeah,
here.
There's something weird. It's testing the steering.
And we're coming in.
Coming to the bits, yeah. That looks quite fast at the cone, but we'll let it go. The 2 green cars are out there running line. Well, 2 of the green cars are out there running line astern at the moment. They've come out of the pits and they're just patrolling together.
So one of the green cars is all over the other one like a cheap suit.
They're not very close.
Okay.
I just saw the Stratus cars overtook them. They're next to each other, but there's a good 5 or 6 car lengths between them. There's
mildly expensive suit.
Yeah, they're giving each other respect.
Okay.
I think one of them may have come in the pits by the looks of things. Oh no,
there they
are.
are. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the
Oh
third.
no, he's all over him like a cheap
he's
suit
all
here.
over him now.
Yeah.
Yeah, things have progressed.
The vice is tightened here in the green car battle going towards turn 1.
Green man group. I've noticed a lot of drivers really giving that wall on the outside of M1 a wide berth. Both of the green cars. I hope you can control your car a little bit closer than that. Certainly would give you a better line into turn 2.
Are we side by side in the green battle?
No, I think the second green car. Now
we are.
I think the second green car was just respecting track limits there. This is the line, and I will go no further. But yeah, he made the move. No idea if these cars are in position. I honestly haven't worked out.
It doesn't. You know what? They're still they're battling anyway. Why not? Because we're almost halfway. Look at that. We're less than 100 seconds away from halfway.
Yeah.
Do they have fireworks here that they're going to set off at halfway? Is this like the Rolex 24 where we got the fireworks?
Could you imagine for the like? I don't think there's a single person in the grandstand.
That's okay. It doesn't matter.
Probably because I'm sure this event probably isn't officially open for spectators, but just got to do it anyway. Did we have a flyover before the race? Did that happen?
We should have.
Do we have any celebrity appearances on the grid? Watching the World Racing League on DriversEye Live, Facebook and YouTube. I don't think we're on Twitch yet. Oh, and the Jumbotron, of course. But, I don't believe they fitted speakers to the Jumbotron. See,
look how large the logo is on
yeah,
there.
look at that. Just dominates.
200-foot large World Racing League logo.
Very briefly, the entire state of North Carolina is branded World Racing League. Coca-Cola, get on our level.
North Carolina Education Lottery.
Bet MGM, bet WRL. ZMAX.
We got a car smoking here coming to pit road.
Do indeed.
I don't know if that was locked up or...
No, that it looked like it was coming from the right rear.
Yeah.
I don't think you'd lock it up the right. If you did, you'd probably spin. So I think that's an issue. Now, The real question is, which car is that?
That's a great question.
I think it's one of the BMWs, but that doesn't really help. Salmon cars. All-Star Racing's been in there for a while. I wonder if it's PC Racing. I feel like they have a BMW. The model/engine for that car, according to Race Hero, is blue/white. I'm not sure those are engine models. But it does look like it could be a blue and white car, so I wonder if that is PC Racing. If so, they are... Oh, they're 1, 2, 3, 4... They are 6th in GP1.
Got a flag over here. Yeah.
That is... Well, that's either a debris or a slippery surface flag. So, could be that car that we just spotted was dropping fluid.
Let's find out.
I think only time will tell, to be honest. That broken mirror.
Is that a crack in the bait? I don't think so.
You should. I think it is. His helmet.
It's hard to tell. Yeah, it has
his
to be.
His helmet distorts as it goes through it. Yeah. I don't think this isn't really acceptable. We've got to fix this. It's Choice Racing, who they're running quite well in GP1, 4th place. I guess maybe you could hit your head on it as you're getting in. Otherwise, I'm just curious how that happens.
I don't know.
That smoking car's still in the pits. Let's see, that car did the PC Racing car did a 1:40 on the previous lap. Now that's pretty much in line, but if they haven't finished the lap they're on, it's not helpful information at all. There's the 89X Aston Martin driving away from the backstraight chicane, and the 3 fast guys and Denny car.
In the north banking. All 24 degrees of it.
But the weather will be coming from the direction we're currently facing.
Let's check the radar.
Oh, the heat advisory has reached us.
It has taken up the entire region. Well, you know what I'm not seeing? A lot of weather.
It's kind of following the track of the mountains, which is no surprise at all. That's kind of what mountains do. They do weather. Spartanburg's about to get hit.
Yeah, Greenville just got it, and Spartanburg's about to get it.
But I think that little splotch is going to go south of us. And then the stuff to the west, as we speak, is going to stay in the mountains. Asheville, I think, just got a bit dousing.
Mm-hmm. You ever been to Asheville?
I have, actually.
Oh,
I used to live in Mooresville, and I'm a cyclist, so I used to go out to the mountains quite regularly. What did you think of Asheville?
I loved it.
I've heard really good things.
A couple years ago. And we don't have mountains in Florida, man. So
specifically for the mountain. Yeah,
it blew my mind.
I haven't really experienced Asheville as a city very much. I've been to the area a lot because of the mountains. I love the mountains.
It's got a cool little downtown.
So I've heard. I'm not into beer, like at all. I literally don't drink it. So I feel like that precludes me from really enjoying Asheville.
No, I enjoyed it without too much. Yeah, like arcades and stuff. They were really fun.
I think the one time I was actually there for any decent amount of time, it was raining a lot. I think we went to Baltimore and then Nashville. Good place. Yeah, anywhere in that mountain is cool. Very odd line from that BMW there.
I was gonna say that's a different one.
It's gonna absolutely get in the way. Actually, is that the one that just exited the pits? Or did that one just exit the pits? Is that the car we were looking at?
Could have been.
It very well could be, because PC Racing is now exited the pits, and I think that's them. It's a blue and white BMW, which is how Race Hero describes the car. It's clearly not up to speed yet. Now, whether that's a driver issue or a car issue, we'll have to try and figure out. And at the moment, the racing lines are just all askew. Could just be a driver running speed. That's a slow car. Is
Yeah,
that your?
that's
your
the
anime
paint
car?
scheme. Yeah.
Might be able to find out which car that is. Can we get the camera that can see this entry? There we go. Oh, they're going around.
Yeah,
They're not giving up.
in.
The car's very off the pace. Just getting in the way of the 89 on the exit of the final corner. Yeah, that's an odd decision not pit if the car's really struggling that much. GTR 99 is in this. That's our GTO class leader. I say in the bits. I keep doing this with Race Hero. It only flashes up with pit when the car is in the pit exit. It's a very slow pit stop, about a minute slower than its previous stop. Shouldn't be an issue, at least as far as time loss goes, because they've got actually they've only got a 12-second lead now. That pit stop was so long, it's cost them their entire 2-lap lead on 89X. So that is something to keep an eye on. If 89X
stopped car.
Is that the lead? No, that's the second place car, isn't it? Because it's the gold
9, right? Gold one.
Oh, the gold one was in the lead. Sorry, the 59 was in the lead.
So that's it right there, yeah.
So that is our overall leader, stopped on track between turns 5 and 6. We've got a bug distracting me in front of the camera. That car doesn't look like it's going anywhere fast.
No.
Do they have an onboard? Oh, now it does.
No. Oh, there it goes.
Yep, it's off. Just needed a rest.
Sometimes you just need to take in the scenery. I understand.
You don't get much chance to run slowly through that part of the track, so
No.
every now and again when you've got a 2-lap lead, why not?
Right.
I'll have to keep an eye on that. That was GTR 99 getting cut off badly into turn 2. That's 89X coming through now. So this car here, GTR 99, going through the apex of turn 4, sorry. That is the leader in GTO, and this is second place in GTO, the 89X Aston Martin. That gap has closed up again. It was a 39.3. GTR 99's first timed lap out of the pits, and a 36.6 for 89X. So neither car was fast last lap at all. That's way off the pace. So we've kind of got a slow race for the lead in GTO right now. See how those two cars settle into their next runs. But it is a close race. Meanwhile, Stratus 59 hasn't come to the end of the lap. They were in the pits. Can you get them?
Yeah, they just went to pit road. I saw them.
They're the only car, as Brendan told us, they're the only car or the only team who have their pit stalls after the finish line. Yeah. So they don't. So the fact that they're listed as in the pits means they are still in the pits. So that car stopped on track, finished the lap. It finished the lap in 3 minutes and 41 seconds. So that's over 2 minutes slow, and are now in the pits. So this could be a change for the overall lead. The Stratus number 60 car is only a lap behind. I think it's a lap and a half or so behind.
And here is the 60.
Here's the 60 coming towards the end of the lap. So this is going to be to get back on the lead lap overall and in class. There they go. Across the line, 47 seconds. Oh, actually no. So I think that is to take the lead now. Yeah. So I think this is the 60 now in the lead. Because as they came across the line, Race Hero had 47 seconds behind, and that's obviously how long ago 59 crossed the line. So yeah, number 60 for the first time in the entire race, potentially, I think is in the lead. I don't think this car led at the start. I think it was entirely the 59 right from the green flag. I could be wrong about that, but either way, it is now the 60 in the lead. That's the green Stratus car. 59 currently in the pits. I asked this question. I didn't hear whether you gave an answer. Is the 59's cameras dead? There it is. Actually, it's in front of us.
Yeah, the 59's camera
pits
has been down for a while.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see them now. There they are.
Yeah, there they are.
Yeah, they've got body work off. I think it looks like.
Yeah, but definitely both doors are open. And yes, you can see the mechanic on the left holding the engine cover. How far into the race are we? We're 6 hours. Ooh,
Choice racing's off the pace. That is
in 5th gear.
doesn't sound like it's even running. I don't hear any engine.
You'll have to tell me. I don't have any.
I don't hear any.
3rd, 2nd. They're trying gears. It's not good for Choice. Choice are, I think I mentioned recently, they're 4th in class. Last lap was a 43.4, which is very slow. Well, in line in what they've been doing for the rest of the stint.
There we go.
What about going again? Oh, straight into 5th. Seems to be this car's favourite gear. Oh yeah, that doesn't seem healthy.
Good.
Was holding speed, so yeah, interesting. I don't know what this issue's going to be, whether it's engine or, I mean, that big vibration was like indicative of a tire problem or something like that. They're using a flag.
They are.
Like, I don't think I've seen that.
Someone's shirt.
We've got a guy in an orange top making his way down the pit lane. Check
High
out what's going
visibility.
on. There could, actually, that might be a WRL official. So yeah, Stratus 59 in the pits. They've dropped 2 laps behind. Still 3 laps away from losing 2nd overall. The battle for the leading GTO is out to 14 seconds now, and both cars are now up to speed. We've got 31.5 from GTR 99, which is very competitive. That car's fastest lap of the race is a 31.4. So that's as good as this car's been running all day. And considering that we're probably, with the clock, we're probably at the hottest part. Yeah, maybe the temperature's dropping a little bit, but track temp wise, we're probably as hot as we've been all day. So for the GTR 99 to be setting pretty close to fastest laps, its own fastest laps, shows that they've got one of their better drivers in the car. Not a bad lap time for 89X last time around, 32.5. It's about as quick as it's been running for a few hours at this point.
59's back.
Oh, 59 back out of the pits?
Yeah.
That's good to see. I'll be
There
honest,
they go.
yeah, there it goes. Wasn't necessarily expecting that, actually. Usually when we see those Stratus cars break down, it tends to be reasonably catastrophic. But yeah, we've got them back out of the pits. They're still running 2nd overall, 2nd in GTU. They're now 2.5 laps off the lead. So yeah, see how that develops. It's the number 60 green car that's taken over at the front.
Wow, I've got great news. Not only is the 59 back out, so is their camera.
Back and better than ever.
Look at that. Maybe that's why they came in. That was the problem.
Stopped on the track. He's like, no, we're not doing
We got to
it.
get
We're
this
not-
camera going.
Yeah, I'm in turn 5, and it's been too long since the camera's been working. I'm gonna stop and fix it right now. And he's like, guys, let's stop messing around.
Unfortunately, it has no sound, but that's okay. We can still see it. You can visually, we're not visualize, but you can imagine your own engine sounds.
Good to do to stretch the imagination every now and again.
Yeah.
It's a muscle.
Go through the gears. We're in 3rd. Now we're about to shift to 4th. Yep, there we go. We're in 4th. And then down to 3rd. You just got to imagine it.
I wonder if this telemetry is correct, if they're only getting 92% throttle. Got to fix that if it is. Got to calibrate your pedals correctly.
We got another pit stop. Liberty is in.
Liberty Autosports.
And the camera's out.
It was a brief, but it was nice to see them.
Yeah.
They are 21st overall, think they might be second in third in GP2. Yeah. Although that is third of 4. So they're in danger from Rapscallion if they can't get out of it. It's in the next 26 laps.
You were right, by the way. We peaked at 94 degrees. We're down. We're now at 93 now.
I'm thinking track temperature probably. It's track temperature to have kept climbing. Oh, we've got a waving yellow.
Yeah. If we can
Have any onboards coming to that part of the
someone
track?
going through there.
Oh, there he is, bottom right. It's a Mustang, I think.
Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah.
No, that's not a Mustang, is it? It's number 11. That's Kingpin.
That is the wrong way.
I think it's a Supra
facing?
Kingpin. It's a Supra GT4. It's the one that started very, very late. There's a huge amount of tarmac right in front of you. Just pull in there and turn around. You've got all the time in the world. Unless, of course, his car's not going to move. Could be a bigger issue. Oh, it is moving, though.
It's trying.
You want to just get in that? Drive around the outside of the cone, maybe?
Potentially.
Guy with the yellow flag's just given up. Everyone's seen it. Oh, here he goes. No! Don't do what I think you're going to do. Turn right. There's so much space. Don't do it.
Oh,
Now I'm
we were going into the cones.
Now he's reversing. Good to reverse sometimes. Don't turn left.
Oh, we're going into the... Okay.
Yeah, okay. Now you...
Now,
you
yeah, swing it around.
Oh, where are you going?
There we
Okay,
go.
there we go. It's good to wait for a gap in traffic.
Mm-hmm.
You could just drive to the left of the cone there and just get yourself up to speed on the apron.
All right, there we go.
No, it's fine. Okay, we've dealt with that well. I think that was the best that could be made of the situation.
Yes.
Particularly for a car that is... Where is it? Number 11. 23rd. Completed 132 laps. The class leader has completed 203. So, good 70 laps behind. I'm glad they took the time to make the turnaround in the appropriate place and we're back underway.
Well, what is ever wrong with this car? We're already back out, so...
That's a good point. This is Choice Racing. I don't think they would have lost a position from where they were. No, because Zephyr Racing, ex-EPA Racing.
It's pronounced Zepa.
I refuse to believe that. They're in the... Well, I assume they're in the pits. They're Salmon. Their last lap was a 2:31, which is very slow. So that car might... When they've been in the pits twice in the last 4 laps, that car might be in trouble. That's the
Which car? Sorry, which car is this?
It's Zephyr, the 325.
Yeah, so that car was trailing some smoke out of the right rear from... It shortcut the bus stop with smoke coming out of the right rear as we were fixing our last camera. Came back around, and when we got over to the bridge, entering infield turn 3, it came through again slowly. I assume pitted again that lap.
Looks like it, yeah.
I don't see it out on course at the moment.
Bruce Innovations has just made a pit stop as well. They are the last of the competitive running GTO cars, 7th overall. 42 seconds behind FPRS though.
I'm going to throw some numbers at you.
Okay.
106.
Oh,
real field temperature?
In Concord, North Carolina.
Ah, okay.
It feels every bit of it.
Yeah, it's
Cambridge feel it too.
Real feel is 36 Celsius here, but I'm inside in air conditioning, so
the math on that gets you to 41.
if you're in the 40s, that's okay.
Yeah, where we are. Yeah. This is our technology.
Yeah, well, this is when you go on Discord and describe cameras as hot. I'm like, well, yeah.
Right.
Of course they are.
So that's a callback to the old IndyCar on Versus broadcast where they would pick up the individual row marshals on the grid. Row 1, hot.
Right.
Row 2, hot. It's a Josephism. Dude, where's he?
Well, he was Mike Hull. Well, not Mike Hull today.
Not Mike Hull.
So I think he might be he might be punishing himself somehow for having an opportunity and blowing it.
Oh no, I've got bad news.
Oh no.
The
We lost
Liberty
my
Autosports camera is askew.
This is art, is what this is.
Now, this is just our weather update.
It's
gonna
off
give
its
us
axis here.
Going to give us a 360-degree view of the clouds on every single lap,
It is a good view of the sky.
so we can watch the weather coming in. That's so many like booths or whatever's behind those windows. I feel like that's more than Daytona has.
Here on the front stretch?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
These are all
not
suites
what
and stuff, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, not here though. Behind, like to the left of where the camera is. I mean,
Yeah,
obviously,
it doesn't go all the way
Closer
around,
to
but
turn one, those are condos over there.
yeah, you can Airbnb those.
wow, what like 365 or just when events are on?
Oh,
I don't know.
live in
Actually.
them.
I didn't look it up.
People
they
live
do.
in them.
Yeah,
That's
people live in these condos. Coming up right here, you'll see them.
oh, wait, we're not. We're just not taking the chicane.
Oh wow.
What was that all about?
Wow,
What was that all about?
I don't think you can do that, man. What are you doing? Can we see if this driver does that every lap? This car's just pitted. There could be a new driver in the car.
Yeah,
But I
like,
imagine
how?
they know where they're going.
Yeah.
What lap
Are we
time
going to
did
take
you
the
do?
backstretch chicane? Let's see.
I don't do chicanes. Like, I've paid to be here, and I didn't pay to do chicanes.
Do you pay more to run the oval or pay more to run the chicane? You think?
I think you'll have to ask this guy.
Do you pay for speed or pay for mileage? 'Cause if you're paying for speed,
We're at a race. I'm hoping you're paying for speed. Choice racing, are you? Yeah, he just did the car's fastest lap of the race.
yeah, of course he did.
So this car doesn't
That's got to
have...
be like, you can't just call that a warning, right?
No, not at all.
Here comes another
Here
chicane.
comes a chicane.
Well, this has. Well, they both have cones, right?
No,
Or does
the other
front
one
stretch
doesn't.
not have cones.
No cones. No cones.
Okay.
They opted out of cones because of the start. They didn't. They wanted to run the cars through the oval on the start, so they weren't bunching up in the chicane.
I mean, you shouldn't need them.
No, and that was the
track
argument.
goes.
Like, why you shouldn't need cones? Everybody knows
Well,
what the
we're
layout.
slowing-
is.
He's
we're going
slowing
pit
down.
road
He's going to
again.
the pits. He just wanted to do a lap. He just wanted to get the car's fastest lap in. Hope nobody
I
noticed.
did it, guys.
That's
I've
one of the
never seen
more
anything like
that's one of the more bizarre things, even by WRL standards. He just decided, I don't see any other cars around here. Screw it.
Apparently, they rolled a car under safety car at Spa.
Oh.
Under safety car.
That's what I'm being
and
told.
it's a GT3 as well.
A Triple I. How does that?
That event is a glorified track day.
No,
And
that I love 24-hour races. I am less enthusiastic about Spa than I am literally any other.
I don't like it. Haven't watched it properly since the GT1 days, to be honest. It is a track day for.
So the problem with the GT1 thing is we never got any coverage of GT1 the glory years
Oh, really?
in the US. No,
We had the full race on Euroswap.
Yeah.
It was great.
no, we never got it. It was a real bummer.
Honestly, I don't think the Spa 24 Hours has had. I don't think it has a history of a very good event. It used to be a touring car race, which nobody cared about. GT1 days, and I wonder how much even GTR2, the game, made people aware of it. And it just happened to make people aware of that event during its golden years, which was when it had the GT1 cars, which really wasn't a very long period. It was 15 years max. And since they ended, it's just
That was less than
been-
that.
Yeah, I think it was.
It was
less than
01 through 11. I think it was the first year it was all GT3.
that. Is it not? I thought it was around 98, around the same time ALMS.
No, it was 01. It
Okay,
was
so
the
it
first
literally
year
was-
of FIA GT series.
Yeah, so it was a decade.
Yeah.
And then since GT1 went away, it's just GT3, which isn't it's a BOP class, it's not the greatest class in the world, and then just filled with amateur drivers.
Yeah.
I genuinely don't think that event is actually. I don't think it has a history of being very good. 10 years or so, and then it's kind of ridden on that. How do you do that on a safety car? Anyway, and yeah, it absolutely isn't one of the like crown jewel 24-hour races that
No,
people seem to try and make out that it is.
I mean, the Nürburgring is the Nürburgring, right? But I think even at the top level, like there
are a lot of parallels with the Nürburgring so far. That used to be very touring car, very amateur, and it is currently
and very German.
Yes, but right now it does, and yes, Spa has a pro class as well. I don't know, yeah, there's something different about
Spa feels like more of a lottery than the Nürburgring does, and that's saying something considering the traffic of the Nürburgring.
Well, the Nürburgring, you could argue in some ways, is one of the more pure 24-hour races because they really try to avoid safety cars at all costs.
Oh, sorry. I'm saying in terms of being cleared out by amateur drivers.
Right.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah,
more specific there.
Well, there are a lot of parallels between the two races, but just the challenge of and obviously the multi-class as well helps. Well, it doesn't know how it changes it. Because obviously most of the lower classes are amateur drivers, but I don't know. There's something properly professional about the top of the Nürburgring that it just isn't actually the case at Spa. It seems, it feels. And yeah, just dumb stuff seems to happen at Spa. Every year.
Yeah, repeatedly. This is another fine example. Jack Aitken clearing out a couple of GT3s in the first hour a couple of years ago is another fine example. Like this, there's no reason for stuff like that.
I pay so little attention to it. I don't know what you're referring to with that one. But
have you not seen the big? There was a clip from the top of the hill at Raidillon. Aitken lost it going up a Rouge sometime within the first hour of the race. I think 21. Ended up bouncing into the middle of the track. 3 GT3 cars came up over the crest without lifting, and just Pereira was one of them. It ripped the engine out of the Lamborghini. It was a disaster.
Yeah, I think I have seen that.
It looked like a plane crash, honestly.
Which, to be honest, like that's a pro driver at a blind corner. I don't actually know how you can avoid that with any kind of like the organization, other than just not using GT3 cars. Maybe they're just not good for that track. I don't know.
Sorry, we're revisiting the 522 blowing the front chicane here. Look,
yeah, that lap got deleted just to
yes,
rebel on that.
Still a point of discussion up here. Anyway, I miss.
Hey, back out the pits. I'm bored with them.
I don't know what they did afterwards. Feels like it should have been a driver change there. But
I don't think they did.
They're going to kind of fundamentally ignore. Did they? It's the same black helmet.
Yeah, I don't think same driver.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I want to be clear here. Like, I'm not suggesting that this is the case or anything even remotely like that, but it's really hot, right? Like, distractingly hot, to the point that I could see it being difficult to not be safe in a race car, but maybe have 100% focus. And if you find yourself, because this is a track we've already discussed, this is a track that just moves constantly, right? There are constantly corners coming at you, you're setting up passes, there's the next thing happening, and then you're back at it again in a minute and a half. I could see it being a case where you let yourself kind of just mentally breathe as you're going around oval 3 and 4, and without having the cones there as a visual cue. Not saying it should happen, but it can happen there where you lose focus because you're not in a rhythm.
Yeah. Sure.
Hello to Chris Wetz, who is sent me a message on Facebook that I can't respond to because I've been suspended from sending messages for 3 days somehow. But anyway, Chris had some friends that run in the 95 Dawn Motorsports camp, and I was going to respond to him and say that they were replacing the front end because of a vibration. That vibration was the front end. Like the front bodywork, left and right front, was just bouncing, porpoising, you would call it. at speed around the banking. I assume they're replacing it there because something has come loose. But the front end vibration was actually the front.
So the front fell off.
Well, it was about to, I would say. Well, the front fell off in this case, by all means.
Well, there's a slow car right there.
That's oh, actually, that could be the 58. If it's not,
it's a 59.
Again.
What happened
Same
to the
spot.
59 earlier?
They
'Cause
stopped
I'm
here
noticing
earlier.
now.
But yeah, basically this happened earlier.
Same place.
They stopped here, right? Well, Jordan's camera's the camera's looking. And
Oh,
then
Jordan's camera now, huh?
yeah, my
well,
camera.
Jordan is currently in control of the choice of camera. They stopped there for about 20 seconds and then got going and then came back round to the pits and were there for a couple of laps worth of time and got back going again. So it appears it's a recurring issue, which could drop them out of second place overall.
Where is that car?
Behind these tires right here.
Well, we've got a
Oh
stationary.
my gosh! Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
We've
I
got,
see the yellow flag, but I couldn't
I was
figure out
going to say
where
we've got a
the car
stationary yellow flag, so I guess it's not moving. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, it is there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's behind the tires right there.
Now I
Yeah.
don't feel so bad.
I did wonder why we were lingering quite so long on this camera.
Yeah, I was just gonna see if it would move, but
No.
Why is
It's
rain?
like he's hiding.
I have a brief question here.
Oh, fire in the pits.
Oh,
I think. Right. Or was
392. There was definitely a slash of a fire bottle. I wonder if there's a brake fire there in the rear.
Maybe it was
that
either fire or
392.
someone wearing orange and leaning into the car.
Oh, nope. Then that must have been it.
It could have been. It very much looked like a fire at a quick glance from this onboard. But
They definitely sprayed fire bottle
right, so
extinguishant.
maybe I'm not going crazy.
Scott, I have to ask you a question.
Yes.
Do we know who Rain in the chat is?
Rain.
Rain.
I don't know a rain.
RAIN. Saying things like amazing graphics package on display here, and also respect parallels, please.
respect parallels.
Gotta respect the parallels.
What is why? What is?
Well, this is universal.
No, it's not.
Do you not respect the parallels?
If there's one thing I hate more than anything else, it's parallels.
Oh
so
my
you
God.
don't respect them?
Well,
Actually,
ask about my Majors 24.
I was going to say,
experience,
I witnessed this with 2 laps to go in the Majors 24 hours.
I did-
There was zero respect for parallels.
That's
at that
very
moment.
true, but that's awfully rich coming from you, Mr. Michaels.
Doctor Michael.
No,
thank
not
you.
at this point. No. We're past doctor.
Well, the
I haven't
59's on pit
WRL,
road now.
respect the parallels.
You might actually want to ask Jordan who Rain is. That if they're saying respect the parallels.
And amazing
Ooh.
graphics, yeah. The 59's made it back.
Yeah, they're on pit road here.
Yeah, 60 has also come and gone. They've put it out of the race lead now.
I don't know if you Yeah, we didn't actually mention it. You came on to talk about the 106 and the real feel.
Yeah.
You are actually under a heat advisory now. Just so you're aware.
No, tomorrow.
That is no.
That's for tomorrow. It's at noon.
Jordan. Here it is.
Look at it.
Yeah, but that's an advisory for tomorrow at noon.
No.
It should also be for now.
So why has it been changing live? Like this was not this ticketed earlier.
So my question:
They're going
then,
up, I think, for tomorrow.
If this isn't hot enough for a heat
Sunday,
advisory
6:30.
today, then what is
Right.
hot enough for a heat
Right.
advisory?
I'm saying.
Get out while you still can. Charlotte, North
My
Carolina.
flight leaves at 9:05 tomorrow, so I think we'll be okay. Temp's coming
they're
down.
close.
92 now. Look, as long as the runway is long enough to take off, it doesn't matter.
And other things you don't want to hear your pilot saying.
It's fair. But I'm not the pilot, so.
No, fair enough. Only the retired air traffic controlman.
Retired is a strong word. Resigned. Former.
Former, sure.
The 99 has just passed the 89 on the run into the bus stop, which now puts the 89 Aston Martin 2 laps down to its class leader.
Yeah, I was talking about that possibility about half an hour ago, so it's finally happened. GTR 99s are also about to take second overall. Yeah, it's looked like GTR 99 has definitely got their better driver in the car at this point. The car's consistently right on its fastest lap of the race, which in this heat is noteworthy. Whereas the 89X has been going along okay. I say okay because that last lap was a 37.2. which is very slow for that car. So yeah, that's why we've seen that gap stretch out even further, and it's now over 2 laps. NFC Motorsports is going along nicely as well. They're in the 31s. Got a lap and a half to Cat on the 89X to take second in class. And then it's further 2 laps to FPRS, Bruce Innovations.
What happened to the
etc.
123 that it fell even further back?
Is it even further back?
Yeah, that car was under 2 laps on.
But it's
Oh,
only-
it just pitted.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
It pitted there on 209.
Yeah, it is. It's 2.5 or so laps down. Which, if there's an extra pit stop in there, that'll
It
explain
is.
that.
Yeah,
it's 46 seconds behind that pair of GTR 99 and 89X. So yeah, that's way less than a pit stop. So it is still. I think it's still gaining. There was a 30.9 on that last lap, which is faster than
Yeah,
GTR
it's going
99's
quite
done all
quickly at the
race.
moment.
Yeah, so I just saw a Supra being very cavalier with track limits at the last corner there. But yeah, I think they're just slowly inching up. But at the moment, GTR 99 and NFC are just having untroubled runs. So making up 2 laps is going to be tough for that car. GTR 99 takes second overall from Stratus 59 as we speak. But yeah, it's I think that is status quo. That probably means we're due a pit stop from GTR 99, I imagine.
Not that soon.
Not really.
11 and 64 contact. Reported at 4:20 this afternoon. That's some time ago.
11. So 11 is Kingpin. So we saw the Kingpin car spun at this camera, probably about that long ago. So maybe that was contact then. 64. Which car is that? Not one
It's
of
the
front
open
ones.
throttle. It's the open throttle V8 powered GP1 car.
So the third place GP1 car. Wait, no, 63 or 64? 64, yeah. Yeah, so third place GP1 car.
We should take care of some brief.
Oh, I think that car I spotted at the last chicane was the Kingpin car because they've just been given a warning for track limits.
Yeah, that would be a
at the
super.
front chicane, so that makes sense. That car is now side by side with the leader. Yeah, the green car into the last corner. It just took a dive down the inside, and the green car just went straight around the outside. Not sure why a car that is about 70 laps down is trying to overtake the leader into the final chicane, but especially one they apparently keep cutting.
I hate to disrupt momentum here, but we need to take care of some items. First and foremost, thanks for being with us, everybody. This is DriversEye Live in the World Racing League. Happy to have your company. It's Brendan Kazmarek, Scott Michaels, and Jordan Worth on the call. JT Tammy will be along a little bit later.
I think he's back now, JT.
Oh, very good.
Hello.
Hello. You've reached us, JT, just in time for us to step aside here. We're going to have to run an ad. Get up Jordan, cue that one up. And go say hello to Continental Tires. On the backside of that ad, what we're going to do, we're going to take a brief break. We're going to shut off part 1 of the live stream and transition over to part 2, which you can find on the World Racing League YouTube page. Nothing will change. Everything is going to look exactly the same. It's just going to take us about, 2 minutes or so to get everything transitioned over to part 2. So this stream is going to end, and we're going to say hello to Continental Tire. Then the stream will end, and then you can find us over on part 2. So go ahead and transition over, open up a new browser tab or whatever it is you've got to do, and find us there in 2 to 3 minutes time, and we will continue our coverage of the World Racing League 12-hour enduro from Charlotte Motor Speedway on DriversEye Live.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.